Are we still muted? Thanks. Yes, we're good to go. Okay. Yep. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the penultimate meeting of the School District Redistricting Task Force here on November 10th. We're here in Waterbury, and we appreciate everyone who is zooming in today and listening in. And we do have Senator Harrison online. She's not here in the room with us, but she is with us over Zoom. So thank you, Senator Harrison, for being here. I will go ahead and start by asking for a motion to accept the minutes from our last meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Dave. And then, yeah, okay. Then we will look briefly at the agenda, see if there are any amendments to be made, and then we will go ahead and vote on that amendment agenda, excuse me. We obviously are starting with the welcome. We will go from there to the chair, some chair updates, some brief chair updates. And then we will have Sue go through the process and the expected outcomes for today's meeting. Then we will go through the proposals that we have, the maps that we have. After we have a brief discussion about the definition of school choice here in the state of Vermont, there have been some misunderstandings and some questions about exactly what that means here in Vermont. It is a fairly unique system, so we're going to have some clarity around that. And then we hope to hear briefly have some reflections and some responses from the Secretary of Education. We would love to hear just some thoughts as to the work that we've been doing and some feedback as well before we head toward public comment and then a vote at the end of the meeting. So that is what we're looking at for today on the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I would certainly entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Rebecca Holcomb, thank you. And a second?
Second.
Dave and Kim, thank you. Great. So, yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. And all in favor of accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Awesome, thank you. We will start with some brief updates. As I said at this is our second to last meeting, and today we definitely have a heavy lift in that we are supposed to have chosen a proposal or proposals to move forward by the end of the meeting. So that is our heavy lift today. I think we've all acknowledged that this has been a very short, intense process. The timeline has felt often fairly unrealistic, given the sort of critical nature of the work. But we have certainly worked extremely hard and done our best to produce some really solid work for proposals and maps moving forward. And so I want to thank everybody in the room and thank everybody who's engaged in this process. As I said, it's been intense, and we certainly appreciate the hundreds of people that we've heard from, frankly, either in person or over email or at one of our hearings, and also in the surveys. Many people have filled those out as well. So very appreciative of the engagement that we've had. It's been nothing short of incredible, and we're still receiving a lot of emails this morning, as a matter of fact. I did want to let the task force know that last week I met with the State Aid for School Construction Advisory Board. They are also a group that was imagined in Act 73, and their job is to submit a written report to the House Committees on Education and Ways and Means, and the Senate Committees on Education and on Finance, with recommendations for addressing the transfer of debt obligations from current school districts to future school districts. And that should happen on or before December 15th. So basically, I was invited to meet with them. I met with them and just gave them an update on the work that we've done thus far and what we hope to achieve by the end of today. And then on the 20th, which will be a time for us to really dive into the work of the report, which will be submitted to the legislature. So thank you to that advisory board. They're doing good work. They want to do something about the condition of our school buildings here in the state of Vermont, which is critical, and find a way to move forward with that. So with that, I will turn over the mic to our wonderful facilitator, Sue McCormick, who's going to talk us through some more of the work this morning. Go ahead, Sue.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. Martine, I think you did a great job going through the agenda, so I don't think I need to talk through that too much. But I will say that what we tried to do today was design a meeting that could help lead you all through a process to be able to make your best decisions about what proposals you want to recommend to the legislature. And we are going to hear about the maps first and have some discussion, much like we did the last time. We'll have some of the same guiding questions. And then as Martine said, we're going to hear from the Secretary of the Agency of Education to just offer some insights about what's been heard. I wanted to let you all know during the considerations to inform decisions part, we will share with you a pretty in-depth analysis of the engagement work that's happened so far. Despite the short time, you all have heard from, over 1,000 people. And so we want to share with you some of the themes from that work. And then there will be public comment, and then there will be a break, and then we'll do some decision making. So we're really hoping that you all come into this day with an open mind and really try to listen carefully to what the other folks on the task force is saying, and also what the people who have taken the time to attend a hearing or write us a letter have said as well. I think that's it, Martine.
Appreciate that. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is always fantastic. The next part of the agenda is to do a quick overview of the definitions or the types of school choice here in the state of Vermont. I assume we have the PowerPoint queued up or the slides. It's really just a few slides that we wanted to show.
Getting the slides up, I'll just again offer a little bit of framing for this. So there were two reasons that we thought this would be helpful. One is that we wanted to help the task force be precise in their language as they're talking through their proposals, and there seems to be some confusion because the way school choice works in Vermont is complex. The other reason for this is to help the people who have taken the time to tune in. One of the things we noticed in the public hearings is that people were talking about this in a lot of different ways, and it wasn't always kind of accurate. So we thought it would be helpful for folks to have some explanation of what these types of school choice are all about in Vermont.
Great. So this is Emily's presentation for us. I'm Emily.
It's all in one slide deck, so you can use the one.
Link. So is it when we start with Emily's presentation?
Yes.
We can pull that out. How do you want me to do that? Yes.
And for those folks who don't know, Emily Simmons is the general counsel for the Agency of Education, and she very graciously agreed to provide us with some definitions on the types of school choice in Vermont and what school choice is in the state of Vermont. So we really appreciate Emily taking the time to be with us today online. And we will be pulling up, there we go, pulling up that short slide deck. So Emily, if you are here, wonderful. Thank you so much.
I think I'm here. Am I coming through? Hello.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm Emily Simmons. I'm the agency's general counsel. Good morning. This won't take long, and I think I have time if you have a few questions for me at the end as well. So let's dive in with these 5 quick slides.
Thank you, Emily.
So I'm seeing my title slide. Are you seeing my first slide yet? There we go. Thank you so
There we
much.
go.
Okay, so my main idea here today is that I've identified 4 distinct scenarios that are taking place across the state for students that we're calling school choice in a basketed term. And my observation, I think I've heard it from the chair as well, is that imprecise use of these terms causes a lot of confusion for us. So starting with the first definition, which I think is what most folks are talking about when they use the word school choice, is actually statutorily called tuition payment. And I'm really judicious with myself in that I only use the words tuition payment to describe this type. So this is where a school district provides publicly funded education to its resident students when it does not operate a school for a grade band that we're discussing. Instead of operating that grade, they pay tuition for that grade. The statutes lay this out depending on grade band. So the statutes tell us when we're talking about elementary grades, which is defined as kindergarten through 6th grade, a district that does pay tuition rather than operating may pay tuition to one or more public elementary schools, or if and when given authority by that district's electorate, it may also pay tuition to an approved independent school of the parent's request. So that's what you find in Section 821. Then in Section 822, you'll find the provisions for secondary grades, which will tell you that a district paying tuition rather than operating secondary grades pays that tuition to either a public school or an approved independent school selected by the family or the student. In any case, the school district in this scenario and through its supervisory union as provided by statute retains the responsibility to those students to provide them with a free and appropriate public education. So when you hear us use the acronym FAPE, that FAPE, I always say that FAPE obligation is so sticky, it does not legally, formally ever transfer away from the student's resident school district through the services of its supervisory union. Never, even when you don't operate a school.
Emily, thank you for that. We have a question here in the room, so I'm going to go ahead and call on Rebecca. I saw a hand.
Thank you. Could you please explain if independent schools aren't required
To conform to the same education quality standards, how can a district or SU ensure FAPE in those settings? If they don't meet them.
It's difficult as a policy question and a policy need for a solution. The state has most recently tackled this through Act 173 and the subsequent amendments by the state board to the independent school approval rules by enhancing the obligations of a school that is approved to, in many ways, beef up their offerings at the school and in other important ways to meet the district in partnership. But the district's obligation being very sticky means that the district has to ensure on a student by student basis that every special education need of its resident student is met. And at bottom, that could mean that the district has to provide that service directly itself to the student at the place of attendance for that student.
Okay, I think we have a few more, comment and then a
I
question.
have an answer to my question,
Okay.
which is if they are not held to the same standards, how do you know that they're meeting FAPE?
Right. No, that wasn't clearly answered. I don't know if you can expound, Emily, but otherwise we do have a question over here. Kim has a question.
I would wait for Emily to expound.
Okay.
So the access for FAPE in our Vermont policy context has been the provision of special education, which was my first answer, that we're ensuring that the student can access the curriculum that their peers are offered. I hear Representative Holcomb's questions about same standards, and my thoughts about that would go to the same standards in the district. And the tricky, almost truism is that that district is not operating a school for that grade. And so I go back to compared to what? And it's the opportunities that the district offers the non-disabled peers for that school district.
Thank you. Kim, did you have a question?
Yes, so Act 173 required that to be eligible to receive public tuition, private schools need to be either contracting with or employing special educators. So can you say a little bit more about the either billing back or pushing into the private arrangement? And then I have another question as well, if that's okay, but separate.
Sure. So this is one of the most complex areas of regulation that we have because, or my hypothesis of why it is so complex is that because the very sticky obligation is with the district itself, but we have through the state board rules required those schools to proactively take on more steps to meet the district's obligation or to be a partner in delivering on that obligation. The contract with or employ is one of those strategies that the state board rule requires of the schools, a proactive change in the practice at the independent school, in this case, to offer special education services on site at that school for publicly funded students.
Thank you, Kim. A second question, and then one more, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, so with the sticky responsibilities of the LEA, and I guess I will say I'm not sure that that fully answered my question, so I'll just say that I'm very familiar with the rules. My follow-up question, though, on a separate matter is if the LEA retains responsibility for those students, what kind of reporting is happening with respect to truancy, student outcomes data? As I recall, that isn't going back to the LEA or not consistently.
This is going to be perhaps too complex for this setting because it is going to depend somewhat on the agreement from a particular district to a particular independent school to the points that you're asking. Very broadly, independent schools are required to administer state assessments to their publicly funded students. That's one uniform requirement that we have. And secondly, I wouldn't know how the independent school and the district communicate about those outcomes. That would be locally determined in our current framework.
But if those are the obligation of the LEA, why isn't it an obligation in receiving tuition that those be reported back to the LEA?
I think that's a policy question. I'm speaking to the current state of our statutes and regulations.
We're going to take one more question, then move on.
It's actually a compound question.
Okay.
I'm intrigued by your focus on the local LEA because my understanding in Vermont is it's actually the state's responsibility to provide equitable access to education unless it provides for other means. In other words, LEAs. So I don't actually think FAPE is about the district. I think it's about the state, and the definition of public education is the education quality standards. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If a district places, there's a school expeditionary learning, if a district places a child with a disability in that setting and the parent comes back, or if it's a therapeutic school and like Learn or Inspire, whichever one it was that just closed, and it turns out there was no academic program, and so a child had no academic learning because they weren't learning to the education quality standards, and that parent litigates, who's responsible? Because the definition of public education is the education quality standards. And I don't know that districts the state can offload that on districts, but also, what are the implications of that? And how do you ensure FAPE in that context? if you're not meeting the same standards in all publicly funded settings?
I'm not ignoring the state's responsibility, but the context of my statement on this slide is geared to those districts that pay tuition rather than operate. Secondly, I want to demystify one of those elements for other folks on the task force who might not be familiar. When a student is sent to a therapeutic school, that is not tuition payment in this context. That is a placement for special education purposes, which might come from an operating district just as much as it might come from a non-operating or tuition paying district. That's a different set of laws at play. And finally, I can't answer your hypothetical about who a parent might hold accountable, because when a person files a lawsuit, they choose their cause of action and their defendants in that case.
I think what I'm getting at is, I think what I'm hearing you say is that there are different standards for kids with disabilities depending what district they sit in.
Legally, there ought not to be. That would be a violation of IDEA and probably would be a cause of action for a parent.
And
Thank you,
that's-
Emily. We're gonna move on to the next slide, if you will.
Sure. So another statewide phenomenon is public high school choice. This is a very neat and tidy statutory program created in 2012 just for grades 9 through 12, so that a student attending a public high school in Vermont can apply for enrollment at a public high school in a different school district. So this will be found in Section 822A. This is a very limited program. Actually, at the agency, we frequently refer to this as limited public high school choice for several reasons. One is that no funds follow the student in the typical case. Of course, special education funds follow the student as needed, and provisions for CTE funding follow the student. Each school district board has several responsibilities for setting the limitations of participation for their district incoming, and outgoing. So first of all, the school district board that operates the high school determines its capacity for incoming students. Second, a school district board may also limit the number of outgoing students from its high school that it operates each year within some constraints, 5% of the students' enrollment. And then finally, total participation for any high school population is limited to 10% of that school's enrollment. And then at each step of the process, the law requires the use of a lottery in any case where student interest exceeds a given capacity. Okay, that's
Any
that.
questions? Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Next slide.
Okay, and the third type of behavior that we call school choice collectively, even though I wish we wouldn't, is intra-district choice. We're seeing this more and more in Vermont following the creation of more unified school districts. So where a school district operates more than one school for a given grade band, it may, as a local policy, offer intra-district choice for its multiple schools. It's going to differ by school district. You can find in school districts' policy handbooks the particulars of intra-district school choice. I included links to two that I think are very interesting, but this occurs throughout the state. It's not concentrated into just Chittenden County, even though that's where I drew my examples from.
Any questions? Thanks, Emily. We can go on to the next slide.
And then last, we have several student-specific arrangements that are in the statutes. So all of these are cases where a school district that operates all grades or the grade band in question may nevertheless pay tuition for a student on a real case-by-case basis. So for example, in Section 821C, we have that for elementary grades, a school district can authorize tuition payment to a public school nearby for a student, but this must be based on geographic convenience. So this is typically called the around the mountain example, when the student would have a very long drive to the district's school, elementary school, the district can allow that student to attend on a tuition basis somewhere closer. Appeals for 821C questions come to the Secretary of Education. Then for high school grades, a different provision in 822C allows that a school board that operates may authorize tuition to a public school for a high school student in the best interest of that student, or to an approved independent school, provided that the student has unique educational needs that cannot be served in a nearby public high school. Here, there's no appeal, and the decision of the school board is final. And then finally, more broadly and not defined by one particular statute, school districts may accept a non-resident student at no cost to that student pursuant to their own local policies. What I find to be the most common example is the request of an administration for a school district, most typically the superintendent, might ask a fellow superintendent to admit a student in extenuating circumstances, such as a student who in their home district has experienced violence at school. And often superintendents and school districts offer each other this reciprocity, understanding that they might benefit from it in a future year for extenuating circumstances. Typically here, no funding follows the student in that case.
Wonderful. Thank you, Emily. Any questions in the room? Scott?
Hey, Emily, Scott back here. Does the state keep track of the number of students by district or school that are using public high school choice or student-specific arrangements?
We have a reporting obligation that I saw when I reviewed the statute, and I, just as the general counsel, don't know where we keep that data, and I'm aware that the agency has some reporting obligations that we're not up to date on. So I don't know, but I'll highlight for you that there is a data maintenance requirement for the agency.
Okay, I'll check with Torrin.
Yeah.
Might have some. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Kim?
I just, for a second, to the suggestion that the cause of action regarding equitable access to education would lie with the student and family. And I think I just need to reflect that I'm hearing that the state's obligation, you're suggesting, leaves it to the most vulnerable to sue for their rights to equitable access. Is that what I'm understanding?
So that is something I said in response to Representative Holcomb's specific hypothetical where she predicated a lawsuit in that example. No, the state has an affirmative obligation to offer equal opportunity to all students in state law, as well as our obligations under IDEA to ensure FAPE for all students through the offering of special education. So we're doing that every day. Of course, our policies in our state are not perfect, right? I have not been given power as queen to make everything exactly as it legally ought to be. We can improve practice there, and we are not waiting to be sued to fulfill our obligations.
And in a more systemic manner, the policy concerns that you're recognizing are not perfect. How might those be informed when the legislature attends to those concerns when they're in session? Is that something the AOE would offer reflection on to acknowledge the areas where they may not be perfect? If it is preventing the AOE, for instance, from satisfying that state obligation, what needs to be fixed and how does that get informed?
Many of you on the task force, as well as I, have over the years contemplated how complex it is to ensure the provision of FAPE in a system where school districts are not required to operate a school for every grade. That is our current system. I think we're always getting better on that front, but as long as not every school district operates a school, there will be the need to find solutions for each situation. It's complicated.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. It's time for us to move on, but I did just want to say thank you for coming today. Thank you for acknowledging that there's room for improvement in our system. That is much appreciated. And also, I heard words like sticky, complex, and hypothesis, which all give me a little bit of pause when it comes to our current system. So I appreciate that. And we will get back to you if we have any other questions, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck with your work.
Thanks. Next on the agenda at 10 o'clock, and we again are on time, which is fabulous, is the presentation of the CTE map and any discussion that might follow. So I will pass it over to Dave and Scott.
Thank you, and I'm going to go first, and Scott's going to discuss some of the aspects of the new map that we have been working on since the last meeting. So everyone, and I should mention that Ruth Durkee from Current Tech Head in the agency is here online and will be with us for about 45 minutes. I don't see her, but she's going to be on shortly. And if you'd like, we can talk with her about wait lists and vacancies because we have that information and you'll see it there as well. So the task force from Act 73 was obviously designed to move forward with governance and for this task force to develop up to 3 maps, one of which should include a supervisory union. We have done that. Scott's going to talk about the areas where it seems like SUs might fit better than SDs, but it's kind of a conversation over. Also wanted to mention that there's some criteria that we didn't and can't address, like, well, you mentioned that group is working on teacher pay equity. Not our charge, but there are other aspects of it that we acknowledge are not part of this proposed map. We also think that there are a lot of aspects of the BOCES discussion and map and the regional high school and perhaps expansion of career tech ed centers that could be incorporated as well. So we're hoping that people can think about it not as an either or proposition. So part of the charge was to consider career and tech ed across the state to provide more and better opportunities for learning. And we kept that in mind in looking at the maps, particularly in the latest version, which has undergone several changes in the last few weeks. We think it could be also, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave. I was just going to say, if Ruth does want to speak to us at some point about the wait list and the vacancies, that would be great. We have a whole hour, so
Okay.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
Maybe in between the two of us or after Scott, we'll see how it works.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
I didn't see her on there yet, but I'm sure you'll see that shortly.
Okay.
So we're talking about the expansion of career tech ed. The map could be a catalyst for discussions about renovations to existing CTE centers, additions, and clearly where the needs do not match the capacity. And Chittenden County is an obvious place where the state really needs another career tech ed center. So we read all the public commentary and all the letters submitted to us up until last Thursday, which was November 6th. So we've also taken into consideration parent requests, school board requests that very politely, given the emotion around this, and rationally, sometimes passionately, asking us to pay attention to their comments and recommendations, and we've respected that. It also takes into consideration the many letters we've got from school boards and superintendents who have considered their alliances and also their willingness to work with contiguous districts, which is positive. And we've attempted to honor those issues, but it's possible we've missed some, and I'm sure those would be pointed out if we did. But clearly the greatest number of letters and the testimony, at least before Thursday of last week, came from parents who were very worried that they would lose their ability to choose the school that's the right match for their children. And as you remember from the public hearings, those comments were very emotional and poignant, and we listened to and we read them all. So this map preserves school choice where it presently exists. doesn't add any choice in the 4 categories we just heard about. So it doesn't increase it, it doesn't diminish it. It preserves choice where it is and kind of honors parents in the towns where they might have moved to that town or have lived there their entire lives, enjoying that privilege. So the map allows for that. So I'll say now what we've said in the previous meetings, the map is not perfect. I doubt any map that we came up with at this point, given the timeline, would be perfect. And the legislature, understandably, will have their way, as they should. We may have missed some of these town alliances, including some that are maybe being considered tonight in a school board meeting. It's moving. And it's encouraging that around the state, it seems like there are more and more boards and towns that are working together recently. We may have missed some of the choice towns. I hope not, but we did pay attention to what people told us. So it's not perfect. It will change over time. But we think that along with the next 2 proposals, there could be opportunities to develop this kind of springboard for consideration by the legislature in January. So that's sort of an opening summary and description of what we've been up to since then, even with its imperfections. Speaking of imperfect, Scott, I think you go next.
Thank you, Dave. I'm trying to think what map is best to put up there. Yeah, let's start with the one you just, I think the one you just had up there quickly is fine. Yeah, let's start with that one. Thank you. Okay, so what's just want to just kind of highlight changes from the previous version of this map that we looked at the last task force meeting. One is that the town of Thetford, we moved over to the Randolph area. We thought that made sense because there's a pre-K through 6 and there are other pre-K through 6s over there. Sure.
They specifically sent us an email asking not to be removed from their SU, so I'm just curious about that decision.
We had emails saying that they thought that would be best. So that's where we went with that. Okay. There has been a point raised.
Sure.
I could go back through my email and, so the one big issue with them separating from Riverbend really is that, I think it's 32 kids from Bedford attend Riverbend Career and Technology Center up at Oxbow. They would still be able to attend that CTE. They are a choice community. Those kids can still go up to Riverbend like they do now. But in Randolph, they would be within an SU that has other 7 through 12s for them to join with. Okay. In the islands, yeah, the islands are a little, it's a little complicated because they span their neighbors. They're adjacent to 2 districts, Franklin, the Northwest, Franklin up there, and Chittenden County. Some of the kids in that district get their high school education over in Franklin, and some get their high school education down in Chittenden, and some go over to New York to get their high school education. And so we thought that, putting that with Franklin or Chittenden would be very problematic. And so we elected to make them their own SD, a pre-K through 8 SD, which is admittedly on the small side, and they would have to manage an SD with 850 kids, which is on the small side. I'm not sure what the smallest SD in the state of Vermont is right now. It might even be my town of 1,100. I'm not sure if there's one smaller than that. Yes.
In this model that has no high school or CTE. And if we are thinking about how that aligns and serves students in their high school years or their career and tech interests, if the others are two SDs with the proximity and are needing to serve their own students and having their own wait lists, I see a real concern for the opportunity to equitably serve high school students in a model like this. It sits all by itself on an island.
It does. And, you know, they would continue to have 9 through 12 choice, which means they could pick any CTE, either in Northwest or in Chittenden. I hear your concern. Would they be considered second fiddle, if you will, when it came to slots? And I think that is something that's certainly worth considering, and to, you know, alert the legislature that there might need to be, you know, statute that identifies them as equal. So I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Necessarily a systems change that adequately addresses many of the things that we talked about. I just have concern for it. I know it is what had been asked. I also know the tuitioning patterns are very different from the Alberg School District to the Folsom and CIUU SD. And if they were to become one, they're not even similarly aligned in the grades that they're tuitioning currently. And so I recognize those challenges would, I don't know, potentially put it more at risk to be out there on both the proverbial and literal island in a completely unlike model than every other district being created in the state. So I have some concern and caution.
Yeah. So our map has them as a pre-K through 8 supervisory district. So no more pre-K through 8, pre-K through 6, pre-K through 8. And from what we understand, that is the direction that they're going anyhow. So they would be just like every other SD, but the difference would be that they tuition their 9 through 12 because they don't have a high school instead of operating a high school.
Right, and they would have no alliance again with the CTEs. They're like the only in here without a high school CT. So
That's right.
I raise that as a concern. I know one of the maps that you all had done before bifurcated the islands, but at least then it was aligned. So, and I do know, because I live in the district that is currently tuitioning 7th and 8th, that
part of the SU does.
That is challenging. Yeah. As they're considering, we in CIUU SD are considering what that would mean for opportunities for kids to bring 7 and 8 back. So I think that's an unresolved issue as I understand it in the islands, but I'm paying attention.
Yeah. So we do have them as a pre-K through 8. Those kids would have high school choice, which means they can take their dollars to a CTE. It would be very different than a pre-K through 12 supervisory district that did not have a CTE. So just a difference there.
Anyone in any district can go to a CTE, and it would be a pre-K through 12 district that operates K through 8, I think is what you're saying.
A pre-K through 12 district that operates K through 8. I don't understand what that is.
The LEA still is responsible for the 9th through 12th grade students. So you would either have to have 2 districts, one that operated K-8 and one that was just a 9 through 12 choice district, or it's a pre-K through 12 district that chooses to pay tuition at grades.
Yeah, we're talking about a pre-K through 8 that tuitions 9 through 12.
That is what
That's what we're talking.
There is no such thing as a pre-K through 8 district that pays tuition 9 through 12. It's just the LEA is responsible.
I know.
For the kids.
I know.
It's confusing me, and then when you throw in CTE, it doesn't make sense because that is already part of current statute. They already have that right. Yeah.
But Scott.
Okay. And so other changes, we received a letter was sent to the task force last week from Wells and Middletown Springs. They're districts that tuition 7 through 12, and they are joined as the Wells Springs district right now. They have expressed desire from their board to merge with the Meadowy 7 through 12 district that also tuition 7 through 12, which is just this. This is 4 districts there connected, and Meadowy has a really nice new school in the northern part of that district. That's actually most of the people in Wells and Springs are closer to that school than the a lot of the students in Rupert. So they see that as a good opportunity. So we moved them down there into Southwest. And then other changes that are probably worth saying, I think Dave's comment that we haven't restricted choice. I'm going to walk that back just a tiny bit because in this map, there are 7 SDs. If I put my glasses on, I can probably rattle them off. But the 7 SDs would be Southeast, Addison, Chittenden, Central, Lamoille, Northwest, and Grand Isle. And there are 4 districts within those that currently tuition 9 through 12 that would be instead incorporate into a K through 12 SD that's fully operating. So they would lose their, using Emily's terminology, they would lose their ability to tuition. Instead, because of where they're located and the distance they are from any independent schools, they effectively would have intra-district choice, which is pretty much what they're doing right now anyhow. So they would change their structure to be part of that SD. Moving on to the, Chrissy, if you could put the map up there that has the more detailed districts. Appreciate that. No, well, we can talk about this real quick if you, that's fine. So this is the same map as you just. Oh, one thing I should also note on this map, we've for the Rivendell and the Dresden school districts, we've just kind of put some diagonal lines in there just to indicate that they're kind of outside of this conversation. And then this is the elevation and traffic patterns with overlaid on the same map. And we've looked at this. We think it I think it works. I think by and large our CTEs have been located in areas that make sense, right? I don't think they just pick bad areas and then now we have to fix them. So I think that really I think the topography and the geography and roads, I think they make sense. Chrissy, now if you could go to the school district's detailed map. Okay, thank you. All right, so what you're looking at here is areas that are white. Those are the areas of the state that would be supervisory districts. There are 7 of them. And then the areas where there are colors, different colors, those are the SUs where those are the 7 SUs. And within those SUs, we have color-coded districts that are of the same operating structure together. So those that operate grades K through 8 and tuition 7 through 12 are in, it's like red or pink, I guess, there, depending on how the printer came out. Purple would be the pre-K through 8 that they operate and they tuition 9 through 12. And then green, those are the districts that they are fully operating. They operate all grades K through 12 within those SUs. And then the yellow is the non-operating that are districts that they just do not operate any schools. They tuition all their students. There is one little thing worth noting here because we could not map it given what we have to map with. But the North Bennington, which is down here in the Southwest, if I remember correctly, it's a choice K through 4, and then they are part of unions for 5 through 12. So it's a little odd duck down there that doesn't show up on the map. I think by my count, what this would leave the state with is instead of having 59 SUSDs and 119 school districts, instead we would have 7 supervisory districts and 7 supervisory unions. And within those 7 supervisory unions, there would be 21 school districts. And that would be the count of that map. And so I think that's pretty much it. Like Dave said, we tried to, the impossible task of accommodate everybody and everybody's thoughts and wishes. We've already, seen emails on both sides of the issue. But this was our best attempt at satisfying the Act 73, Section 3, a map with SUs that respects the historical patterns and all of the other criteria that are in there. So, yeah. Yeah.
You said just a minute ago, are you saying that all of the school districts would be merged into a larger school district?
All of the districts within an SU that are the same structure would be merged into one school district.
So the whole area in white on that map would be a single?
No, those are the SDs. That comment only refers to the SUs, what's going on in the SUs.
Okay, so that's why
Yeah.
when you said it, I didn't understand. So what you're saying is school districts as they stand today,
Yes,
if they operate K through 12,
within the SUs. That comment is so in the supervisory districts, Edie,
Mhm.
that's all the white areas of the state.
correct?
And they are the supervisory district. This would be a supervisory district that operates all grades. There's no dissimilarity. Everybody is operating all grades.
And are you suggesting that all of those merge into a single school district? That's what I'm not understanding. Or that those K through 12 school districts remain as they are. I'm not understanding that piece.
So, maybe, Chrissy, could you go back to the first slide? That might make the conversation easier. So this is the one that has so for example, we'll just take Chittenden, for example. So Chittenden County would be one supervisory district. There would be no sub-school districts within, that's just not how a supervisory district is set up. It is one board, one governance unit that delivers education to all the kids that live in that district.
And that's
Yeah.
the one that had 23,000 students.
That's the Chittenden, the county, that's the
2,000
big one.
students.
Yeah, that's the big one.
And the letters that you received from that district saying that that was too big.
We did receive letters saying that's too big, and we've been open all, and our goal here is to make sure that we're increasing the access to CTE. We'd like every kid to end up in a district that has CTE or they have high school choice. And we have not driven a line through, you get 22,000 kids, get 2 CTE centers. They're pretty close together. If somebody knows of a good way to divide up that district, I'm all ears, but I have heard people say it's too big. I haven't heard anybody say how to divide it up. So right now it is what it is.
In there. I don't think it works unless there's another career tech ed center in Chittenden County.
Yeah.
Given the numbers. But far be it from us to suggest where or how it would be divided up.
So yes, we have received comments saying that feels too large.
Mine's sort of a follow-up on what Edie asked, which is that I heard you say, so 7 school districts, 7 SUs, and then I heard 21 school districts.
So
Where's that
21 school, if you can go back to that district map, Chrissy. But when I say there's 21 school districts, there's 21 school districts that fall within the SU structure. Yeah. No, the supervisory districts that's a different conversation.
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah.
So 7 supervisory districts, 7 supervisory unions, and within those 7 supervisory unions, there would be 20 districts, school districts. 21, you're right, 21.
Great.
Yep.
So Beth and then Kim.
And then that's basically, if I'm reading this right, because all the existing school districts that have the same operating structure then meld into one.
Within that
So it makes
supervisory.
sense you have
Yeah.
about 3 per
Yeah.
SU because you're gonna have like 8
Yeah.
non-operating, 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Get it. Looking at them side by side helps.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Kim.
A couple of things. The one with all the white, I think that you suggested that those are all SDs with the same operating structure of pre-K-12, which is not true in the islands. Did I misunderstand that?
Oh, the islands would be a pre-K through 8 supervisory district.
Okay, so they would not be white.
They would be white because white just indicates supervisory district.
An SD.
Just indicates supervisory district. Yeah.
And a couple of things. The idea of melding in already districts that are operating at relative scale in the state is not as simple as it sounds of melding in, knowing the work that's happened within Chittenden County to do the unification of several of the districts. It would be a Herculean task, and to what end to imagine that there's no evidence of scale at 20 some odd thousand students. So that is on its face, feels like a fool's errand. So that is a concern. And I think the other thing I really need to point to is the language of the privilege of choice being preserved. That is probably exactly what it sounds like. We are protecting privilege. We are not centering our efforts at system design that is intended to serve every student equitably in the context of our precious and limited statewide resources. I mean, evidence of public tuition dollars going to private schools who then top up the need for families to pay. Honestly, I don't care if it's an additional $300, an application fee, an additional $3,000, an additional $30,000. But those examples exist, and that means we have inequitable access to education with the use of our money going to some of our private schools. And I think that being preserved is objectionable to me when we are otherwise suggesting that some of the largest districts already operating at reasonable scale, at which there's not a whole lot of evidence to create more scale, does much for it other than disrupt. So I think that is a problem on its face. I think I will also note that where you say there were 4 districts that lost choice, but they really didn't have any private options available to them anyway, is again, I think what's being preserved here is SUs as a model became part of an area that was primarily SD in the Rutland area. So, and for the purpose, as I understand it, of preserving choice for a relatively small group of students because there happens to be private schools near there. Again, the 4 districts that lost the ability to tuition were primarily tuitioning to public schools. The model of governance matters if we are directing our limited resources to the benefit of every student and their experience, opportunities for kids, pre-K-12. That's why I thought that we were here. That's in the intent of the law. That's what I thought we were trying to do. This map doesn't do that.
Thank you, Kim. And Dave has had his hand up.
So you're right about the privilege of school choice, and let me give you my definition of privilege. So 3 of these towns in Rutland County, Chittenden and Mendon, which have a K-8 school in Barstow, and Rutland Town, which has which is sort of the donut around the whole of Rutland City. They have a pre-K through 8 school. So I've lived in each town, but from 1984 to 90, I was principal of this Barstow school that serves Mendon and Chittenden. What a privilege it was for the kids in homes that I visited that were very needy and very grateful that they could go to these K-8 schools, and even more grateful that they had the choice of 7 different high schools in Rutland County. So it's a different take on privilege, I guess, because I know that the kids and their parents who in these towns, Rutland Town, Mendon, Chittenden, which we're proposing to be one K-8 district of choice, there's a privilege, yes, but it's a privilege for those parents to be able to choose among the 7 high schools that better meet the needs of their kids, because we all know that not every school is the right match for every kid. So the parents feel like they have a privilege, yes, and God bless them for being able to choose the school that best matches their child's needs.
Thank you, Dave.
I'm just curious then, if that's the case, why you chose to leave your region an SU and not an SD? Because if it was an SD, they would still have access to all those public schools.
Well, these are 3 towns among 27.
I understand, but if I noticed that, St. Johnsbury, Rutland area, those are now SUs, but if those districts were bigger districts, Holtney, Proctor, Rutland High School, Mill Valley, Mill River, all those schools would be within that big SD. I'm just curious about your logic about why some regions should get mass merged and some should be allowed to not mass merge.
Scott, you can answer that. If you don't have one, I can jump in.
Well, I mean, my understanding, and I'm not an expert on the Killington and Mendon and Rutland Town, but my understanding is they do head outside of Rutland County for education, public or independent.
Overwhelming majority of their kids go to Rutland High School, and then the next 2 categories are Mount St. Joseph and Killington Mountain School. We heard about those from the board chair.
Well, Mount St. Joseph would no longer be an option.
Right.
And I'm not saying that the majority of them don't go to Rutland County. I suspect that's probably true. They're in Rutland County, but because of their location, they do head outside of that county for education. And so that's why we left them.
So my answer is,
Well, the numbers don't suggest that, but I guess my question is, I'm looking at this and, I'm trying to figure out the logic behind why some regions should do mass merger and some regions are going to be asked to do absolutely nothing, really. And, I'm thinking, I've been hearing a lot from folks in the Lamoille area, Hazen has been working so hard in Hardwick to tackle, challenges around engagement and kids' high absenteeism. They've really leaned into this whole idea of community schools, and they're really making good progress. And they've really embraced that community school model. And now we're going to blow that up. Why should they blow that up? But somebody doesn't have to blow up their work around community schools just because they happen to live in an area with school choice. Because this isn't just about school choice. This is about, I find the use of the word melting into other districts offensive because of the handout that Jen Botzadorn's put out the first day about what it takes to merge. If we merge these districts, they will do nothing for 3 years, but try to figure out how to merge.
so the K-8 district that has high school choice is one school district in this proposal, separate from the rest of what you see there in the green or in the green area. So those school districts have already started conversations about working together, possibly merging. And when we looked at this, it made sense to have this sort of evolve with the local town working together, local schools working together in a supervisory union that would combine those school districts, previous school districts. And the K-8 schools, Mendon, Chittenden, Rutland Town, are different because they're K-8 schools with choice and wanting them to be able to preserve it as one district. So they're different.
I just shorten that a little bit. I think
the care taken to preserve tuitioning choice in some regions and the lack of care taken in larger school districts to say just push together is really hard to stop. I think that's the shortened version of that. I think you answered it, and I think that's the difficulty. I do have something, Kim. Yeah.
I will certainly echo that. And I guess more to the example that we're speaking about. Saturday, do you know, because I'm hearing that it's protecting tuition because there's a private school available, and I'm not intimately familiar down there, but it sounds like it's Killington Mountain School that would continue to be eligible. So do you have numbers to tell us for disrupting the work there rather than becoming an SD for the entirety? How many students are in that area in total, and how many are attending Killington Mountain School?
I've seen the numbers, but I don't have them on me right now.
Right, Debbie Singizer addressed this at the public hearing in Rutland.
So for the concern for the entire area, I think my point is the concern for equitable access to high quality public education for every student in that district. We will take an otherwise natural SD, turn it into an SU, so a relatively few can have access to a private school choice that has a topping up to it. Take the tuition and then pay whatever the extra is to go there. And that fails the straight face test for equitable access to high quality public education for every Vermont student.
I
It was
understand.
surprising to you. It was concerning to all of us, or I think most of us. And I am deeply concerned by this specific example as we're talking through it. What is being protected and preserved and privileged?
In the districts that are not Mendon, Chittenden, Rutland Town, those students don't have high school choice unless they're in what's called a 9 through 12 collaborative. And it's one of the ones that was mentioned here. And that's something that goes back about 25 years, where kids in grades going into grades 9 through 12 in all 7 public high schools, and there's a lottery, and they can choose the school that they'd like to go to if there's room. And that's the exception to it, in that that's the choice that they have. Otherwise, these are school districts that don't have choice.
But that could be an area for, and I'm just focusing on this example because that's where we're sort of pointing in this moment. But that could be a school district, and there'd be intra-district choice as described by Emily and as experienced in many districts where there's multiple middle schools or multiple graded schools, and that may happen currently. And so that certainly could have been the case. And I guess I think our work here, with all due respect, is to look at the future and be building systems that are sustainable to provide high quality access to public education for every student within the limited resources our state has available to us. And that could have, in this example, and to Edie's point, had that attention been paid to this particular example with that goal in mind, rather than preserving for a handful of kids the opportunity to go to Killington Mountain School, it would have been designed in that way as an SD with intra-district high school choice.
That's my point.
Yeah,
I think
I understood.
Jay might have something to say on this. Dave, did you want to say something?
I think I said it before, so it would be redundant.
Thanks.
And this is hard. And you really appreciate. I mean, everybody's trying to satisfy everyone. But I have a really hard time in contemplating. We're essentially, I don't want to say picking winners and losers, but we're going to pick some places that are going to have to make big changes and sacrifices, and others that won't. And given the feedback we've gotten from people, the people I still feel like we haven't heard from, thank goodness I don't have to run for re-election, are the people that are worried about their taxes. And it's going to be really, really hard to explain to people how we did all this work and we made these carve outs that are going to allow people to send their kids to ski school. I'm just having a hard time thinking, again, I hate to get bogged down in implementation, but if you're going to go out and explain this to people, and there are people that really are going to experience big change, I'm glad I don't have to make that explanation.
So what I was going to say before, I'll just say again about the ski school. That's a very small number. What we're talking about, because the vast majority of kids in Rutland Town and Chittenden, for example, choose to go to a public school. Almost all of them. Some of them went to MSJ, and now they can't do that. So we mentioned the ski school because we heard about that from the Barstow School Board Chair. And that's something that requires a legislative change, which I hope will happen soon.
We tried.
Thank you.
What's that?
Good luck, we tried.
And I guess I think
All right.
that it is designed to protect a small few. When I think I'm recalling, and those of you who know better, there is a grandfathering provision. So what we design for the future is important about our work, again, versus protecting a past. That is the reason why we're sitting here. Like no single factor is why we're sitting here, but the fact that we can no longer sustain and afford what we have and serve kids in the way we need to is why we're here. So looking in our rear view mirror doesn't solve that problem, protecting a few when those that are currently doing it, as I understand it, would remain protected through grandfathering with through graduation. But we could be purposefully designing for the future. And that's not what I'm hearing, and it is just deeply concerning.
You have an idea of how we should have handled that area?
Well, it seems as though it should have been an SD and not worrying about the handful of kids going to a mountain school. Again, I'm not as familiar with that area. I'm just saying what you designed purposely was to protect some small, private dollars or public dollars going to private experiences, because otherwise it could have been done through intra-district choice. It was all an SD. And what I heard Scott say was that those 4 that lost school choice were because they had no private school in that area anyway. And so it's just the way you guys described it. And I'm reflecting back what I'm hearing and the concern that it presents just in this one area. We talked about the other.
We have about 15 minutes left in this portion, and I do see that Wendy has her hand up, so I want to give her the floor. Go ahead, Wendy.
Great, thank you. So there's a lot to unpack here. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I continue to be frustrated by the definitions of SU and SD, and I will continue to advocate for better categories, which I know that would require legislation, but what we have now is not suiting us. There are reasons to have SUs other than private school tuition. The Rural Alliance has discussed that. I'm very concerned with the disruption to Windham and Windsor County areas in this map. And it seems that it's relatively casual to the design of the map. There are many school districts who want to retain their identity as school districts who do not tuition in that area. So I don't think that's fair to them. And it would be a big deal to consolidate all of those districts. Can you put up the map that has the transportation? Because I just want to point something out. And I also have a question. In the southeast or southwest district, the CTE, there's not a CTE at BBA, correct?
That's correct.
So the only one is in the very southwest. And is there an intent to have a CTE at BBA?
We definitely have had that conversation, Wendy. I think that is an area that needs CTE in the Manchester area. We've also, I think CVU seems to be a logical place. And also you have a tremendous distance between Essex and the Central Vermont Career Tech Center. And so some ways Harwood, but I'm just kind of opining at this point, really. But yes, we have had those conversations of places that would benefit from a CTE.
Yeah, well, I hope that the expectation wouldn't be that the state would provide a CTE, because I think that would be just very bad use of public money. If you can zoom in a little bit, I want to look at Dover and Wardsboro from both a transportation function and to talk about potential impacts to the rest of the Windham County area. You can see that the darker orange is where traffic goes, and there's not a straight connection to BBA. And what's currently the case is that with Dover and Wardsboro, 52 of their children go to public schools to the east, and 40 go to private schools. And so to force all of those folks to go to the west is not necessarily in the best interest of those kids and parents, as well as it increases the likelihood for public school deserts in Windham County. And that would be a big harm. So I need to point that out.
Wendy, they
Yes.
would still have, those kids in Dover and Wardsboro would still have choice for the same grades they do now, and they would likely, I think, continue the same enrollment attendance patterns that they do now. We're not taking away their choice and making them go to anywhere. We're giving them the same choice they have now.
But they would be part of yeah. I still don't think that that's a good change, especially when the districts in Windham and Windsor are you're looking at consolidating those districts with immediately, which is similar to what's happening in the north and the west, the northwest.
Anything else, Wendy? Wendy, did you want to? Okay. Do you want to say something, Rebecca? Because I see that Ruth Durkee has her
I
hand.
just had two observations related to some of the conversation. First of all, I think the challenge is that the disruption is being borne disproportionately by the operating districts, and the SUs that are being broken up are disproportionately pulling capacity out of some of those regions. I also want to clarify, I have a letter from the Thetford Town School District, which asked me, which expressed that it's committed to remaining a member of OESU and continuing to provide access for students in grades 7 through 12 as it currently does. They did not, in the communications with me, indicate otherwise. I just want to make clear that if there's something different, that's great, but it hasn't been communicated to me. They're committed to OESU. The other thing is the concern around, one of the things that came up at the last meeting was concern about the scale of that CTE in the Oxbow region, and pulling Thetford out of that also reduces, again, the scale in that region. So if it was already too small, I'm not sure why we're making it even smaller. And just on the CTE, I think in the White River superintendent here, but when we looked at the 24 data, those students are already choosing to go to 5 or 6 different CTEs because the supervisory union is so large, the closest CTE is in different places. So that should still be the case. In the context of Burton, many of the students who choose to access CTE are tuitioning to Granville, New York, because Granville is part of, guess, of BOCES, and they provide CTE through the BOCES on that side of the river. So much of the historic CTE access in that region is actually on the New York side of the border. I just thought those were sort of germane details to have on the table when we have this conversation. In terms of Barstow, I do have the tuition data if you'd like to see, and it is overwhelmingly Rutland High School. The next contender is Mount St. Joseph, the next after, and Killington Mountain School. There's a couple other schools that are not going to be eligible to receive tuition. So again, just to emphasize Kim's point, it's a very small handful of kids that we're talking about. And it's also a disproportionate number of districts, but it's a very small number of kids. And those are hard conversations. But again, there is no research that advises a district of 20,000. I mean, that is the one thing it's clear, diseconomies of scale. But we are really doing very significant impacts on regions that typically we're asking different things of different people. I don't know that that's fair.
We are.
Ruth in on this too, Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead, Ruth. Sorry.
I would like to hear from you.
Thank you. My apologies. I have an appointment and I'm going to only have a few minutes with you. So I wanted to just weigh in before I have to disappear. But I wanted to share that I have shared with Dave and Walken Scott Beck the capacity data that they requested. And I could just summarize for you that CTE capacity shows that we do have more capacity. We have more need for additional health sciences programs in Chittenden County and in Rutland County, so Burlington and Essex Technical Centers, Stafford Technical Center, Northwest Technical Center in St. Albans, but they have a program that is not yet fully enrolled at Cold Hollow Career Center, which is also in Franklin County, so there's more flexibility perhaps to be found there. And the other area where we have significant need in the state is for more construction trades programs in most parts of the state, not all, but we have a lot of need for more construction trades programs. And I think my piece for you is the capacity concerns aren't something that can be solely addressed through redistricting. Many of them go to CT center, capacity, space, those kinds of things. But the data's all there. And if you have questions after it's shared with you that you would like to ask, my colleagues at the agency and I are very willing to answer any questions you have about capacity. And the one other thing I wanted to share was that we are also thinking about CTE program capacity and best ensuring that our CTE centers and programs are full through other work that will go to the General Assembly this legislative session to really look at CTE governance and funding and all the ways in which we increase access to CTE for students. And so I think whatever you land on, we can work with in terms of how to best support access to CTE moving forward, but we're here to answer questions if you have them.
Ruth, I think it would help if we put up the chart, Chrissy, that shows all the tech centers, where the wait lists are and what the capacity is. And we can keep you on, Ruth, but while we look at that, you can explain it.
I will just.
It would be just helpful to understand our program completion rates and numbers, and not for now. Understood that would be something you could maybe get to us at your earliest convenience, so that we could see the currently operating programs, how many students are graduating with industry recognized credentials and otherwise. I know that there's better language and more CTE-esque stuff that is important about those graduating from those programs. So maybe that would be something we could follow up with if possible.
Great.
Yes. And just as I'm having a little trouble with settings here, and I really do have to leave at 11. I have a personal appointment that I scheduled months ago and I can't reschedule, but we're happy to provide that. And the other piece that goes with that is we have right at our fingertips the percentage overall of all of those things in Vermont. We also have center specific data. Do you want anything beyond center specific data? Like,
I think
I can send you what we have easily available, and then you can tell us what else you need.
That would be terrific. Thank you. And then I think the other question, you may not have time for it now, but that which you are anticipating bringing to the legislature in the spring, if that is, I'm wondering if that is the draft language we saw for a single CTE district. Is that what the agency is planning to bring to the legislature while we're doing all this
Secretary
work?
Saunders will be with you at some point today, and she can better fully articulate that. There's the language for a single CTE district and the agency's rationale for supporting a single CTE district, but there are funding formula implications as well, and they overlap and intertwine. And I don't know that in the next 4 minutes I can do them justice. But yes, there's a whole look at how do we design a funding system that will support increased access to CTE, expand middle school CTE offerings, expand CTE to provide middle school classes and career exploration, and more 9th and 10th grade CTE offerings, as well as address the areas that you'll see in the capacity spreadsheet, where the data shows us that we have the need to provide more than we currently have the capacity to do so.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Ruth.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott and Dave. Is there anything else you want us to pull from this data that is on the screen?
I don't think so. We just got it. It does show vacancies and wait lists. So we don't have the time today to dig into each program and each center.
Okay.
And I'll just add that we had not collected this before because it was not a federal requirement. We collected it for the first time this year. So we don't have multiple years to compare with, but I would say that anecdotally, I can share that the health science and construction trades data is not a surprise to us. And we will continue to collect the data each year from this year forward. So we will have multiple years of data moving forward to better inform our work, our collective work. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Much appreciated. Is there anyone in the room who has not had an opportunity to speak who would like to? I know Chris stepped out. Scott has one last.
Just before speaking, just in general, I think it's regarding Thetford. I mean, the reason why Thetford would be the only district of its type structure in the OESU right now. So there would be they have several of the same structure over in Randolph. And as far as their kids that attend Riverbend Tech Center, it is a school that has choice. I would imagine the attendance enrollment patterns of the kids as far as CTE would not change because they're they're still a high school choice community. And I would also say, I think maybe some people in the room were saying that districts within these SUs aren't being required to merge. There is a lot of merger within these SUs where districts that are of the same structure that are now operating as their own SD or their own school district are required to merge. So there is mergers going on in here. Admittedly, not to the same scale that's happening in the supervisory districts. So just in general, I mean, this is the map where it stands right now for us. I think this is the third draft version we've submitted. We believe it satisfies what the legislature asked us to do in Section 3 of Act 73. It takes 59 governance units down to and 119 school districts down to 7 supervisory districts and 7 supervisory unions, which include 21 school districts. And it would, I think, it would increase the access to CTE around the state while respecting the historical patterns that exist throughout the state of Vermont. So
Very quickly.
that's our mission.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Rebecca.
I appreciate it. And since it is a district I represent, I have to say what you said on the record was they had emailed you and told you they wanted to move. They have emailed me and told me something different. It's possible they told us different things. My concern is, and this is a concern with the entire process, we are sitting here making decisions that are somewhat arbitrary. And in this case, it was arbitrary based on structure, but it is ignorant or at least blind to how people perceive their existing relationships. And I'm not going to name names, but there are people within that SU talking about changing structure to create better partnerships already. And we don't know what those are. right now. And we can do tremendous violence to local relationships if we haven't taken the time to hear what people see locally as the opportunities to get to scale, get more kids under fewer roofs, and make a positive difference. Merging on the scale that we're talking about, again, can do tremendous harm. It will also prevent these districts from doubling down on learning, on reducing absenteeism, trying to create better opportunities for kids. And there are great opportunities to do that. But people are really anxious, and that kind of disconnect is very problematic. And I think we just need to be really mindful of local impacts on local efforts and local initiatives.
Thank you, Rebecca. We are going to take a very short break, a few minutes, so that folks can get up and walk around, do whatever they need to do, and then we'll be back for the regional high school map and discussion right after this.
5 minutes. 11:05.
We are back. It is a little after 11 o'clock, 11:05 to be precise. We're going to start the discussion on the regional high school map. And, before we get started on that, we wanted to hear from Chris Locarno, who'd like to weigh in on the CT map. Go ahead, Chris.
So I started this trend back in August where I listen and then like after break I come back because I got to think it through. So I would just say that I love the work more or less of what David and Scott did. My only thing is, I think I've said this before, I don't like the forced mergers. I would ask that they all become SUs and then let folks vote at the ballot box on what the leadership structure is. So that's my comment. I conceptually like this. I like the historical component. I like going from 59 down to 7. I like it all. I just am very against force merge. I don't know. I never have. So that's it. Generally, I like the proposal outside the force mergers. I want people to vote in their towns for what their towns look like, and yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Appreciate that comment. Okay, who is going to be presenting the regional high school map? I know that
It's supposed to be Jen. but
Jen is
she's
not
late.
here yet.
You want me to try to hit?
Wait, to Chris.
Sure, go ahead.
In many places, towns have done that. And so turning SDs who have merged into an SU is forcing a different structure. And so, and in a potentially more harmful manner than moving towards a more pre-K-12 intentionally designed strategic governance structure. So if your suggestion that they all be SUs is forcing a change. So I think,
Maybe
yes, it is. I'm sorry. It's not, I don't know. It just in fact would be.
Yes, Rebecca.
I'm just trying to stall so Jen has a couple more.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Just,
Tap dance.
yeah, I also think, and Jay, you did more years of this than I did, so maybe you can weigh in too. I'm thinking about this from the perspective also of managing this system. And, some of the, if you look at just this Northwest thing, it takes an hour to get from the middle where Newport is over to Canaan as is right now. And, now we're farther there and we're coming all the way down to St. Johnsbury basically. And I think about the kinds of things our superintendents have to do in terms of crisis management. And I don't want to go into the details too much, but if there's a crisis, you're an hour away. And we've just put that on steroids in the southern tier of the state. So one thought is the notion that you're getting rid of staff ain't gonna happen, not in modern America. It just isn't, because of the kinds of things our superintendents have to deal with now. The other thing you're gonna do is you're dramatically changing the role of the principal, because they are now the de facto, leader of that type in that region. And so we can't assume that shifting and making super SUs isn't going to change the impact on the role of principals. And that it actually then kind of starts to matter how many high schools in particular you have in a district. A district that has no high schools is very different from a district that has a bunch of high schools. They're just not the same. And we need to be cognizant of that as we make these conversations. And then I would also just note that some of the boundary readjustments actually undermine the viability of some of the surrounding systems because they're now too small and not at scale. And so we should assume that everything we do is going to have an impact. And I just go back to you, Kim. Maybe it's because of my family background and how some of my family made it. But I know people in some of these regions depend on our ability to reach them with education. And I just think our job is to, just like in public health, you think about who's most vulnerable. I think in education, you got to think about who's most vulnerable. And if your system doesn't work for them, it doesn't work, because everyone else is going to be able to take care of themselves. Somebody who can afford to spend an additional $36,000 to go to the school, they're going to be able to go to a good school. I'm not worried about that. They're going to be taken care of. I'm worried about the kids who can't do that, because our state depends on those kids. We need those kids. We need their good brains. We need their good hands, or we can't make this work. So that's my concern. And when you're talking about SUs that are, closing in on a fifth of the state, you're removing your leadership from that close kind of connection and support, and you're also eroding the viability of some of the neighbors.
Yeah, that is something I've heard a lot in the Chittenden district, worried about sort of the distance that they're gonna have to their leadership. Yeah. It looks like Jay, Kim, and then we're gonna pull up that slide deck as well. But go ahead, Jay.
Couple introductory thoughts before Jen arrives. First of all, I have to keep going back to the impetus for all of this. And so if we think back to the multiple attempts to implement Act 127, districts scrambled, school boards tried to get budgets passed. There were several that didn't, and we went on and on and on into the spring to try to get all of our budgets passed. And then cost became such a big bugaboo that we ended up with a proposal from the governor at the beginning of the year that proposed 5 districts and radical sweeping change to the entire system. And that's where I got really interested. And the whole legislative process followed from that. At one point, I was at a meeting of the Vermont Superintendents Association in which several legislators and from legislative leadership and the Secretary of Education came. During the Secretary of Education's conversation with superintendents, I felt bad for her because there were a lot of really important and experience-based questions that the superintendents had, and at the end of the entire thing, her response to us was, and this is as close to a direct quote as I can get, well, we can hope that maybe a miracle happens and that everything's okay. When I was approached to see if I was interested in sitting on this task force, I said absolutely yes, because change of the magnitude that is present in Act 73 lacks 2 things that I just heard Kim say. 2 words really rung with me was design and strategic. We're sitting here to implement a program that really hasn't been well designed, and really I'm still struggling to find the strategy. A long time ago, as a young man, I was a medic in the 82nd Airborne, and we had this sort of dark joke that we used the term cut to cure, meaning if something's broken, just cut it and you're set to go. Civil War era medicine, right? This smacks of that to me. And what I've learned so much in this process, though, and I've learned in going to the different regions for the public meetings, hearing the passion of a lot of people, one thing I will say is absolutely true. You cannot fault someone, whether or not they are using public school choice. They are concerned about what they perceive to be their students' best interest, period. And we have policies in place that allow them to do that. We have people that move here from other states that have even greater tax burdens than us. A couple of rating agencies have us ranked like 43rd in terms of our tax burden. People who are coming here from New York and New Jersey, who we heard from at the Leland and Gray meeting, they're ranked 49th and 50th in terms of tax burden. So they got a tax break, and they moved to a place where I can have free private school education for my kids if I want it. So we have policy issues that are creating these situations in different regions of the state that are very different. And then our approach to really would seem like very much cost-driven concerns about public education are a blanket approach. And going back to my medicine analogy, the human body is a really complicated thing. It's got multiple systems, just like our school system. And essentially, we have a doctor who's proposing that we have radical surgery when in some places we have a perfectly healthy patient, other places not so much. But we're diagnosing. We're not diagnosing. We're proposing radical surgery with no diagnosis, no CT, no blood work, no family history. And what I'm starting to get at what I've gotten at these meetings is a little more family history, and delving into the data, a lot more of an understanding about what the different specific circumstances are region by region. all of that is not to say that we don't need big change. I'm just saying at the outset, and you'll see a footnote on our presentation, that it's time for a deep breath before we do damage that's going to be really, really hard. I'm talking years hard to undo potentially. And I agree 100% with Chris. If we're going to go and take a system that is like a body in homeostasis, all these different regions have developed their own systems that work for their region right now, and we're going to say, forget that. You're going to do this instead. It's going to take a long time for those areas that experience the greatest change to stabilize, get back on their feet, and actually be able to do the things as well as they were doing them moving forward. And I would challenge anyone to show me how we're going to save money doing it, because I can't see it. So that's my preface. I also want to make very clear, because we have been approached. We've heard a lot from people who saw the slides maybe from the last presentation, but maybe didn't hear the whole presentation or read the large document. That the maps we created of 30-minute drive times were proposed maps for new districts. They're not. They were simply that, 30-minute drive times around comprehensive high schools. And what you're going to see from us today is a 3-part presentation that goes into, sort of merges the cooperative education agency discussion and presentation that we had, the strategic voluntary mergers presentation, and the comprehensive high school presentation. But what it does is it's all based on the idea that we're going to provide these maps for cooperative shared services and voluntary prototypical regional high schools. It does not mandate any mergers. And I want to not take issue with, but I want to echo the recognition that many districts have begun this work already, and we don't want to disrupt it. But the reason a lot of those districts are having these conversations and thinking about this is because they're afraid, going back to the original proposal, that something's going to get done to them, whether they like it or not. And so they better start having conversations to try to have some control over what happens to them. And I'm very much, especially having heard from so many people, I know that those things are happening in response to what we're doing, not necessarily on their, by their own volition. So,
Jay, thanks for setting the stage and getting us going on the right path here for this presentation. We're going to get the slides up on the screen, and you shall hand the mic to Jen to take us through this. Thank you for coming and for being here.
Good morning. My apologies for being late. I had one of those 6-month appointments that I could not change, but I was able to listen on the drive. So we believe in this proposal that these 3 components are inextricably linked, and it's very important to include them with each other, that to have cooperative service, to have voluntary mergers, to have comprehensive high schools are all linked to the work which we're proposing. So as you see on the bottom of those, the second 2 have carrots, which means there's a timeline, proposed ideas, thoughts, but they also have incentives for people to move in this direction. If you move to the next slide. So I've been to every single meeting, I've read all of the input, and there's been a lot, and it's not reduced to one piece, but there's not a lot of folks who are saying, yes, this is a great idea, let's do it. And also a lot of folks who don't think it's going to make things better. And the problem in terms of the credibility, that third call out, is that folks feel as though, is this going to make anything better? Don't get me wrong. I was instrumental in merging 7 towns into 1 district. It took a lot of time and collaboration, and people voted and they chose. And I think we've saved money. I also think we have many more opportunities. So this proposal looks at the input. And if you look at the next slide, what our proposal does is it really looks at the research. And we believe that everyone in Vermont cares about education, cares about kids, and we all know that there's an issue and we all want to address it. And we also, we crunched and looked at a lot of data from maps to enrollments to, I mean, it goes on, and there's a lot of information in the report. And I think it's very important. One of the most important things is looking at what other states have done and what actually does save money. And there's no evidence that having larger mergers at a huge scale will do that. And the last call out there, it's very important, as I said, with my example and my experience, that you include the local community and people who are intricately involved. When you have a K-12 school or pre-K-12 school and the seniors every fall go into the pre-K and read to them, and it's part of the program built up through mentorships, and then someone from way over here says, oh, let's do away with this, it has no impact or no understanding of what is actually happening in these places. So, yeah. Next slide, please. We thought about what the big goals were, and it's incredibly important that these are shared goals in Vermont. They've been voiced throughout the state. And the bottom line is we want a strong economy. And how many people say, I moved to this town because of the school? I want a good quality school. You have good, thriving communities. You have strong communities. You have people who come there because they want to be part of the community, and the school is linked to that. And it also strengthens business. I mean, look at the folks who work from home. And the money piece, things need to be more affordable. And then we all want to protect our most vulnerable. And we're going to get more into some of the details here. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do with this is look at how to tackle the cost. And if we move to a cooperative service agencies, people can start planning next year's professional development and save money come September. And coordinate that and do that work. It's not something that's going to take more time. So there are immediate savings. I think that third bullet, when we went to Rutland for our public hearing, and then we went to Winooski, two very different sized schools in similar populate, but they were very different and they were thriving, and we want to be able to protect the great things that are happening in our schools. And this last bullet, that's a hard one because the Agency of Education, I believe, is understaffed. And if you look at the special education work around Act 173, and there was a recent report that came out as part of Act 73, which said, report to us on how the state of special ed and the work that was going to be implemented on first instruction didn't happen. And some folks have referenced other states that are doing well with literacy, and they're really focusing on that instruction. So next slide, please. So you've seen all of this, and this is just our cooperative services, education services. It's regions that work together and collaboratively get what they need that they are missing. And the research out there shows that it saves money and it improves outcomes. Next slide. And one of the things, if I refer back to that special education report as part of Act 73, referring back to Act 173, it references Montana, and I think it's Wyoming. And both of Wyoming is just below on this list. Both of those have cooperative services. In many states, they call them BOCES, and we're the only state that does not. And on the right, you see that we are more expensive than all these other states. We are the most rural state in the country, and the models for other rural states who are doing incredible work and working together on some of the high cost levers use these cooperative service models. Next slide, please. So again, the strategic mergers, in the last meeting, I went through a couple specifics, and the idea of the body of this work is to be specific and use data and have strategies around what makes sense, and also include local folks. It was a prototype. It wasn't saying this is a mandated forced merger. So it's clear that we need more kids under fewer roofs, and we need to look at the benefits. So next slide, please. And then I'm handing it to Jay, who's going to talk about the regional high schools.
And I have a 2-page summary document that I'm going to pass around of our 137 plus page proposal. And I will apologize up front. Oh, you all have this already? Okay. No, I don't think, you may have it. Here, and I'm going to apologize up front. This, in hurrying to prepare for, in hurrying our preparation here, there are a couple of typos in the first paragraph. Drivers of cost, not costs.
Okay, coming around.
There may be some more.
An extra.
And where it says, it should say and protecting access. I think that's it.
You're so good at picking up those tables.
All right, so we could resume the slideshow.
Sorry, is the 2-pager different from the one that's posted on the website? It's the same.
Same,
Okay, so
It's already posted? Okay, great.
Posted for anyone. Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a lot. And I want to recognize both Rebecca and Jen for the amazing amount of work in terms of research and just numerous meetings. There's been a lot of thought put into this.
160 pages. This 2-pager, right, is an overview of 160
Yeah.
pages that loaded with great information.
Right.
Thank you.
And I did want to say, it reads faster than you would think at 160 pages. I was able to get through it, and I recommend that everyone who has the opportunity, please take the time to read through it. It really is loaded with great information.
Lots of charts and maps that make the read a little
Yeah,
faster.
thanks.
So in thinking about regional high schools, again, in this, I would say the same with the career and tech map. It's like we saw the need for taking advantage of the things that we know are already working. We know from the APA report about career and tech schools that the co-located career and techs have highest participation, best outcomes. And again, in an attempt to achieve some level of fairness, making sure we expand that access and really focus our mergers on being able to provide that kind of educational programming for all of our kids in Vermont sort of underlies a lot of this. Using data from a number of sources, we've tried to use that to inform our map making, and we've selected a handful of areas. In this, then the ones we chose were not exhaustive. I want to make that clear because people have looked at the maps and thought that the 30-minute drive time snippets are recommended mergers. They're not. We can go to the next slide, please. So as far as our guide rails for this particular proposal was first to do no harm. Again, trying to avoid deserts, trying to avoid long commutes. That's what we use the 30-minute drive time, which we're under no illusion that a 30-minute drive time equates to a 30-minute bus ride. We also didn't want to disrupt well-functioning systems that are already established or to get in the way of the promising work that's been alluded to earlier. The key to this is voluntary participation. If our feeling is that if we force this level and degree of change on our districts and our SUs, it simply won't work. We want to make sure that, again, we've had this choice conversation quite a bit. We're hearing it a lot from our folks that have reached out to us. Understanding the implication of tuitioning and choice, quantifying it through thorough financial analysis, and making sure that we're paying close attention to its impact on our overall ability to provide opportunities for students is going to be an important piece of this. The whole idea of cooperative support, everything we've read, especially in rural areas, having the support of cooperative service agencies to help to bring some level of equity in terms of things like professional development and special education services is critical to making sure that this works. And we've already mentioned expanding CTE access. Next slide. The other thing that we've structured this plan around is the idea that to try to implement change of this magnitude in a short term, again, is rife with opportunities for failure. So we're proposing taking a 10-year perspective on this kind of change. That we take the time to do better to do thorough fiscal modeling of these options, to make sure we have those policy guardrails in place, and to work to create and implement a BOCES model. We already have examples where it's beginning to work in areas of the state, and we'd like to see that work through. The middle phase of this would be to support regional pilots, and you'll see on several of our slides carrots. We really believe that the way to do this is to incentivize mergers and cooperative partnerships, not to impose them. And I know you're all in legislature doing a lot of work to look at construction aid. We need to make sure that that's provided in a way that supports what research indicates are best practices for moving forward with our school system. And then in the later years, once we have examples of regions that have seen success, is to promote those things and bring them to scale. Next slide. So here's a map, and we have, like I said, in the proposal, there are a number of different areas that we've highlighted in this way. These are 30-minute drive times from the existing high schools in the Rutland area. And it's kind of dizzying, but those are actual 30-minute drive times on good roads. And you'll note that it looks like sort of a psychedelic bullseye. We've got a number of schools located in fairly close proximity to one another. And if you look at the table on this chart, what we're facing as an entire state is declining enrollments. And you've heard us, and will continue to hear us say we need more students under fewer roofs. That's where we'll see economies of scale. And in some places that'll be really, really challenging because of geographic isolation, and especially in some of our more rural areas, which is where the cooperative services come in. But in this particular area, you're seeing a population decline from 2004 to 2024 of 1,420 kids with the same schools. So now that we're viewing as an opportunity. Again, thinking about carrots rather than sticks. Looking at the entire region, looking at the array of high schools that we have, are there ways that we could partner with one another to, again, reduce the total number of high schools, perhaps repurpose schools that end up being taken offline into things like central middle schools? We haven't even gotten to the middle school discussion, or affordable housing. There's so many uses for a former school building, but it's tough to argue that we need that many school buildings in this region. I'd say Montpelier is in a very similar situation with a number of schools. In fact, the map looks quite similar. A number of centrally located high schools, all overlapping with the 30-minute drive time, with significant declines in population. Next, please. So again, none of this works without the support of cooperative education service areas, which Jen's going to elaborate on.
Yeah, and this is the map. You see 5 regions, and if you also notice the footnote saying if there's people who want to jump or switch based on current practice. Here's the reason why we didn't go with more. 14 regions, for example, is you don't get scale for the things that you need to support our children. And Jay has experiences where he was in a city and then in a rural area. And I look at the example of, Newark Street School has 60 or so students, and I have a teacher there who's a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade multi-age teacher to get those class sizes down. And they're going to a training with somebody from St. Johnsbury Elementary School who's a straight 2nd grade teacher. And that allows then the one who's doing multi-age and the one who's doing straight to really understand a concept on math, how kids are learning to add or whatever the concept is. If you shrink those ranges, you do not get that richness. And I'm just talking about professional development. That applies to so many of these other areas, whether it's purchased services, buying in bulk, or facilities assessment and support, or special education services. And if you, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think one of the most powerful aspects of this sort of cooperation is that the agency of education could support this network of cooperative agencies by saying, okay, we're going down the road of trying to improve literacy for all students. The cooperative education service agencies end up providing training for everybody. And so within a region, you could have districts receiving the same training in a train the trainer model and take those best practices back to their individual systems. And I experienced that in Pennsylvania and found it to be extremely valuable.
And again, that's just professional development.
Right.
There's so many other components of the organizations, and you find that supervisory unions and districts, which have a smaller number of students, that it's harder to replicate and get the best, most efficient processes without collaborating with others.
Before you go on, I've been having a little bit of a hard time getting my brain around this because we don't have them here in the state.
Mm-hmm.
And just so when we're looking at a district of 30,000 students,
Mm-hmm.
it would be a cooperative service area that does different things from a cooperative service area that has 4,000 students or 2,000 students, right? So her purchasing power,
Right.
isn't necessarily a benefit, right? When you have school districts within a cooperative service area that are 2,000.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But if it's a cooperative service area that only has 2,000 students, they would band together for purchasing power.
Sure.
Is that the kind of thing that?
So that's a great question. And what you see in other states, in other models, is that the cooperative services will work together on certain pieces that work for all of them. And a perfect example is in Pennsylvania, there's a software system for analyzing budgets. And there's one district, I think it's in the Pittsburgh area, I could be wrong, that developed it, and part of their intermediate units is what they call. Everyone in the state and the other intermediate units have worked and adopted that. So it's not isolated. Okay, this one's working here and they're just doing this. Oh, you're over here. The structure allows it to share and really coordinate in areas where it needs it and other areas where it doesn't. So for instance, multi-age education, people in 2, 3, 4, teaching more than one grade, you see that more prevalent in certain parts of the state with smaller schools than you do in other parts. So, and the whole other piece of this is there's no quote models. If you look at the Champlain Valley Education Development Center, I believe it's what it's called. It provides professional development in basically that green part of the state, but people in the red part and the peach part will hop on to professional development there.
Another example is support for English language learners and the kind of support you would provide an English language learning environment in a district like Winooski, which has a concentration, is different than in maybe some of the more rural towns where you might be talking about one student. So you just need to deal with it differently because they might have one student who's an English language learner in that school. And so you would work with the BOCES in different ways that are responsive to your local needs because they're going to vary in different contexts. The requirement is that it has to be something that at least 2 members are trying to work on. Otherwise it's not cooperative, if you will. It's designed to and support. And if you look at it, some of the carrots is, I think you need to make sure that there's no duplication between the BOCES and the local districts. So if you're getting it from the BOCES, you're not doing it locally. But I think the other is if you're trying to leverage scale, you really want to reward people who do leverage the scale. So you might not allow a very rural system to continue to get small school grants if it wasn't participating in the BOCES, because you're trying to make sure it's actively doing something that's leveraging scale where it makes sense, and then supporting it to be the best it can be in those small communities because they have really unique challenges.
First question. How are BOCES paid for? Does everyone contribute like a assessment?
There's a section in the longer proposal, and as the business guy. It'd be awesome if you read it, Chris. And it's all in the articles of agreement that were shared, and they're linked to in the document online. But there's ways that the members decide on the fee schedule, and you can have a combination of a membership fee, but also sort of a fee for service kind of. So if you need EL services, you can sort of buy into that product. And there's also a recommendation around having more transparency. You could do, transparency so that if you're there's some kind of truing up at the end of every year, so that if you charge something to provide or develop a service at the BOCES level and it comes in under cost, that's transparent and there's a mechanism for redistributing that.
Okay.
It's the kind of cash accounting that you probably do in your sleep.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Check.
I would say along with that, Chris, too, as far as governance goes, the Pennsylvania model, there was one board member and a superintendent from each of the participating districts that make up the board of the intermediate unit. And the funding in Pennsylvania was some from the state. There was essentially a flat fee for participation from in my situation, it was a tri-county intermediate unit. So 3 counties, 13 districts, we all chipped in a fee, but then there was essentially a menu of services. We as a large city district had capacity, didn't use all the services, but we would buy what we needed. And because we're sharing as a group and have some state funding, the cost to provide those services, that's the savings. And Sherry, in her presentation that she gave several meetings ago, gave you some numbers nationally about what those savings look like.
Okay, Jen.
Sorry,
We're
Jen.
done interrupting.
No. Next slide, please. So these governance configurations are the same as currently. And people ask the question, how is this going to save money and why are you only doing 5 and why not just doing SUs throughout the state? And there's 2 pieces to this. One has to do with scale, is that when you have these larger cooperative regions, you can get to scale on various areas. And then a second is the cost and time, both human and financial, of transition. And this isn't to say maybe in 3 or 4 years there's a transition to a different configuration of governance. This can happen right now, and to do something as complex as what took me 3 years in a little tiny pocket, and maybe 4 years if you look at the back end of filling it, to say this is going to happen without having something in place which will save money immediate is why we've gone with this model. And the next slide shows you data, and it's hard to see on the screen here. I think if you look at this document, those of you online, if you look on the computer and run it, you can see. But the colors help you. On the left, it shows you the students, and you see the bar of the number of students. The next one is the ADM, and you notice the Champlain Valley region and the Southwest region both have 6.7 decline in ADM. So you can see that it's across the state. The 4th column is the grand list, and you can see larger, it's proportion to the number of students for the most part. So the 1st column and the 4th column match. The 5th column shows you the type of schools, and then you see the private type of schools, and those are much smaller bars, but it shows you the grade span. And you can see in that 5th column of the private schools, you see there's a bigger band on the right, yellow, which is high school. And then the multicolored column, or the second to last column, is a rainbow of how the facilities are doing. And green means super duper, red means Morning Will Robinson, and then the yellow is areas that need improvement. So you can get a sense of all the buildings are in the same area. There's a lot of yellow there, and there's chunks of red, and there's a little bit of green. And then the last column is, would this proposal keep the SUs intact? This lists how many there are.
Define ADM for folks.
So yeah, sure, thank you. ADM that stands for average daily membership, and that's the approximate number of students, because any day of the year you can pick a day and say how many kids are in your building, and there's a formula that they figure out the average daily membership. So, anything else? Okay, next slide.
Sure. So
I have a question back. Oops. Excuse me, but I have a question back on the last slide. did you look at the equalized education? I don't know, is that education spending?
The grand list. Yeah.
The dollar amount? Oh, that's the grand list? Did you look at that per student? That would be interesting to know.
Yeah, I did that division, and so the first one is 8.75, so that would be Champlain Valley, and I believe, the Northeast region is 12.46, and that was just literally, I was sitting with my calculator a few minutes ago because I anticipated that question, but that's just the back of the envelope looking at it. I think it's a really good question because when you do that sort of quick division, you got to make sure you're comparing and dividing apples and apples, not apples and watermelons.
Right. Great.
So
Okay.
that's something that can be explored further.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So conceptualizing our role in the work we're doing for Act 73, I've already addressed this pretty thoroughly in my opening filibuster, but as we're developing these different maps and going back to rework them, I continue to hear the echoes of the statement that a map isn't a plan. We're mapping before we're thoroughly planning, and so this is essentially a disclaimer. In order to develop a plan, we need more thorough analysis. Really appreciate the AOE jumping to help us get data. And we have assembled a lot of it, but there are still things we don't know. We had a very difficult time figuring out what is the capacity of the buildings we have. What are the historical enrollments of grades 9 through 12? We could get 2024, but it's apparently much more difficult to get previous years. And so that's the sort of data we would need, or a group of districts or SUs who are trying to think of ways they might merge and collaborate. They need that data in order to make good plans. So again, all with the hope of being more cost effective and providing better quality. So once that happens, we really could have an implementable map. Next.
So, as you know, there's a whole list of items that we're supposed to consider in the proposal, and this proposal has considered all of these items, which is what those check boxes on the left mean. And then on the right, there's a little bit of very brief explanation. Current, meaning that currently exists. The data is what we've looked at. The research is around the maps. And you look at the fourth to last one, the comprehensive high school, there's been an in-depth analysis of that, but the other two, the local elementary, that hasn't been done yet that's a piece of something to consider. So this just shows, look, we literally did the checklist. Have we looked at all these? Have we considered them? Next slide, please. So is this me or you?
It's all yours.
So the only one we didn't adhere to and address is district size. And the reason is because we could not find research that supported doing that would meet the goals of Act 73. And also the idea that if something is forced or done quickly, the potential harm it could cause, and the disruption and the cost could be great. And Vermonters care about, as those three goals at the beginning, we care about affordability, and that's important. And the other piece is this last bullet is we've heard loud opposition to both expanding private school choice and reducing private school choice. And that really needs to be flushed out. And we leaned into the word practical because those of us in the field who have actually been through this, the kids are coming tomorrow and we still are going to be educated them, and we need to think on a practical. And the next slide is a visual which sort of shows what my thinking about this is. On the top is this map. And then underneath, below the surface, are all these other pieces: the cost, the salary leveling, the energy, the student success, academic achievement, public input, democracy, process, local community, robust education, educators, recruiting and retaining. So there's so much under the surface, and just creating a map does not address all of them. And I believe, and if you are a classroom teacher and you're in first grade and you just gave an assessment and young people aren't understanding the difference between an sound and an sound, you go back and you look at how many need support in that, you look at the data, and then you make a decision on your instructional groups. And we need to be doing the same thing with how we need to look really specifically at what works, because it's different in Rutland than Reedsboro and Bennington and Barnet. We just need to look at the data. And the next slide is a bit of humor. And I like humor because I think it's funny, but I want to be really clear that I don't believe that this sinking ship is our school system. I think it's our financial support of it and figuring out the money piece. And I just want to give you an example. We did our public hearings, and at Oxbow, the culinary folks made this incredible meal. When we were at Leland and Gray, there were two young people serving coffee, and I talked to them, and one started talking about his trumpet and how he played the trumpet. When we were at Rutland, while the event was going on, there was a concert in the other room. And when I went for a break, there were all these kids laughing and smiling. And then at Winooski, I had this experience where we were eating in the cookie room, and there's this young boy with a basketball kicking it around. And then I ended up meeting the soccer coach. And he knew the name of that kid, who was clearly a middle school child. And he knew because it was a small community and he cared. And we've got thriving schools and people doing great things. But I also want to tell you that something that happened during these listening sessions. At one of the buildings, there was a bowl of food. And we were picking up markers and getting ready to go. And I was kind of in the corner, I was the only person around. And I saw this young person come and look both ways and then put some food in his pocket. And then look a little more and then take 3 or 4 pieces of those food items. And I was reflecting on, are we thinking about the wrong things? Here we are, these adults, looking at rearranging the governance when the financial piece is what really matters the most. So that sort of stuck with me, which is why I put this in. And I apologize if people think humor shouldn't be part of what we're doing. So next slide.
I think we need humor. There are places, while we've been doing this work, we've been contacted by folks that are saying, hey, wait, you're proposing this map, but we're already talking to this district. And as I think I shared in a previous meeting, I was invited to a meeting of the White River Valley SU early on in the process and heard conversations that they're having. In fact, at that meeting, another SU visited and actually had a board meeting within a board meeting. And again, these conversations are happening probably more than they were prior to this task force beginning for obvious reasons. There is growing anxiety, frustration, but in that we're seeing good ideas emerging as these groups work together to try to figure out how to be more cost effective, how to provide opportunities for collaboration to serve students better and improve quality. And I really think that is really the incubator for innovation and for local communities to come up with solutions that they own. You're essentially, if we let them do that, you're giving the work back to the people that need to make the cultural changes and the technical changes to do much better moving forward. Next slide.
And this is, again, the checklist of what we looked at as our rubric. We feel like this proposal meets all of those. And the piece that needs to be worked on is the finance and how we fund education and the money piece, as opposed to putting forth something that will rearrange governance and cause an inordinate amount of time, doesn't have local buy-in, and also there's no evidence that it does do that. So the next slide.
I think the fiscal pressures, it's really going to be important for us to be honest about the numbers. We're speculating in thinking that large-scale district consolidation is going to somehow save money. The research that we've consulted indicates at best that it might and it might not. And to put the system through that much radical change for the possibility that there might be savings, sure seems like a lot to ask of our communities. And some additional study, really to do a thorough fiscal analysis of what it would mean to go to, whether it's a CTE based, whatever it is, if we go from 52 to 14 or 17 or however many we go to, having a thorough analysis, whether it's the Joint Fiscal Office or independent audits, would be key. And also, as one of the earlier slides indicated, we've heard from people that we shouldn't be spending as much public dollars on independent schools, and others who say we should preserve choice and even expand it. And I've heard some folks say that every kid should have choice. Actually, we were admonished by one district that contacted us after the initial presentation of both BOCES and the comprehensive high school model, saying that by providing independent school choice, we're saving money. Maybe, but I'd really like to see an independent analysis that proves that one way or the other. Then we all, as taxpayers, could feel comfortable that when the tax rate's determined, that it is as it appears, that we are providing the best we can with the dollars we have, and we're being fiscally responsible. Or are we paying a premium in towns that are allowing students to drive by the public school to go to another school, and then leaving all those stranded costs at the public school? When I looked at just some of the numbers in the Montpelier area, for example, Twinfield, there are 97 9th through 12th graders at Twinfield right now. So my guess is, and again, I'm not an auditor, I'm not an economist. I think I took one economics class, but just common sense wise, we're operating that school. We have 97 kids in grades 9 through 12. Could we be more fiscally responsible with the spaces we have? Next.
That's it.
Oh, I actually, I'm not done with that slide. The other thing, and again, here, this is obviously an advisory committee to the legislature. We have to be, I think we owe it to our taxpayers to be honest about the true cost drivers of public education. I just know firsthand from working with my school boards that they were turning around budgets that were flat essentially, and it was the imposition of the new student weighting formula with Act 127 that made it look like we're spending 10% more than the previous year or 15% more. And in truth, the operating budget that we put through was flat. Didn't even accommodate inflation. And so boards are scratching their heads like, well, we thought we were being really responsible, but all of a sudden now it looks like we're overspending. And then when the headlines are, we get these public schools are spending too much. We got to be honest about that. Our tax burden, our tax situation in this state is doing nothing to encourage people to move here. In fact, people that live near where I live are looking at New Hampshire and saying, wait a minute, I get an 8.5% raise if I moved across the river. So I think this is so important, getting this right, that this can't be a partisan thing. And it can't be an independent school supporting versus public school supporting thing. We need to be honest about the numbers to make good decisions. And I really honestly, I'll say again, I'm very skeptical that simply consolidating is going to save the state money. Next slide.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
It's no big the
We're
end.
done. All right. The end.
Now, it is noon, so it is actually time for us to take lunch. We only have half an hour today, so it is a truncated lunch. We'll be back with questions for the folks who worked on this proposal. Thank you very much. See you at 12:30. The school district redistricting task force back to order after lunch. And we're going to start with a quick update from Edie, if she's prepared to do that.
I am prepared to do that, and I apologize that we didn't do this at the beginning of the meeting. We mentioned at the previous meeting that we had a open meeting law violation concern, and we did meet as a group. We ended up meeting on Friday morning of that week, so that in an emergency meeting to make sure we hit the deadline. The open meeting law violation, I apologize, I don't have my notes in front of me, was a concern that because the dates were changed on our open meeting, on our public hearings, and violation of the open meeting law. And just so that folks understand, the response is that we were not in violation of open meeting law because in part, mainly, like we are an advisory body. We are not a decision-making body. We are sending our report to the legislature for them to make a decision. In addition, we did post all of our meetings so that folks could attend, and there were significant attendees at the meetings where the location, the link, thank you, where the link got changed. So that is a brief update on that, and apologies for not doing that at the top of the meeting.
Thank you, Edie.
Yep.
And thanks for everyone who participated in that. Much appreciated for your input and engagement. We are now moving on to the second part of our meeting. So we have on the agenda from 12:30 to 1:30 to discuss the cooperative services map, go over it and then discuss it. And then at 2 o'clock, we will talk about, sorry, at 1:30, we'll talk about reflections. We'll reflect and suggest, make suggestions for refining our proposals. Who is going to be presenting the cooperative services map?
The two teams that were tasked with those two maps made a decision to integrate them into one, right? And so I think we should just name that for people who are listening to that. We ended the last meeting with 3 maps to consider, and we came into this meeting with 2 maps to consider. And so one was the consolidation of these several ideas into one.
Right. So we could, I mean, if we would prefer, we could just have a conversation at this point about those proposals. That's totally fine. Is everyone okay with that? Yes. Okay, great. So who would like to start the discussion? We had a fairly extensive conversation, an introduction by Jay, and then we went through the slides that Jen and Jay presented. We haven't really heard any questions about what was proposed, so this would be a great opportunity for that.
And I guess I'm not clear on what the proposal is, so if we could just have more clarity on that, that would be really helpful. Is it? I read it. I read.
We
I
did
read
read
the
it.
whole thing.
It was,
But
Pager is just sort of at a very high level outlining the components. Does it make sense? Jen, lead us through that.
So the map would be the map of cooperative services, essentially. The other maps that we included in there that showed the 30-minute drive times are simply to show the opportunities for that collaboration. But this is essentially proposing a map to establish boards or cooperative education service agencies.
Do you feel it's a map that connected to the charge from the legislature on developing a map that includes a supervisory union and has some kind of governance structure? That's what I was trying to get at after the meeting. I was going to ask you about it at lunch. How do you see that map in terms of the charge that's in Act 73?
I'd say yes, because it relies on our existing structures that are in place right now to do the work together to get us to mergers. It doesn't decrease. If that's the question, it doesn't consolidate.
Doesn't change anything unless there's collaboration within each of the 5 districts, come up with a different government structure. I don't understand. Is that right?
Oops. Defer to Rebecca.
But that's not true. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change governance immediately. And I think our concern, and when we spoke, we actually shared some of these ideas iteratively with a number of different folks. And what we've got is, hey, we know we've got some real challenges. People can't afford the system. We're hearing that all over the place, no matter where you go. We're also hearing people concerned about some of the quality challenges and some of the capacity of our system to respond to some of the needs that are coming up. It is very hard to read the report on special education or on special education, and frankly, even the CTE report, without realizing that objectively these systems need to be addressed. And so I think the thought about the CSAs, the cooperative education service areas, is we can't wait for 3 years to try to get some traction. Merging is incredibly challenging. We heard that over and over and over again. And if people are going to have to do governance, they're not working on affordability, they're not working on improving teaching, they're not figuring out how to expand access, they're just like doing merging for a couple of years. And so the thought was we need to get something in place now that is going to help build up those opportunities for kids, get some lateral expansion of innovation. You know, if someone's got a great idea, we used to have integrated buildings, we just dropped that too. We need to have some way to get out the things that work and disseminate them and put them in place so people can begin to address some of the challenges we've identified. And then I think, the point on the slide around, usually a map represents a solution, but you usually take the time to plan and design, and then the map comes out of that analysis and work. I think the thought was, particularly when we looked at the severe population decline in some regions, and I think, the capital region is a good example. We've got one proposal to add 300 seats because we're building a new CTE center that instead of 200 is going to serve 300. We have an area that's had profound population loss sustained over the last 25 years, and we're adding more seats. Who thinks that isn't going to raise costs? We have to be thinking in a more comprehensive, holistic way to try to get to good solutions that create those great CT options for kids, but don't do it in a way that just spikes the tax rates for everybody.
But to Dave's question, was in the map contains supervisory districts and supervisory.
It has supervisory units and supervisory districts. What it is doing, and I'm sure the legislature will have thoughts, what it is doing is moving some functions to that regional level where scale matters. There's things where scale really matters demonstrably. And, one of them is the substantially separate settings, but it's also PD, it's all the things that we've talked about. So yeah, it is changing the role of those entities. It is creating regional collaboration, but it's also an entity with better data, better control that can help support some of those voluntary mergers that we expect to be coming along. And I would just go back and look at what Dr. Bonsignor presented a couple of weeks ago. We are moving. This state is moving from, we have fewer SUs, we have more SDs than we used to, and we have pushed some districts together in places that have had conversations. We're hoping that this will keep that work going as well.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said. The question was, is this a map that will create or incentivize a new governance structure as directed to us by the legislature in Act 73? So the question is it a map that what's been presented is that it's some kind of voluntary collaboration, which I'm sure should happen. But is it a map as directed to us by the legislature?
I'm leaning into that as practical. And I guess my point is, if someone said to you, let's do this, and you said, yeah, that sounds great, and then actually you realized later it was going to be a careless map that did careless harm to people and didn't actually move the needle in cost and quality. To me, the responsible thing is to say, that's actually not responsible, but here's some other things you could do instead. And so I'm leaning into the practical thing, because I don't, if we cannot defensively say that merging Chittenden County into a district of 23,000 people is going to objectively improve quality, improve access, and bring down tax rates, I don't think it's responsible to say we should just move the furniture because we're obligated in the bill to move the furniture and forget about the practical piece.
I understand your criticism about the map that's in front of us. You don't need to convince me of your concerns about it, and I totally get that. My question for you, Jay and Jen, you did the presentation. Is it a map in terms of the definition the legislature gave to it for the task force? Come back to the legislature with a map.
I'd say our capacity is an advisory committee, correct? And this is what what we consider to be our best advice to the legislature. If the task really is just to create a map, I'll go back to our first meeting. Cut it up by counties, cut it up by VSA regions, cut it any way you want. Here's your map. And how you're going to implement that, it matters. And I think that should be part of our recommendation and advice, is that, like, sure, you could have all kinds of forced mergers. You could say everybody's going to be in an SU or everybody's going to be in an SD, and there's going to be 12 of them. Stand back and watch it happen. Just what the feedback we've gotten from the field and all these visits, it's like, how is it going to happen? Unless you as a legislature say this is what's happening and disregard what all your constituents say. I mean, that's or we become the convenient the folks that decided that there would be this task force to make these maps get to say, well, look at that crazy stuff they came out with in the task force. It wasn't me.
Before we go, that's why I keep Act 73 open on my computer. I refer back to it all the time.
Okay.
And just going into powers and duties and what it says on here, right? It says the task force shall study and consider different configurations for school district consolidation and propose not more than 3 options for new school district boundaries. And it goes on more. But so consider different configuration for school district consolidation, I think, boards of cooperative services or cooperative services areas does fit that requirement. It to just, to directly.
You can have voluntary waivers.
Configurations for school district consolidation. So it's configuring school districts working together. Consolidation, I can get the definition of it, but I think, I'm not 100%.
The rest of the sentences.
And propose not more than 3 options for new school district boundaries.
Yeah.
So that part, I'm going all the way back to what you said about governance. Because it said at least one has to have supervisory unions in it. And if this is not proposing any changes to existing governance, we currently in Vermont have SDs and SUs. So it does meet that part of it about the SUs. The new school district boundaries are not being proposed. That last part of that sentence as part of this. It's asking voluntarily for that to happen.
Yeah. So when I read this and I overlay that with my experience with 2 of these, what I try to do is think what does no harm and is best for kids. And when I read that, the part that says no more than 3 new, it doesn't say must be 1 or less than 3, so that if then contrapositive clause right in there. So that's, I mean, I hate to be logistical, but I'm not, I am in support of mergers. I've done 2 of them and I've seen the benefits of them. The map that we're proposing is the BOCES one, and how I read it when I went through those 12 things on the checklist was not more than 3.
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
that's my interpretation of it, whether that's right or wrong.
I guess my short answer is I think it meets that you asked for in your first question about the governance.
It is a map.
Not more than 3.
No. Does the BOCES proposal with the voluntary changes in governance, is that a map according to what was directed by the legislature? That's what I'm trying to ask. And what do you think about that?
I mean, the short answer would be no, and that it doesn't, propose new school district boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as the governance piece goes with the whole SUSD thing, yes, it meets that criteria.
Trying to speak too much as co-chair, but I will speak now since we seem to have a chunk of time that needs to be filled. And I think this is fascinating discussion. We had to take in other considerations, right, as we were doing this work. We had to look at reducing costs. We had to look at quality. We had to look at efficiency. Execution was capable of being implemented. Fairness and equity, voice, right? These are weighty nouns, right, that we had to get our arms around when we were considering doing this work. What I really like about this particular proposal is that, and I'm speaking from a place of having spent several years working on school construction, it's a hopeful map. I feel as though it's a map that embraces a better future. And it's a map that as a legislator, I feel like I and many of my colleagues can get their arms around, right? Because it is a roadmap. And that's exactly what we need. We need a roadmap. We don't need a rear view mirror, right? We need to be going forward. You've heard me say it before. I'll say it again. Our current school portfolio is the second oldest in the country after Alaska. We have over $6 billion worth of deferred maintenance. Everything's getting more expensive. When we have school buildings that are not full, that's a problem. When we have HVAC systems that are causing harm to our children because of the levels of PCBs or PFAS or you name your toxin, that's a problem. When you have schools that weren't built with private spaces that can make sure that we are following FERPA rules, et cetera, that is a problem. I spoke to a superintendent down in the southern part of the state who has a building that dates back to the late 1800s. And he just put in a $350,000 HVAC system. I mean, that is a problem. So I said it earlier in this process, I don't want to support anything that doesn't include some construction aid, some thought to school construction, some regionalization, right? And doing what's right. And ultimately, it will save money. That's the thing. Ultimately, having school buildings that are more efficient, that are full, and that are up to 21st century learning standards will benefit everybody. And the taxpayer, I will say that, will benefit the taxpayer ultimately. It's an investment in our future. So I like it. I think given all of the moving parts, we've done a great job. I thank you for putting forward the CTE map. And I think you even acknowledged, both propositions acknowledged the size conundrum, the 4,000 to 8,000. You really weren't able to hit that target, and neither were you. You had smaller districts and much, much larger. So I think that just putting that on the table is like sort of this impossibility is just being honest. But I also acknowledge that you said that your map works really well with, regional high schools and regional comprehensive tech centers. So we have a lot of common ground. I know we've had some hard discussions. This is tough, but it's interesting to see that we do have some common threads that hold us all together. And I really appreciate that. Dave.
a question on a very different level. I mean, you were up at the Martin Luther King Jr. level, and I'm just Dave Watt at a very low level. The blue town here on the map, what is that? It's just,
So I believe that if you look at that section, you've got Orange East, which includes Thetford, and then you've got Rivendell Interstate School District above it.
Yeah.
So that's Berkshire, Orford, West Fairleigh, and so it jumps over to New Hampshire. So you see the little gap. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, so with the blue ones be connected to the North Kingdom.
Well, right now, because Thetford is in the supervisory union, is that the right, am I talking about the right? Thetford is in the Orange East Supervisory Union, and so they're going north right now. They have asked to be realigned with either central. So this is, if you look at the text that goes with that, it says some areas.
Yeah, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, but the reason there's a bump there is because of that interstate district.
No, but they've asked to be realigned, and so I think we need humor. Yeah. When we talk about why the DSA regions exist, it was around restaurants, because they were convenient restaurants for superintendents to meet. I don't even know if those original restaurants still exist, but the reality is some of the alignment regionally has shifted over time as in post-Act 46, and we've already heard from several places, and instead of trying to ad hoc move things around here, what we just did was made more obvious that we're assuming that there will be some realignment around the regions because people are already requesting it. So I think the goal is to make something hopeful that works, that helps people make a difference for kids and make a difference for families and communities. But we know that this isn't going to be exactly what it looks like in the future.
Yeah, Jay, I think the 10-year perspective is important too, because there are things like thinking about some of our older buildings that if we decide to keep them online, we'll have, I mean, some of them I'm sure are still burning fuel oil. And if we could spend millions of dollars and retrofit them with geothermal systems, that'll be great for the environment, but it'll be an upfront cost that'll yield savings later. And so I really think a longer term perspective is necessary. And again, if we were to put this particular series of maps combined together, the legislature would have to think about, like, are we going to make investments when the call really was to curb costs? But to save money, I really do believe we're going to need to invest money.
In terms of Vermont's history, I mean, if you think around the 50s and 60s when we formed the unified school districts and the unified high schools, the union high schools, they were supported with construction aid. And I think one of the challenges that we see now is if you aren't already at scale or have a lot of tax capacity, it's difficult to even think about affording a bond right now. So we're getting grotesque inequity in people's even ability to respond. So one of the powers, again, of the BOCES is it's a way to convene regionally. People know, like, people aren't not moving because they know they don't have challenges. They're not moving because some of these things are really hard to solve by yourself as a district. So what we're trying to do is give people a network so that they can leverage that network to move where they need to. Because otherwise they're stuck. I mean, and you see that in the people who've reached out about wanting union high schools. They'd love to have a partnership that was a bigger district and a shared building that would let them shed buildings. It would reduce their operating costs because they wouldn't be dealing with multiple depreciated buildings that are expensive to maintain, but they can't get there without something to help get them over the hump.
I just need to go back to clarification on this map because I can see the Boards of Cooperative Services map. I get that completely. I understand the plan for regional high schools down the road, building up to date in places that make sense. I think that makes sense. I understand strategic mergers. We did one, right? So I understand that piece. What we're saying is, if we choose to do this, that we need an agency of education or an agency of transition, right? Like, we need some kind of serious support to move into whatever this next state is.
Right.
Am I understanding that accurately? Right. That's
you're looking at, I guess if you're asking.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, I mean, Really the cooperative service agencies could provide that, but we have to stand those up. The agency could be a vital partner in supporting districts that come to them and say, hey, look, we got these 3 entities that are thinking of getting together, and we'd really like to consolidate a couple of our high schools, and we'd really like to have a state-of-the-art career and tech center. Ultimately, what I would envision would be to have levels of state support for school construction and renovation, and a checklist developed out of a lot of the work we've already done here together to say, if you realize these economies of scale by doing this, this, and this, you'll get a 40% match, or whatever the number is. I don't pretend to understand the economics very well, but I do know that the facility condition assessments that we had done as a state are wildly understated in terms of the costs to renovate. Because we had done one in Norwich and had to have it redone recently, and those numbers from Bureau Veritas are really low. So it's a big, huge, it's not going away either. It is, yeah, daily. So there would be a lot of moving parts, and but it would be a forward-looking, hopeful, what does school look like in Vermont in 20 years, 30 years?
Well, and I appreciate you saying that this cooperative service areas, agencies, could provide support in that way also, right? Because understanding how much a merger takes away from a district's ability to enhance student experience, right? Like you get there in a better state, but you take a few steps back before you can start going forward again. And so I think it's not something you haven't said. It's just, okay, getting my brain around it. Thank you.
It's really complicated work. I mean, I think of the Hartford Area Career and Tech Center. The superintendents from the participating districts sit on an advisory board, and half of the districts, it's Mascoma from New Hampshire. It's Lebanon from New Hampshire. It's like, those are the sorts of intricacies in this kind of work that I don't think, and this isn't a slam on the legislature, when Act 73 was finally cobbled together, those are the details that, like, someone's going to have to figure out. Even if we just give a map and say, here's what you're going to do, what are we going to do about that? Where we get career and tech centers that are taking kids from New Hampshire. And what about listening to the plight in Twin Valley, where we've got surrounding kids heading over to Massachusetts to a whole bunch of different career and tech centers and regular high schools. Those are not easy problems to solve, and us delivering a map that divvies up the state into a smaller number of districts, to me, I don't know, we know that now. We can't not know that. So when we make our recommendation back to the legislature, I think we have to say that. Like, we looked at all this data, like, till our heads were spinning. We had listened to all these people, and our advice to the legislature is, don't force this. Like, make it happen in a positive way, but still hold that as the goal.
In any initiative that isn't well planned and well implemented, because it will never achieve the intended goals. But with respect to the specific opportunities for the agencies, if you look at page 22, number 6 at the bottom of the page, there's critical roles for the ALE to play in terms of ensuring compliance with state and federal law. So, for example, the science of reading, if we're going to roll that out, the OCs or the CSUD can amplify implementation of the practice of science of reading across the state. But the AOE has to play a critical role in defining what that is and making sure people are implementing professional development that's consistent with the intent of the law. Shared reporting and business systems at the local BOCES or regional CISA level should actually support the data imperatives of the agency and hopefully free the agency to do better with the analytical tasks that it's uniquely positioned to do, as opposed to just trying to make sure the data is clean. And then there's huge work around accountability and making sure there's no duplication that this is really an amplifier of local capacity, but not a amplification of excessive burden. So there is an incredibly important role there for the AOE. And then on page 33, the AOE is already indicated, we've got $4 million for transition, and it has new positions with capacity to support quote unquote transformation. So that capacity should exist. And this is a less burdensome stand up than trying to manage the kinds of mergers that we've talked about. And I say that as someone who both did a merger in the local 4 districts, we merged into one, and as somebody who worked at the AOE during Act 46. This is a much lighter lift for the agency.
I have to say that I think the literacy example is a really good one. As someone who worked on literacy, some bills around literacy, it's been fascinating to watch. And I know that years ago, so there's definitely a professional development piece to it. But in terms of like the programs that districts use for literacy, I know that at one point the state looked at having a statewide, software system for literacy, and it turned out it was too expensive. So now each district is kind of paying for their own, and it's sort of, it's not consistent across the state. It's not necessarily equitable. It's disparate. And wouldn't it be nice if, talking about economies of scale, if you could, in your BOCES, have one literacy program that you use across a wider geographic area? I would imagine it would be less expensive, and it would provide some cohesion across a greater region.
They know that a bill was passed requiring changes in literacy practice, right? Like, I think right now, because we don't have any coherent capacity to implement anything, we can pass all the bills we want. It's irrelevant. Yeah. We have new education quality standards. What's been done to implement them? It doesn't matter if somebody isn't following through on the work to make sure it's actually happening. We spent 5 years, we can argue proficiency-based versus seat time all you want, but putting 5 years of work into proficiency-based graduation requirements, that hasn't even implemented and passed over the new set of requirements. We lose so much time through inconsistent and variable implementation. And variable implementation, that's inequity. If some kids are getting the best in science and formal literacy, and other kids, their teachers don't even know the bill passed, that's an equity gap. And that's what BOCES are uniquely positioned to try to address, to make sure that when better is possible, that it's reaching every kid. And in whatever we do, I appreciate the way you started, because it has to be focused on the students, and it has to be focused on our communities.
Anybody else, questions or comments? Kim, did you have?
Both. I think I'll say I share a hope for this version for that very reason. Words and wisdom and actions of the brilliant, courageous, and compassionate leaders I've had the privilege of working with. All of our kids are all of our kids. Our students are first, and that means every student. And it feels this creates an opportunity for us to look through that lens at how we improve opportunities for students through capacity building. So that's important to me. So in that, I really appreciate this version. I do have a question around 40% of our kids being in one CSAT? Is that what we're going to call it? CSAT. And to think about the concentration in our more urban center and then the more rural nature of the other two ends. And I'd like to understand a little better how that size works for that area.
Googling number of students and BOCES in other states and collaborative education services, and Chittenden County is still on the smaller end of some, just nationally. And the point we need to remember is this is about leveraging scale where scale matters. And so the bigger you are, paradoxically, you have more power behind the shared initiatives. And so it's not clear to me it's a disadvantage. And part of it is how the local membership, and we did put in sample articles of agreement based on the one BOCES that's been formed in. But even even within that region, there's going to be variation. And you know, there is a mechanism here to ask for reassignment or to reconfigure. So we're not saying this has to be the be all end all on math. But if you think about it, the key is that there's the capacity to get what you need, but maybe not everybody needs it. And the example I'm going to give again is specific strategies or supports for English language learners. I remember being in a small rural district. We had a child, English language learner, with a very unusual disability. And I think I've said this before. We had to go to Massachusetts because the expertise to deal with that certainly did not exist on my side of the state, and we couldn't get anything out of Montpelier area. So the power of a BOCES, it lets you hold that unique expertise locally so it's available on demand. Because it's like insurance, you're big enough to hold on to it. The little districts can't do it. And that means that kid is not served well. And we tend to throw people at them rather than throwing quality at them. And in the case of the big region, what you may find is that there are individual needs that are funded on a fee basis that only some of the districts within your larger CSAL participate. Not everybody has to be in on that. Maybe they don't have, a lot of English language learners in the district. So that CSAL could specialize on that need for just those member districts that were interested. In very rural settings, you can't use the same strategies because you might have only one English language learner in your school. And so you still need to meet their needs, but the strategies for doing that are very different than it would be in St. Louis. And those kids all have rights, but the way you go about it, you're using that bigger capacity to help you figure out how to do it where you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, can I ask that follow? Just in the example you shared, the Winooski ESL versus, and I don't know if I got the right acronym, but yes, no, I mean the English language learners, and with that, in the example you cited, would that pull those educators to the BOCES level, or where it already exists because of the volume and the need integrated within the school district that exists currently? It may not be a service they purchase out of a CSA, as opposed to in the more rural surrounding areas where there wouldn't be the volume to serve locally, but the need would exist potentially to be serviced by the collective.
It depends.
Okay.
I mean, the kind of, for example, for a special education evaluation or for a particular PD, it might make sense to host at that level. There's still things that have to be done at the local level, and that's where the AOE has a powerful role in making sure there's no duplication. But, just like if you use Martine's example of a curriculum, if that is purchased at the BOCES level, then you aren't purchasing a second curriculum at the local level. Those are things that you bought into.
And in staff.
I think Jay wants to add to.
I was just going to chime in, having been in a district that was 13,000 kids, but part of a tri-county services. And the same thing will be true anywhere we have scale. So if you're at Essex Westford, you have scale, you have a lot of these, you wouldn't have need of a lot of the services. But in the example of English language learners, if Title III survives and there's actually funding available through the federal government for supporting students who are English language learners, having an expert at the I gotta get my lingo right, not the BOCES, but the CSA. having an ELL expert at the CSA level would help with applying for those grants, would have the expertise to pull together a consortium of smaller districts that wouldn't qualify for Title III support without reconfiguring. And really pull those together. So you could have 30,000 kids in your IU or your CSA catchment area, but really it'd be much more targeted, sort of a la carte services that they would provide.
And is there staffing cost considerations for? I'm just thinking about current educator contracts in Chittenden County versus and cost of living, and then whatever the similar costs might be of educators hired in the other communities. If we're hiring at a BOCES where you're spanning that, the expertise being hired is one where folks coming from into is the range of salaries currently existing within that broad swath impactful on the cost of services produced at BOCES level. Services meaning personnel.
Those are decisions that would be made by the governing, under the articles, when you'd have your governing board, and those contracts would be negotiated at that level. I think it's important to note that some of these aren't services that are necessarily on staff. They may be contracted services. If you're thinking about very specialized capability for evaluations, for example, the problem in some of these rural districts is you actually have trouble meeting your IDA guidelines because you actually can't get help to do some of those things on the timeline. So this is sort of you retain that capacity to push them as needed on a consultative basis. So I think those are all the kinds of things that those local boards would be able to tailor to their region.
And I think just 2 more points to sort of push on the scale question because of the 35,000-ish percent of our student population. One, as you just discussed, the concentration within Chittenden County is likely to represent different needs, and the concentration in the more rural areas might represent different needs. So that sort of remains a question for me, whether or not there's similar enough needs to stand up a single unit for the expanse of the Canadian border to Addison County. And that's just a question. You all are I don't doubt that the scale vis-a-vis other states and their BOCES programs, this would seem smaller. I think I'm just continuing to be a little sensitive to how large that is. And if that is the scale we are looking to achieve, why wouldn't there be 3 CSAs versus 5 CSAs if we need a 35,000 kid scale or a 30,000 kid scale or 20,000 kids?
So I heard you're saying, I just have to share that when I first started working on, the agency had 30 to 40% more staff than it currently has. The most unbelievable professional development was provided by the Agency of Education statewide. They had regional touch points. We had graduate level courses in literacy instruction on our campus. So we used to do this at the statewide level. What I'm trying to say is scale actually matters. And I think the trade-off is, and I would challenge us all to think about where scale actually is an advantage as opposed to a disadvantage. I think we're so, I remember walking with a former deputy and visiting a classroom, and the teacher was saying, I'm so embarrassed. The students are behaving terribly. The class of 9 kids. And I was like, if you had 20 kids in here, you wouldn't even notice that. I think we all take a deep breath and think about where scale helps and where scale hurts. And what the advantages are. I think the issue is the drive time. In the same way, I have a concern around some of the SUs that were proposed because I know that means that superintendent's an hour and a half from that school right there, and they're going to want to be there, and that's the problem. So it's figuring out that balance. But yeah, you could do a single CSAT, that would be the agency, but it's 40% lower staffing than it was, and it's how people won't do that right now.
I'm genuinely curious to understand because that's shocking me.
I think that is the issue that is striking a lot of people, right? Like, how can something that large in a state that views small as better be good for kids in schools, right? And I think we're trying to get to that from so many different perspectives. Why is 20,000 students in a school district not okay, and 30,000 kids in a cooperative service agreement okay? And so I think we have to be really clear on what the difference is, and that the difference is that and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to get my brain around this. The difference is that in a cooperative service area, your smaller school entity, supervisory unit, supervisory district, is getting support from a more local body, but all of these, I guess the 30,000 unit, whatever it is, getting that support from that unit as they need it, as long as they're not providing it in-house.
And so that's again where the agency can play a powerful role in making sure that this isn't administrative loading. This is not about duplication. This is about separation and pushing scale where it matters and maintaining close where it matters, right? And one way to think about it is, where do you, with your one of the things that you realize when you become a principal is everybody knows your teacher, half of them don't know who you are. The superintendent, sorry, Jane, no one knows who you were. Jen, no one knew who you were either. But that's just a reality. And so it is a relationship business. So it's about preserving those relationships where it matters the most to really get the power out of the education. But also, like you said, pushing in the technical assistance and support, the ongoing professional development. So we're putting the best teacher possible to support her substantially separate settings within school districts. So as Beth Wimby, when you were talking about the power of what your area was trying to do, is that they could come right back in again and not be out all day, because that's a violation of those kids' civil rights. And we're doing that, and we're doing that a lot. And so it's a way to do better with what we have.
Wrap this part of the conversation now. That would be very helpful. The Secretary of Ed is here. She has a very hard stop at 2 for really great reasons around another educational meeting that she has after this. So I want to make sure that we honor that stop. And I know that, Sue, you wanted to do a little bit of framing before we move to this next portion.
Wendy has her hand up. Is this about what we're still on, Wendy? Or is your hand not really up? Oh, are you having trouble unmuting?
Yes, I was, but
There we go.
you guys fixed it. But so I've just been thinking about Dave's question about, is this a map? And this, so I'll try to be quick, because I really appreciate the long-term planning in the consolidated map, and I can certainly see a map for action to be called a map, but we still are expected to do just a physical map. So I'm just wondering if it's possible with having certain parameters, like no forced mergers, if it's possible to show the process in a brief way. Like there's the item, the flow chart that shows what happens in the first 2 years, what's recommended first and second years, and just show, without using town names or district names, how the voluntary mergers might occur based on the characteristics of the districts. So I'm just thinking that we could show like sample areas that, oh, I think my thing isn't on. There we go. Show sample areas of consolidation without identifying them, except that we would identify characteristics. So we don't have to talk about it now, but I think it would be helpful if we could have some geographical representation to go with that, with the second map. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. Sue, you want to take the floor?
And just first, if you all, and either of you want to just respond to whether you feel that's a possibility, what Wendy's asking for.
Well, on page 137, we actually do name names. We've identified several areas that have considerable capacity but declining enrollment, where we've given brief discussions of what might be beneficial to the region. If I heard Wendy right. And again, these are just hypotheticals. These are not suggestions for mergers, but are discussions of how that might go.
One thing about with prototypes, because we actually talked about this a lot, and we were constrained by time, our lack of staff, and the slowness of the computing power. But I think my other concern is that, it's interesting because I've heard so many people say how efficient their system is, but if only the other SUs or other SDs go. And I would really encourage us all to just keep saying, this is an everybody problem, not an other body's problem. And so I think the concern I have in trying to do this comprehensively is we might leave someone out and everyone's going to say, oh, this is somebody else's problem, this isn't my problem. And what I love about Vermont, and I loved about the work in my own region, trying to grapple with this, with everything, okay, we all have a role to play. So I think what we're saying is everybody needs to look at it. And one of the reasons we wanted to look at both smaller regions and bigger regions is we heard a lot last session about how we have to close the small schools. Some of the schools are spending, $500,000. You could close 50 of them and save, $5 million. It's not a lot. That's a drop in the bucket. We also have some big systems where if you've lost, like if Rutland's lost 500 kids, that's 5 small schools. So again, this is everybody's problem. It's not another body's problem. So I just encourage us all to go in with that mindset. We all have a role in trying to make sure we're doing the best thing for our kids and our communities and taxpayers.
Okay, so just a couple of words, because I think we're transitioning from one thing to another. So you all have spent the morning really having some thoughtful conversation about these two options that are before you. And our hope is that this afternoon, you're going to be really able to take in some reflections from the Secretary of Education to help inform your decision-making. And then after that, we're going to look a little more deeply at the public input that you've received and kind of remind you about a couple of the parameters that you've set for yourself. And then we'll have public comment all leading towards decisions about which of these maps, both one, you want to pass along to the legislature. So I just wanted to help us remember where we are in this day. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you, so. Welcome to the Secretary of Education, Zoe Saunders. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me. I will log in so I can share my screen. Like I don't have access, so I don't know if Chrissy, you're able to advance. Okay, perfect, great.
So next slide.
Okay, excellent. I'll do that. Thank you very much for having me. I was invited today to provide some initial reflections on the proposals before you today. I received the latest proposal early this morning, so at 6 a.m. So I haven't had a chance to fully dive in, but I do think a lot of that proposal is building on prior conversation, and I'm here to provide some initial considerations as you move forward with your deliberations. I do want to acknowledge the challenging work that you have before you, and thank you for all of your efforts to navigate through the complexity to help us move forward as a state with this transformation to promote greater equitable opportunities for our students statewide. So we'll go to the first slide. And I was asked here again, to provide some initial considerations and really want to frame my remarks around the major policy levers. We are endeavoring to put forward a very comprehensive approach to address a complex challenge that we're facing across the state of Vermont. And it's really important as we continue in this conversation to stay grounded in an approach that is focused on funding scale in the pursuit of achieving educational quality, and that all of these things are inextricably linked. So today, because of the charge before you, I'll focus really within consideration of scale related to your specific charge around recommending new, larger districts, and recognize that there are implications across these other policy areas that you are noting through your discussion. So I want to highlight some general considerations on the next slide that have surfaced through your dialogue and continue to be a focus as you move forward with presenting your report. So first, it is evident that with any districts that we pursue as a state, that we will need to have a very clear and intentional change management approach. That clarity of direction is absolutely key to enacting new districts and the funding formula. and that we should recognize through this process that there are phases to implementation, from enacting the new districts to actually working within those districts to strengthen operations and delivery of services to students within the new construct. And it's important that we are always focused on minimizing disruption. So that's a part of the effort as we talk about providing the academic support through the transition and also leveraging local input. So I think just important to name that this is not a one and done where you flip a switch and everything is in place, but there's intentionality throughout this process that goes beyond simply enacting the new districts within the new leadership structure in place. I think it's also really critical that we acknowledge the role that governance plays and the role specifically of new larger districts, what new larger districts can do for our system and what they can't do. So new larger districts alone cannot fully solve the challenges we face, but they are a very important component. And those governance changes should consider those implications. So as you're doing your work, part of the reflection that I'll bring forward is depending on what configurations you entertain and propose, there are certainly considerations that need to be explicit around the implication to how we fund our system, how we measure quality, and also other aspects of governance that go beyond the actual size of the district itself. This is a comprehensive approach, so I think continuing to acknowledge that the entire system is changing. And as we do that work and we really are looking at transformation, there are certain assumptions that we'll need to challenge about how we operate our system. And I think that's really critical for us to look at and evaluate and compare to how other states endeavor to address the very similar challenges that we have while continuing to build on what makes Vermont very special and unique. Many of those elements you have begun to talk about within your conversations, specific to tuition payment, which is very unique to Vermont and emerged out of really our rural nature and a need to address capacity issues. Also, the foundation formula is a very new element to this, and thinking about our governance in relation to this foundation formula and quality measures. So again, making sure that this is not just focused, as you know, on the new districts, but on really transforming our system to better provide educational quality and equity across the state. And also thinking through different considerations around expanding certain programs and opportunities that we want to ensure every student has access to, regardless of where they live or the wealth of their community. Expanding career and technical education and expanding pre-kindergarten have been explicit goals articulated both in the legislature and through your conversation as well. When I say school district for the purpose of my remarks today, I'm looking at that as a single entity with one selected board and accountability structure. So we'll expand on that in a bit. So on the next slides, I'll start to provide some initial reflections on the specific maps that have been put forward. Again, these are preliminary, and with the time allotted today, wanted to be very direct and focused in my considerations for you to review, but understand that there's an opportunity for us to have further conversation down the road. So as we look at the CTE regional map, I would contend that this is the only proposal that aligns with the intent of Act 73. It's the only map that satisfies the requirements of Section 3C of Act 73. Maintaining the SU does complicate the ability of this proposal to reduce complexity and achieve scale and governance and ensure equity across the system. Within this map, there are the inclusion of some of the districts that are lower than the minimum threshold outlined within Act 73, and in that respect doesn't align with the minimum criteria. And also in terms of another reflection, the the guiding principles of this map are designed to expand CTE. I think it's important to acknowledge that other policy changes would need to be considered in tandem with any governance structure to expand CTE, including being explicit around how we fund career and technical education, and we create that early exposure early in the early years. So with those reflections, my suggestions for thinking about how to build upon this map are looking at where there are the smaller districts envisioned in the proposal and thinking through how to create some alignment and achieve scale in those particular areas in Vermont. Also, I think there's opportunity to alter the recommendations for governance to focus on school districts, which would have a single governing board, and also is in alignment with the goals of Act 73 in terms of ensuring equitable budgeting and distribution of dollars where they will have the highest impact on students. And with this, I think there's a need to think through, and this has been very clear in your conversations, any new districts would need to consider how to manage public school choice and also tuitioning, and would encourage us to explore ways to address that through policy as opposed to governance, so that we can achieve the larger goals set forth around achieving equity and efficiency and continuity on the things that matter most for educational delivery. Yep. Sure. Sure. I'll just do some high level and then we can go in. Yep. Moving on to the regional cooperative education service areas, want to note that there's a lengthy proposal that was put forward and appreciate the thoughtful considerations. I do note that there is definitely a lot that's identified here to improve scale and to manage choice, but it's important to identify that in the current form, this proposal does not align with the intent of Act 73. And so because it does not recommend a specific map that would satisfy the parameters of your charge as the redistricting task force. Overall, with this proposal, there's a question around so I would say this proposal focuses a lot on acknowledging the challenges of scale and how the complexity of our system creates barriers for the effective management of public education writ large in Vermont. And so I think the challenge is that it proposes an additional layer of governance, which creates an additional layer of bureaucracy and also cost. What's described in the proposal is that certain roles that would previously be assigned to the superintendent would be assigned to the comprehensive education service area. And at some point you ask the question around what role the larger districts could play, while still understanding that there is a role for shared services and that can continue to be explored. BOCES have already been enacted into law. The agency is currently working with groups of SUs to support that implementation. But I think the concern, based on my initial reflection, is the added layer of bureaucracy and cost when we're trying to look at how we can streamline and better provide direct services and support to districts. So with the next slide, focusing in on the suggestions, I think here we again acknowledge that, that there are these complexity. I think all three maps are evident and clear in acknowledging the complexity of our system and the need to achieve scale. But I would suggest the solution is not to create more complexity, but to streamline the governance system through fewer and larger districts. And then after doing that, identifying those gaps or opportunities that could be addressed through a regional service approach. And again, similar to the prior comment, there's opportunity to manage school choice through policy as opposed to governance, just because the layers create that additional challenge in terms of delivering an equitable and efficient system of governance for Vermont. If we move to the last slide, we can open it to questions. I think really as you're wrapping up your work and putting forward recommendations, this is a time to be pragmatic, recognizing that the entire system is being asked to change. No proposal will be perfect, but the state will have to engage with these viable options to identify what works and what can be improved to achieve our goals. There are a number of proposals that have been put forward over, from the last legislative session and through some of these conversations. And I think there's an opportunity to go back and understand what worked and what didn't, to really move forward with some other viable opportunities to achieve scale and to align with the foundation formula and our goals around delivering quality and equity across the state. So those are initial reflections, and I'd be happy to entertain any other thoughts.
Kim?
Oh, sorry. Maude, can you leave it on that last slide, please, for a minute? Thanks. Sorry.
I'm wondering if we could go back one more. Wanting to get it right. In both maps, your suggestions are manage school choice through policy as opposed to governance. Can you say a little bit more about that?
So part of your charge is to produce a map that has a supervisor union option and also supervisor district option. I think both proposals are incorporating a supervisory union construct to manage school choice as a policy. And I would encourage us to look at other ways in which school choice and tuitioning patterns could be managed outside of a supervisory union structure. I think in having conversations across the state with education leaders, and I think many in this room, the preferred option is the supervisory district because of its ability to ensure that your budgeting has alignment, that there is ability to share services and resources, but it appears that in the absence of a school choice policy, the default is a supervisory union, which is a very unique construct in Vermont.
And I'm happy for acknowledging that. I'm happy to hear you identify the school district as a governance model that allows for that comprehensive planning, pre-K-12 and budgeting. And I am wondering what policy change would be envisioned if those areas that currently offer not even public school choice, but private school choice would be accommodated in policy under an SD as you've thought about it.
Yeah, so there are a variety of options that we could put forward. There was an initial that was part of the governor's proposal. So it was very clear from the beginning of the transformation work that any change to our system would need to contemplate a policy to manage school choice and public tuition, particularly in areas of our state that depend on that. And so that was evident. So that was one proposal that came forward. I think there's other options that we could come back around the table to offer as potential ways in which we can manage school choice and tuitioning that, ultimately our responsibility as a state is to ensure substantially equal education for all students. And we acknowledge that there are parts of our state that depend on independent schools, and that needs to be part of any approach to governance as we move forward.
And in that preferred model of pre-K-12 school district I just want to sort of flesh through my understanding. Might that be like designation? Are there some things in law that get us to that place? And are there considerations as you look at the maps we're looking at regarding size of those preferred models of governance? Pre-K-12 school district, meaning like there are only those in Chittenden County. Suggesting that those that already exist in that form become one seems overwhelming.
Make sure I'm understanding your question. Is it your question relative to the size of the new district?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's two questions and I unfairly locked them together. But the initial question was in that policy design, as an example of what gets to the solution you're talking about in a school district with private school choice, is that achieved in a school district by having designation and attendance zones or like something different in law, probably, right, than we currently have?
So I think the work of Act 73 is already identified new criteria for those independent schools that are pre-qualified, and that's based on an understanding of where there are capacity needs. So that's been, addressed through Act 73.
And the governor's plan had them at those who have 51% of their enrollment as publicly funded students, sort of making them quasi-public, but the law ended up at 25%. So that's a difference in what the governor proposed and what resulted. And I guess if we decide to need more information, I think it would be great to hear more about what policy solutions get to an SD that includes private school choice. But then my second part of the question was, if the preferred governance model is a school district pre-K-12 operating, where that already exists, for instance, in Chittenden County, where all are pre-K-12 operating districts, would you contemplate the need to further merge because there's a predefined size you think works? Like, just appreciating the complexity of merger, the costs involved with it, the upheaval in what's happening for students. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that.
I think this has been part of the conversation since the beginning, and that you all have grappled with as well as you think about different population density and the need, how I think there's general recognition is kind of too big is too big, too small is too small, right? How we're defining too small and too big are where the questions lie. I would say even our largest, districts in Vermont would be considered very small in other parts of the country, right? And so when you're talking about size, I think the charge has been really clear, outlined between 4,000 and 8,000. It is important to recognize that the size has implications on funding. So any deviation from that would need to evaluate the additional cost over time of funding the systems and ensuring that they're resourced appropriately. So it's connected and it would need to be modeled.
Yes. Sorry, Chris.
I would just like to say that, in my experience, a lot of them are support FUs because it provides for more local democracy and has nothing to do with school choice. So I would want to make that note. I might have misheard something, but I wanted to put that out there.
Jen?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the process for researching the statement about the cooperative service or BOCES models make more bureaucracy, because the research that I've looked at in terms of schools, states where students scored higher on PISA, had better outcomes for various demographic groups, and provided services less cost, it was simpler, not more complex. And I'm just wondering how you reached that conclusion.
At the Agency of Education, we've been a proponent of sharing services. And even back to the original proposal, where we contemplated that there would need to be, whether we call them BOCES or education services agencies, but this idea of being able to share resources. The issue becomes adding that on top of our existing 119 school districts. That's where the additional, I think, layer of complexity is coming forward, where some of that scale can be achieved through redistricting. And I think we have the very real and present challenge of workforce and being able to hire for critical roles. So given that we have challenges hiring for the critical roles we have now within our system, and then maintaining the central office, and on top of that, building in another layer of a BOCES, I think does create some additional complexity for the system. But it's about knowing where to do it, right? So I think the question, and this is what you're grappling with, is what makes sense to be part of a central office and can achieve scale in a way that is effective, and where may we still need to have some sort of shared services across the state. But adding that layer on top of a very complicated system of 119 districts is where I contend that we're going to run into another layer of complexity and cost.
Go ahead, Jen. No, I really appreciate that. I respectfully disagree. It's just based on my understanding of how BOCES works and looking at, not BOCES, but cooperative services, and looking at scale and needing the scale. And I use this example, I'm not sure if you were here, around Seebeck, which serves the entire upper northwestern part of the state. And cooperative service agency is not a district. It's a service agency. It provides service. So anyway, so I appreciate that, but I just respectfully, based on all the research I did looking at other states that are performing higher, that cost less money to educate their kids and do better with demographics, and they reach scale through much larger service providing areas. So, but thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree that there's a role. It's a matter of where that role is. And what was described in the proposal was explicit in that it would actually take some of the roles and responsibilities that are currently within the central office and place them within the cooperative education service area. So the model that's being contemplated is different in some respects than what you're describing.
I have a. No.
I have a question about the agency and what, to implement either of these, what would the agency need to be able to implement any of these changes? And how are we currently set up to do that?
Absolutely. So I think when we look at any proposal, we have to look at capacity of the entire system. The agency is part of that system, as are the districts. We put forward a proposal and a request to the legislature to support this work. Some of that was approved, and we're happy that we did get those additional resources, but there is considerable change management involved in doing this work. The agency, in addition to pursuing additional support through those appropriations, has reorganized to ensure that we are delivering delivering on the biggest needs for education in Vermont. We are also transitioning to being regionalized, so we will have regional hubs across the state of Vermont, and that is intentional to ensure that we're embedded in communities to be able to provide this on-the-ground support. And then there were additional positions that were requested as well, in addition to the appropriations.
So you've looked at what we need, and you're saying that we need additional positions than what we have right now, which is great. I mean, I support that fully, but I just need to. And then the region. So you said you're looking at different regions. Do you have what those regions are already?
We're in the process of working on that proposal actually today. So we are in the process of really leaning into that as a way to promote collaboration across our agency and departments, but also improving that coordination with the field. And it's something that's been really a driver of our strategic plan, and recognizing that we have to have greater connectivity to the field and providing that on the ground support. So we're really eager to move in that direction and are making some really good progress in that way. I think when you talk about capacity, it's also important. If you're asking me to look forward and identify what additional staffing needs are at the agency, that will also be dependent on how we're structuring our districts. So the more complicated our districts are, the more of them there are, right? The greater need you have for oversight and support in terms of positions. When the entire system is right-sized, then there isn't as big of a need. So much of what I will respond to you in terms of the capacity beyond what I've already requested will depend on the final structure of the system, as it should, right?
I think Jen and Jay and Rebecca could correct me, but you were suggesting that it creates another level because the central roles and responsibilities and central office services moving to the BOCES is a bureaucratic model. And I guess I might look at it thinking about it in that those purchased services that are needed might otherwise be being one-off provided by consultants currently. And if part of a collective, whether that's a central spot for data gathering or implementation of e-finance, or some of the things that have struggled to take hold could happen in a more central format, as part of the shared service model, it strikes me as an opportunity to streamline as opposed to adding bureaucracy, as I understood it, but I would welcome the opinion of our resident experts.
I just think it's buying wholesale instead of buying retail, and you get a better price if you buy wholesale, and that's what a basis does. It is a service entity. It's not a governing unit in the way we think of districts. I think it's also worth just reflecting on the fact that according to the National Center for Education Statistics, the median district size in the country is about 2,300 students. It's actually not different.
And that, I guess this is just occurred to me in this moment, that idea of sharing best practices, whether it's around like equity-based budgeting or other practices that happen that we know are happening in some of our larger districts, may be benefited from sharing that across a collaborative services arrangement or how. So it hadn't occurred to me as a level of bureaucracy I was concerned about it. I was curious about scale and appreciated the hopefulness of the model. I think the other piece I wonder about is the data challenges we've had over many years and getting those accurate. I know I was trying to learn a little bit more in the New York State BOCES model also has a information service, regional information services or something that is either embedded with it, it works alongside it. And so when the reporting happens, it goes through that unit and then up to the state. And it strikes me as an opportunity to actually be working with accurate data, which has continued to be a problem, I think, for accountability and for districts and budgeting and like all aspects. I'm wondering if that strikes you as similarly offering opportunity in that way.
I think there's an opportunity for us to get clear around what is the role of the agency of education and the core functions and responsibilities, and what is the role of the district. And specifically, as we talk about the district in this model you're contemplating, does the central office maintain relatively constant? And then what is the role of the cooperative service arrangement above that? So I think there is often a tendency to add another layer, as opposed to thinking through how we can ensure that there's strength in operating our system and having the right level of expertise at the state, district, school, all the way down to the classroom. And I think alignment is a key area where we've struggled as a state. Data is an element of that. And I've been really clear since taking this role over a year and a half ago that that was a priority in ensuring that we have access to accurate data. We are working now with, and we'll have a working group actually with some educators to identify a new framework for how we are actually organizing our data reporting center, which will result in greater access to data that's aligned in terms of the consistency, and also access to dashboards that I think are beyond the capability of what we have now. Some of the dollars that were appropriated to us through the last legislative session, thank you for that, is helping us to do just that. So I think there's absolutely a need and a focus for us to improve our data collection and data verification. We've made some tremendous strides as an agency over the last year in doing just that and ensuring that there is a certification process, that the data that's coming into us is good data, so that the data going out is also productive and helps with decision making. So I would say that's absolutely a role that we have. The question of whether or not another entity is going to support with the data cleaning and so forth, I have reservations around that being the solution. I do think we need to evaluate our data collection timelines. That's part of actually the charge of what we're doing with this data project. and really push ourselves to think about how we can streamline that data collection, ensuring that it's at the right time to inform decision making for the field. Because as you know, there's a process. Once we get the data, there's a cleaning process, there's a verification process, there's a delay to getting that out into the field. So I think we have bigger work to do there that is already underway, that is going to help us move forward as a state with data-driven decision making.
Kim, this is your last.
It is my last one, I promise.
Good.
It's really to think about the professional development piece of it and implementation of the policies over the last many years and the challenges of the agency's capacity to help support consistent PD for the field in implementing literally any of the last many acts that have happened. And do you see potential for that through the BOCES model?
Yes. So we're supporting parts of the state that are implementing BOCES. So I want to reiterate that I think shared services is part of the equation, but also moving to larger districts is a foundational element to that when we are contemplating moving to a foundation formula and ensuring that there is equity in terms of resource allocation. So it is an approach that we need to make sure we're clear on how we're organizing districts to be efficient and to be able to get dollars where they're needed most for students in the most impactful way. And then where we still have challenges with scale that look at special education or potentially career and technical education, all of that have been part of the proposals that we've put forward since the beginning.
I'm going to use my privilege as co-chair to have the last word. Thank you very much, Secretary Saunders. I would just like to say, wearing multiple hats, board member, task force member, senator, citizen, et cetera, I do just want to say, Vermont is unique. We've all talked about how we are different in so many ways. And so I guess I'm asking just generally, please don't rely on out-of-state consultants to do the work that is so integral to our brave little state, and think about using the resources that we have here in the state already. And also just secondly, wanting to point out that so many states in the country use some kind of a shared services model. So we don't have to do it now, but I'd love to hear more about any hesitations that you have, just because it is a proven strategy used across the country. And especially, the data shows that in rural states, it's so incredibly helpful. So that's a conversation we can have at another time. I know we're out of time now, but I wanted to say thank you for being here.
Thank you. The only thing I would add to that is we are not over-reliant on consultants. We're very intentional about where consultants can play a role. In fact, we just hosted a statewide planning retreat last week, brought together 300 educators from across the state, representing 95% of our supervisory union supervisory districts, to do the hard work of identifying what we need to prioritize. And we've been really clear about identifying what we need to be tight on as a state and where we need to be loose to allow for that local customization and educator creativity. And to respond to a comment Kim made, I've been really clear about evaluating where we've had lessons learned from prior implementation of education reform, and the agency has been very proactive in resourcing the implementation of even practice back in 2018 that we weren't able to implement with fidelity, and also to ensuring that we are resourcing new initiatives like Act 139 that did not come with a robust budget to implement, and we have secure dollars to ensure that we can provide the level of professional development and training. So what you're seeing in the agency is absolute clarity around what the priorities are that are laid out in our strategic plan, and working with our educators across the state to build upon what's working well so that we can scale that. And where we need additional support to bring that in. So that's all the work that's underway that I want to make sure is really clear for you all. It's really inspiring, the level of engagement that we have right now across the state and the expertise that's coming to the table to help us evaluate where we have had challenges in the past, but again, what makes Vermont unique and how we can build upon that to strengthen our next steps. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. It's
a treasure.
exciting. Thank you. Okay, I'm passing it to Sue, who is going to lead us through the next part of our meeting today.
One doing, do you want we're 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Would you like a 2 minute break to just take a breath and then? Yeah, yeah. I'm right back then. 2 minutes.
Hey, I don't have a gavel.
Checked out. Thank you.
We are back. Welcome back, post break. May I have your attention, please? Dave, walk.
Yes.
You can't do that in the classroom anymore.
Really? See, I've been out for a little while. Sorry, I'm sorry I shamed you, Dave. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Sue McCormick is going to lead us through the next section where we are discussing future maps and considerations, proposals. Then we're going to go to public comment. If need be, we'll have a short break and then we will have our discussion and our decision making. Sue, you have the floor.
Thanks. So I want to encourage each of you to either get a virtual piece of paper or a pen and some paper so that as we go through this, you can just be taking notes to help clarify your own thinking about where you're landing on us moving towards some decision making. And I'll say that some of this is a review, but just to try to put it all in one place. And so, Maud, if you could put the slides up, that would be helpful. Okay, and if you could go to the next one. So I'm just going to quickly go through a few things, and then I'm going to take a bit of time on public input. So first of all, just let's remind ourselves of the key outcomes that the task force wanted to make sure that these proposals led to. So go to the next slide, please. So those included improved quality of programs and services, equitable educational opportunities for all, a more coherent and consistent pre-K through 12 system, economies of scale for educational services, more efficient governance, and increased cost effectiveness. So I'm just going to pause for a moment so you can do a little bit of writing and reflection around those 6 characteristics. And then we'll keep moving on. So the next thing we want to put up are just some of the cost drivers. This is based on research that was shared from some of the teams working on the proposals. And so again, keeping in mind what the research tells us about what the cost drivers are, which if you could go to the next slide, includes healthcare costs, construction and maintenance of facilities, support services, duplication and privatization, and then agency capacity challenges. Again, just a reflection on the alignment between the proposals and some of these cost drivers. And now I want to spend a little bit more time on public input. And what we'd like to do is bring together some different sources of input. And then our team did a pretty in-depth analysis of the public comment and public hearings so far. So the first thing we'd like to do is take a look at a few themes from the Vermont School Boards Association survey. Vermont, if you could go to slide 30.
We don't want to look at that one because we now have the most expensive healthcare in the world.
So the task force did receive all of those slides before ahead of the meeting about cost drivers. And so we just showed the kind of.
I know, I'm laughing. I'm just making a joke while she moved.
So with the VSBA survey, as you remember, they sent the survey to all school board chairs around the state, including non-members. There was a very short turnaround time, so they kind of sprung into action to try to support the task force. And I just want to share a couple of themes from that very long memo that they sent to the task force, which was over 300 pages long. So one finding that is striking is that 90% of all the people who responded have talked about redistricting. And when they were asked about strengths of the current system, they named strong academics, community-centered and local autonomy, small class sizes, and the ability to tailor programming to student and community needs. When they were asked about challenges, they talked about cost pressures, staffing shortages, transportation barriers, and equity gaps. And when they were asked about the potential benefits of larger districts, some people anticipated increased course offerings and shared staff capacity, more equitable access to programs, while others questioned whether the larger systems could preserve community identity or deliver efficiencies in Vermont's rural context. A lot of the people who responded to the survey emphasized, and we'll hear this again later many times in the public input, that successful change really requires data, state support, and transparent implementation processes. I do want to name that the survey had approximately a 50% response rate, and some people did reach out to VSBA and said the time frame was problematic for them to be able to respond. So when you look at these themes, it's important to recognize that many districts are not represented in these results. And just also want to include and name that 2 of the state's most diverse school districts, Winooski and Burlington, were not represented in these results. And then moving on, I also want to share some results from the Commission on the Future of Public Education in Vermont, and also share an appreciation because they really worked to get these results to the task force by today's meeting. I shared some fuller slides with you all ahead of time, and I just wanted to go through a few things here. So first of all, over 3,000 people responded to the survey, which is a really robust response. However, the respondents were skewed towards families and had very limited representation from youth, less representation from rural areas, and also BIPOC communities. So most of the respondents identified as white. And when respondents were asked what was going well in Vermont's education system, they talked about, again, this is kind of aligned with what the VSBA survey shows, small class sizes, strong local relationships, highly qualified and caring teachers, and having inclusive education grounded in strong community connections and local engagement. Again, this is a place where kind of community feedback was really aligned with, expert education feedback. People were asked about what's not going well. Again, concerns about staffing shortages. People talked about uneven or inadequate funding, growing property tax burdens, concerns about insufficient resources for things like special education, mental health care, and behavioral needs. People are worried about rising class sizes and stretched resources, and people expressed a frustration with top-down decision-making and limited local input. One thing that, and again, you're going to see these results kind of reflected later in the input that the task force didn't ask, that commission did ask, and their charge was what makes a successful education system. And so I thought it would be helpful for people to see that Vermonters talked a lot about student learning and achievement, transferable schools, high quality educators and staff. Those were kind of the top three things. And then they also valued safe and supportive environments, high quality curriculum, and then CTE and work-based learning.
That's your question. Were they required to rank these, or were they just allowed to check everything?
I don't know the answer to that question, so we could check with the commission about
That'd be
that.
helpful to know.
And then when people were asked to kind of imagine what benefits could larger districts bring, people thought that consolidation could reduce duplicative administration and improve coordination. They talked about larger districts could potentially reduce overhead costs and stabilize budgets. And then also larger districts were seen as having the capacity to offer more diverse courses. And also bigger systems could pool specialists and teachers and improve professional learning. Yep.
The answer to the questions on that previous slide is
Oh,
they were asked
sorry.
they were asked to choose the top three. Yeah.
Top three, it was. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Jay, for that. And so then in the last two questions are more aligned directly with the task force's charge. So they were asked about their top concerns on school consolidation. And transportation rose to the surface as a really key concern. And then again, these are going to be aligned with what you'll see later on when we talk about the task force's outreach. People are concerned about personalization and class size, community identity and voice. People are very concerned about school closures and whether the administrative costs outweigh the benefits of classroom education. And then people are worried about the complexity of our governance structures. And then finally, they just asked people if they had other comments to share out of the over 3,000 people. People that answered this question talked about their concern about state-imposed district consolidation. And also, they really wanted to emphasize that equity really needs to be respectful of geographic realities, and that what works in one part of the state may not work in other parts of the state. And people talked about many barriers like healthcare costs, unfunded mandates, and policy shifts as the true drivers of district stress and not the number or size of schools. So I want to move on from that to addressing what you all directly heard through your public feedback. And you'll see there's a lot of alignment. So first of all, we had 785 people participate in the 4 public hearings, and about half were there in the room in person and half were virtual. As of November 3rd, there were 318 public comments. There have been many more, and we will analyze those as well. But this is when, we did our analysis. People from over 96 towns participated and at least 11 counties, probably more, but that's what we have a record of that we can say with confidence. And in the public comment submissions, we see that mostly the people who are commenting are parents and educators. And I want to name that we really heard from very few students in this process. The themes I'm going to share now are based on all of the data. We had survey, we had chart paper, we had handwritten letters. So we looked at all of that together and came up with 7 core themes. And you all have named these this morning. This isn't going to be a surprise, but it's just helpful to know that what you thought you heard is what you actually did hear, what people were saying. So the first thing, people are really concerned about student well-being and belonging. this idea that students need a sense of belonging to learn. We also heard just concern that students aren't doing that great, post-COVID. And people don't want additional changes that could disrupt how students are doing. Of course, there was lots of very passionate comments around local control, school choice, and community identity. And people talked a lot about local schools being the heart of the community. And they felt like local decision making was really important in not just what's happening in the schools, but also in the broader economic life of the community. The other thing that we heard was a need for stability after years of change. And this was especially strong around places where people came to the public hearings and also sent letters and made comment about districts that have already merged under Act 46, excuse me. And we heard from people that it just took a really long time to get that done, and that they are finally seeing gains and that things are finally stabilized. And they're really worried that changes under Act 73 risk undoing some of the gains that they made. And those people who are even open to reform still want to make sure to consolidate gains before there's another upheaval in the system. Transportation and access challenges. Again, this is really aligned with the Commission survey's finding, but this emerged as one of the most universal concerns that had to do with equity, logistics, and student well-being. We heard in the rural towns a lot of, concern around be practical. We heard a lot of stories about mountain roads that are difficult. And then we heard about the impact of longer bus rides in terms of reducing access, and especially for students who don't have access to their own private transportation. So this was definitely an equity issue that we heard people talking about. We heard a ton of skepticism about cost savings or efficiency. People really are doubting whether consolidation is going to deliver real cost savings or improve outcomes for students. And people talked about their experience with previous reforms where they felt like efficiencies failed to appear. People are worried that increasing costs are tied to healthcare and transportation and administration, and that making fewer districts isn't going to really address those issues. And then finally, we heard the desire, and I think this is universal, for a thoughtful evidence-based process. People want to make sure that the process isn't rushed. They're concerned about the top-down nature of the process, the lack of data, and people called for more transparency, stronger evidence, and genuine local input before major structural changes move forward. And we did two quantitative things with this data. So the next two slides, I think, are pretty interesting. And again, for those of you who are in the room for the public hearings, we had a lot of dots to count. So we counted all those dots on chart paper, but also the survey responses. And if you can go to the next slide, there were some very clear priorities that emerged among the 6 guiding criteria that the task force identified. And so improving quality and equitable opportunities were the 2 top priorities for people, followed by increased cost effectiveness. I think one thing that's interesting to me is that a lot fewer people even answered the question about more coherent and consistent system. I think people might not have even known what that meant. So that's kind of an example of where the expert framing and the community understanding might not be very aligned. And in the next slide, we show you people's level of confidence that redistricting can actually address those 6 outcomes that you all named as being important. And you can see in this slide that that the majority of people across all of these are not confident. So that's kind of a hard one, but that is what we heard. And there's some confidence, hardly anybody was very confident. So I have just a couple of more slides to go through. So I just want to talk about areas of alignment. These are areas where what we are hearing from education experts around this table on the task force, and also educators for example, Vermont School Board Association chairs, other experts that have weighed in, have alignment with how community members were talking and showing up around these issues. And so one area of alignment is around cost drivers. And there seems to be a shared concern that consolidation itself won't fix core expenses. And people across experts and community members talk about healthcare, transportation, and special education. Another area of alignment is that there's broad agreement that change should be thoughtful, transparent, and data-driven, not rushed. And then that a shared hope that collaboration and resource sharing could expand access and offerings. And then there's some areas of misalignment around governance structure. So when we're hearing policymakers, we're hearing an emphasis on improved efficiency and coherence through consolidation, while communities are emphasizing the importance of local control and stability in existing governance structures. Another area that's been a challenge, an area of misalignment, is where experts are focusing on system equity, right? How do we serve all? And many rural residents see choice as essential. It's an essential access. They don't see it necessarily as a privilege, but the way that they can access education for their students. And then the other place of misalignment, which makes sense because we all wear our own hats, is that state discussions are really framing benefits to the system while community members are focusing on students, families, and community vitality. And I just want to end by talking briefly about some of the implications of those areas of misalignment. So when you're trying to do major policy change without alignment, you often face major implementation barriers. And we saw this happen in healthcare reform in the early 90s, where experts really viewed an increasing availability of technology, and aging population, and cost shifting as the cause of the cost drivers in healthcare. And community members really saw it as waste, fraud, and abuse. And that mismatch really made it hard to get anything done. And I think there's a mismatch here too that is really significant around trying to implement a major change. Legitimacy matters as much as accuracy. So you could have the best technical policy proposal in the world, but if communities don't feel heard or they feel imposed upon, they may resist change despite what any evidence tells them. And so engagement is really important around that. And bridging the gap, it just requires time and trust building. One thing we had hoped to do is disaggregate data by demographics, but such a high number of people said prefer not to say on our survey that made it really hard. And to us, that's evidence that people aren't trusting the process. You know, we've done other processes where we have a very high response rate to those questions. So I think there's just a lack of trust going on right now. And then just framing things for shared understanding is really important. So translating some of those system level goals into locally meaningful outcomes is really important in terms of how we talk about the work. So that is the overview. And I just want to say again, I believe that we didn't hear, I know that we'd hardly heard from any students. We heard from people that had the resources and bandwidth to access the process, to come to the meeting, to use a digital way of communicating with the task force. And I think it's just really important for us to know that, there were many voices missing from what I just shared. And at the same time, you heard from a lot of people, over 1,000 people.
This before, it made me really unsettled, right? That there's, that the community is looking at this through a different lens than we are, and that the experts are, right? Because if your primary concern is transportation, then you're thinking about where the schools are located, and we're looking at how the schools are being governed. And so understanding the difference, right? So if we had more time, which I know we don't, which I've been banging my head against that wall the whole time, is this where you would go back and educate? Or is this where you would take that information and say, we have a mismatch, we have to present our findings in a different way?
I think it's more of a reframing. And I think that when you have, and it's also about relationship building. So if you have relationships and trust, you can do a combination of reframing information in ways that matter to people in their community, and also do some educating about some of the collective population level responsibilities that you all are trying to address, which is of course different than how people in local communities often think about things. But I think without that trust, it's really hard for people to listen to that part of things.
Right. We can say we're not closing schools, we're not closing schools, we're not closing schools, but without trusting us that we're truly not closing schools, that's not what we're doing here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I'll just open it up. So we just threw so much at you about the outcomes that you hoped for, the cost drivers that you identified, and then a bunch of public input that got received across several strands. And I guess we could just open it up for some reflection about what this all means for where you're at right now in your process and what your next steps might be.
Go ahead, Kim.
I think it helps me think about how this can address the seesaw model can address some of these pacing concerns and imposed governance concerns. I think there are, real challenges in scale that I'm not sure in thinking about the implementability and process to get there. There shouldn't be more recommendation for what we see as being important strategic moves if we define those. And I think that Wendy asked that, like we define them as factors, as a maybe more so even than just naming what are those commonalities that really should be considered. I'm thinking about where we can do good with the work we have that can help answer some of these that are both from the public who have offered their concerns and from a system standpoint that I think we are hoping we are reflecting as we sit here for those who haven't had the same opportunity to engage with our work and maybe most vulnerable, as Rebecca had suggested earlier. Our responsibilities to the least among us in this work and do no harm.
Other thoughts?
To answer your question, Sue, so obviously the next steps will be for us to use our democratic voice and use the democratic process to weigh in on these maps and proposals. And I'm sure we will all follow our consciences and the information that has been laid out in front of us. I know as co-chair, I'm feeling a little bit torn right now. I entered into this process really wanting to produce what was being asked of me, right? A map or 3 maps. And so I'm having a mix of feelings and reactions right now. I'm also, very cognizant of the fact that we are not a decision-making body. We are going to be making recommendations. We are making recommendations in the form of these maps or ideas, and obviously in the form of a report, which is going to be quite illuminating and extensive. And I feel really good about what's going to be going into that report. I often tell people to have courage, and in this moment, I'm feeling like I have to have courage to, listen to my conscience and also follow the work of the committee and the data that we've done, the task force, not committee. And I'm also going to be one of those people who will be voting in the legislature, so I also have that piece to look forward to. So I'm sitting here feeling a lot of gratitude and a lot of pride in the work that we've done so far. And I look forward to what comes of all of this. I'll leave it at that.
This does not surprise me at all. I think it's hard when any complex change is being driven by an essentially political process, not an evidence-based problem-solving process. And I think it's going to be hard to break out of that box because of how this started. One of my all-time favorite school board chairs was a former Republican senator from my region, and he once was helping us do the merger in the district that Jennifer was later a superintendent in. And there was a very dilapidated set of buildings, almost like a metaphor for where we are right now, totally deteriorated, 2 elementary schools. One of them really not handicapped accessible. If you were in a wheelchair, you had to go outside and go around to get to your classroom if you were scheduled up there. I mean, it was shameful. And when we proposed to do Rivendell, we said, let's put a new building on the line so that these 2 communities could have a safe, clean, healthy school for them. And somebody stepped in the audience and said, giving these kids that building is like dressing up a tramp in a top hat. And this guy turned around and he said, I don't care where they come from, these are all Vermont's children. So the way I'm going to vote today is if it's good enough for my kids, if it's good, it should be, I'm not going to vote for anything that I wouldn't do for my own children. And do unto others as you want them to do unto you. And that's going to be how I make my choice today. These are all Vermont's kids. They're all Vermont's communities. And we come from different places, but we are here not to score points, but to try to do something that helps our children right now, and then by extension helps our communities. And we're all, this has to be for all of us.
Thanks. I heard very clearly from the secretary that her perception of the intent of Act 73 is a small number of districts and simplified governance, which is pretty much what I thought from the beginning was, and that's why I on numerous occasions I think I expressed I thought that we're making maps regardless of which ones we put on the table, none of them address governance. But that's clearly what the AOE, the secretary desires. It's clearly what was put forward by the governor. And I guess Act 73 was the result of sort of trying to get that across the finish line. And I really believe we've been put in the position of a buffer between the legislature and the people. I felt that very much in reading these comments. And I don't like that position. And I go back to what I asked at Oxbow. It's like, we're an advisory committee based on what we know and all the information we've gleaned and all the research we've done, all the presentations we've received and what we've heard from the public. Why can't one of our recommendations be no map? Go back and work on the Act 73 some more. I mean, I don't feel like we're ready for prime time today. I feel like that what we've offered through a CISA model and a focus on trying to find efficiencies at the high school level because there's higher leverage there, and looking at targeted voluntary mergers is a step in that direction. Admittedly, it doesn't get us anywhere near what was envisioned in Act 73, but it at least sets the stage for real collaboration, and I think gives us takes a little pause, gives us a chance to think more about this and to really appreciate what a huge change this is to our state's education system potentially. So, yeah, I don't know if the proposal is on the table today to vote on that I fully support. I stand behind what we've put together, but I don't think we're ready. I didn't hear a single person out there that we met with saying, yeah, great, go forward, do it. And I still haven't. What I heard very clearly is supervisory districts, period. So I remember some of us like felt a lot of pressure early on because we heard from a lot of places, oh, no, keep the SUs. We got to have our SUs. And all of a sudden everybody was like, oh, we got to do whatever we can to keep the SUs and do some SDs. It's still we're still not there. And that just tells me we're not ready as a state. We haven't made the case. And I really have no confidence that going to forced mergers into 6, 5, 13 districts is going to save us money. Period.
Any other reflections before we go into public comment? Okay.
And I just want to say, thank you.
Wendy.
Everybody. Oh, go ahead, Wendy.
Sorry, I was slow on the trigger. So I very, very much appreciate this committee or this task force. And we opened up conversations that need to continue, because we're talking about things, and the public is talking about things in the public hearings that we don't often talk about, especially SUs and SDs and the impacts of them. It's a really complicated topic, but we've received very good information from the public, which is mostly in alliance with what we've said ourselves, is that this is just too quick of a process, and it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't address the components that cause the increases in the costs of education. So there's just so much more to talk about, but I want to make sure that we keep the conversations going, that we don't let assumptions and this negative energy and panic, honestly, among some continue. I think people need to know that my position is that if you weren't planning already on consolidating or merging, don't do it because of this, and don't close schools because of this process and because of fear, because that's not our intention, and I don't believe that was the intention of the legislation. I do believe we need to slow down. I really appreciate the combination. It got more complicated, but I liked each of the BOCES and the comprehensive high school proposals. I think our challenge is going to be to explain those, but I think there's a lot of optimism and things that we can do that many Vermonters, if not all, will see as a benefit to our kids. Thanks.
Thanks, Wendy.
I guess I'll just say, I really like what you have to say. Thank you. Yeah, and not ready for prime time, and no, I couldn't agree more, so thank you for that.
So as we transition into public comment, I'll just encourage you to keep a couple of things in mind. We have, identified these 7 core themes of what we've heard. So as you're listening to people, you can even look through the slides and just see, if what you're hearing is affirming what we've already heard, if you're hearing something new. And then I just also want to encourage you to keep in mind who we are and are not hearing from today. So with that, turn it over to you.
Thank you. Edie's going to pick us through public comment.
So if you're in the room, I'm going to ask you to come and sit by me, and we can line up right over here. And we're going to ask you to state your name, place of residence, and topic of comment. The task force will take no action on items raised during public comment. Exchanges will be for clarification. And I will have a 2-minute timer going on my computer so you can see the time as it goes.
Thank you. My name's Margaret McLean. I'm from Peacham, Vermont, and I am a steering committee member with the Rural School and Community Alliance. We urge the task force to make recommendations which can be achieved within current law. We see no justification for changes to current law that erode the democratic process and the ability of the electorate to vote on educational decisions. Reducing the power of the electorate to make decisions is a slippery slope, especially as the end goals can be achieved democratically. Forced mergers, including the dissolution of school districts, are an example. Closing a school without a vote of the electorate is another. Such a misuse of power sets a bad example for our youth. Democracy can and should lead the way to changes of this magnitude. Vermont should endeavor to be a beacon of hope and light. We should uphold democratic decisions making as we work together to solve the complex problems we face as a state. Vermonters deserve a voice in this process. That voice is at the ballot box. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ashley Woods. I'm the board chair of the HUSD, where Waterbury is. Our board did a redistricting survey. 6% of our population responded. That was about 720 people. The main takeaway was that the people of our communities are deeply skeptical about consolidation, will result in either improved education or significant cost savings. Many of our residents are worried about the future of our schools and frankly, the survival of our state and what makes our schools so unique. Residents tell us that funding and taxation dominate the public concern. Roughly 40% of our survey takers focused on how proposed redistricting changes would be financed, particularly in the state versus local contributions. They ask for clear, accessible explanations of cost impacts, many emphasizing fairness and protection for senior citizens and families on fixed incomes. They worry about long travel times for kids, larger class sizes, and loss of their community hearts. To many, it feels like our democratic system will vanish here in Vermont if we let go of local control of our schools. If the legislature wants to get the people of Vermont on board, they are going to have to do more than just talk about that savings. Our survey shows that overall, our communities are asking decision makers for clarity, transparency, and fairness in funding decisions. They don't want to hear that it will work. They want to see that it will work. To that end, we respectfully ask the task force and the legislative committees that will ultimately make these choices to take these following suggestions. Number one, send as one of your proposed maps a status quo map with the message that our citizens want to hear realistic solutions on the true cost drivers, particularly healthcare, unfunded mandates, and school upkeep before we go making a drastic change. Number two, produce a FAQ and a visual summary showing all funds sources, allocations, and tax impacts, protect special education programs, and outline safeguards for vulnerable Vermonters, and create transparent cost tables for proposed facilities and long-term maintenance on our school buildings. Consider phased and cost-efficient approaches before large-scale spending. Conduct Q&A sessions with the public and use community-friendly language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Krista Hewling. I'm a mother, a resident of Cambridge, and an educator. And I have direct experience with state level governance, having chaired the State Board of Education through the Act 46 final state plan. And I currently serve on the board of the Friends of Vermont Public Education. I'm here today to oppose the CTE map for school districts and supervisory unions. The clear lessons Act 46 was when towns were given the parameters, time, and resources, the most effective and sustainable solutions emerged directly from the local level. This map repeats a key flaw of Act 46, the fundamental deference to the needs of school choice towns. Act 46 did not force districts with choice to give up anything, and this proposed map does the same thing. Towns with school choice retain their boards and control, while public school towns are forced into tighter governance models and lose their local representations. How can we justify this unequal treatment? This map is gerrymandered, designed to preserve and augment school choice and vouchers. It relies on preserving choice through SU structure in select areas, but fails to apply that consistently statewide. Some of the proposed district sizes are unworkable. A 20,000 student district defies both the geographic realities of Vermont and the intent of Act 73. Sprawling districts disconnect students from services, administration, from schools, and communities from their decision makers. The map is a continuation of the bias towards protecting private school interests that was on full display during the conference committee for this bill, and it comes at a cost of our public schools. Public schools are the core common good demanded by our Vermont Constitution. When decisions are clearly based on politics instead of the needs of all students, public confidence erodes. Communities see the game being rigged to protect those with influence, while others are told to give up more local control. I urge you to reject this version and insist on a final map that is consistent and fair to every Vermont community. We need to empower SDs and SUs to work together on shared service model that allows districts to get to work, focusing on the needs of students, not continuous governance restructuring. Let's not repeat the mistakes of Act 46. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mike Licklider. I'm the superintendent of the Harwood Unified Union School District. My board chair just spoke a few minutes ago. I wrote out some remarks, but my colleague Jay took many of the remarks that I was going to mention. This is my second career. I was a superintendent in what this bill would consider a school district of state scale on the opposite end of the state from where Jay served. I also served on the Commission for Public Education. I resigned in July after Act 73 because I felt we were going in more of a route of a political solution rather than good public policy. So I think rather than my other remarks, I'll just share with you a paragraph I wrote in that resignation letter. One thing is clear from my experience: consolidating districts into arbitrary side ranges, unsupported by research, is not a silver bullet. Structural change without a deep understanding of local context, capital needs, unresolved cost drivers, and system complexity will not solve the challenges we face. I appreciate the work that you've done, and I would encourage you to also send the message that we need a long and thoughtful approach before we arbitrarily consolidate school districts.
Hello, my name is Ben Kinsley. I'm here representing Campaign for Vermont, a statewide network of Vermonters. That's just about 25,000 people. And I want to thank all the folks that brought forward the two maps that were considered today. It's clear that there's a lot of thoughtful work that went into these maps. You're focusing on enhancing access to career and technical education centers, as well as promoting voluntary mergers, aligns with the shared goal of equitable and efficient education for all students in Vermont. So I thank you for that. Both maps offer a promising path forward towards regional collaboration and better resource allocation in a state where districts often struggle to provide those comprehensive opportunities for students. However, I believe the best path forward is in many ways a combination of the two maps. Something that takes the shared services model and aligns it with our career and technical education centers. This clearly aligns our education delivery system with our career readiness system, providing opportunities for students. We know the benefits of shared service providers are significant. They've been well detailed here today. I'm not going to repeat them all. The folks around the table that have pointed to the literature about shared services versus district mergers are correct. The national literature points that this is the way to gain efficiencies out of a rural education system. I do worry that moving to 5 regional ESAs may be too large to gain savings in areas like transportation and building maintenance. Things that such a large geographic scale introduces diseconomies of scale at service providers at that geographic size. There's also some concern we heard from the secretary today around layering a new governance model on top of an existing one. We do have an existing education service provider network in the state, but through our supervisory unions, but we don't think of them that way. We oftentimes think of them as a governance structure instead of a service provider. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the work that you've done.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Marlon Versami. I'm the vice chair of the Essex Westford School Board. I've had the opportunity to speak to you guys in the past and want to speak again today. First off, I just want to I'm going to talk about the CT map, but I want to just give a quick shout out to the CISA model. I want to thank you all for the thoughtfulness and intentionality in that map. And there was a lot of work went into that there too. And I appreciate all the hard work that went into that. So thank you for that. Now to the CTE map. In prior meetings, task force members spoke repeatedly about how that map was created in a way of listening to parents, listening to school board members, and being thoughtful, making changes in that map to meet those needs. But let me be very clear. Folks in Chittenden County have also spoken up and have shared their thoughts. And in seeing that map again today, that has not been taken into consideration at all. From the perspective of Chittenden County families, that map is not perfect. I'll be clear, it's not even good. It's an injustice. Like I said before, again, great concern been put into the maps to take care of school choice, and from our perspective, to take care of more affluent white families to make sure they have access to private schools, to ski schools, to other places like that. Families of color, new American families in our communities have not had that voice at the table, have not had their concerns met, have come and spoken, and folks that made that map couldn't be part of the State 4 forum to hear their thoughts and their concerns. That was very, very telling and shown in that map there that nothing has really changed for us. Other communities were given that that grace. We were not. Like I say before, again, we have the largest center of communities of color, new Americans, and folks in poverty that live in our area. Folks that walk to school. That traffic map doesn't apply to us because we have folks that walk to school, that take public transportation to school. That wasn't covered at all. Those things were lost in that map. And I just want to be really, really clear. Again, I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. And this is probably, again, since one of the only people of color in this room, that map is inequitable. I'm going to be very clear. That map is racist from my perspective. And that map basically is, again, as I said to you before, it is segregation. I urge you to reject that map outright because of what it's doing to Chittenden County. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Clayton Cargill. I'm the board chair of the Danville School Board and the CCSU as well. This is the third of your meetings that I've attended in some capacity, and I'm sitting behind you to be seen, to feel seen, and to know that I am seen. And what I'm seeing in your maps and in your work and in your extended reports is that you are listening to people. You're taking the steps that need to be made. And even Senator Beck and Dave Wolf's map also, they mentioned at the beginning, whether we disagree with the map or not, that they listened, that they read all of the public input. And then even as you do this and you put forth this map and the second plan, the Secretary of Education walks in here, she dismissed all your work, every single bit of it. Right there, she walked in here and she sat in this chair and she insulted your work and diminished it and said, if you have 173 pages and 173 is the map, don't even give me the first 172. And that was insulting to you folks for your work. And I apologize that that happened to you. And it was really, really like it was fiery from the back there. It did not need to happen. If they don't want this, if they didn't want you to be pensive, then what are you doing here? And when those of you that have votes in your legislature and you go back, remember how fully diminished you were here today, because this isn't ready. You know this isn't ready, and you're going to walk back in there. If they don't like the map you give them, they're going to pick up one of their old maps and go again. And that was really, really insulting to your work, and it was not nice to see. And I'm sorry that it happened to you folks. But this is the sort of thing that's happening to the rest of us in the state on a different scale. They don't care what we think. They don't care what we need. They don't care what we're saying. They want to do what they wanted to do 2 years ago, and they don't want to listen to why it would be changed. They don't want to listen to why it should try to fit Vermont before they enact it. And when it's wrong in 5 years, what are we going to do? Something else, I guess. So I apologize that you were insulted today. I felt that insult earlier this year.
Not seeing anyone else in the room, so we'll go online. Looks like we have about 20 people with their hands up online. And just so you folks know, when we hit 2 minutes, I will say 2 minutes. I was pointing at my computer for people here. Can't see my computer, so. We're up to about 30 people with their hands up now, so just to give everyone Will, you can get started?
Thanks so much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Will Reed. I live in Landgrove. I was born and raised in Vermont, and I still live in the southern part of the state. And I'm the father of two school-aged daughters. So this is an important topic for me. I think it's important that the task force maintains their recognition of the importance of school choice in our areas of education. We have a long history and a culture, and it's performed really well in both the cost and the benefit, which I think is part of this effort by the state to improve cost and to improve benefit. One concern is earlier this morning, you guys mentioned that you had recognized public comment through November 6th, and I just wanted to make sure that you also recognize the fact there were several Southern Vermont SUs that wrote letters to the task force, and I believe those letters are worth your review and consideration because they give very important perspectives on our area and our forms of education. Um, Having grown up in Vermont, I had classmates in elementary school and high school who became to become athletes who performed on the world stage and even Olympians. And I just don't understand why you'd want to be responsible for ending an opportunity like that. The monies that go into school choice in Southern Vermont are not nefarious. They're fair. They're used legally, and they sustain what creates the spirit of Vermont pastime, which is skiing. And it's what we have. It's one of our greatest assets. So I think it's important that you
Will,
consider
that's
that
2
in
minutes.
decision making. The last thing I wanted to mention is that Kim Gleason is on the board of the Friends of Public Education, and so there's a lack of transparency there. She has a conflict of interest, and I think she should recuse herself, at least in decision making on a board that should be transparent. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Hi, this is Abigail Pelton.
Go ahead, Abigail.
Thank you. I'm calling from Windham, Vermont. I am also the chair of the Windham School District. Really absorbing quite a bit of information in this meeting today. We're a small district, so I'm going to try to focus my comments as best I can with what I'm trying to wrap my head around. So, transportation for our youngest students is one of our community's concerns. Currently, we, as a district, our small district, we are providing transportation down to Townsend as the current contracted transportation will not drive up our hill. So when we talk about those Vermont roads, we're one of those communities that is definitely geographically isolated. And so when we talk about safety, that is something that's going to play a role where going the other direction towards Londonderry is all Windham maintained roads until it gets to the State Highway Route 11. And if there's ever any chance of, with this CTE map, if this is what goes forward, I'm kind of throwing a Hail Mary out here, so I'm not sure. But I mean, looking at future transportation for our students, if there is to be somebody be contracted, I don't know, we would have to go that way. Or our school that we are navigating going from an operational school district to a non-operational school district, also providing transportation. Our students have been through a lot to then make families have to drive their kids down to the bottom of the steep hill. It's going to be, we're really in a challenged place as far as future planning goes, and how we navigate, and that we might just be erased from the map. It doesn't look like it's clear as far as how our local representation would work in the Southeast District. How many people would be able to be on that? There's a lot of unknown factors. So I am not in favor of the CTE map as it currently stands.
Abigail, that's 2 minutes.
And would encourage you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. We have DS next. All I can see are your initials until you're David. You should be unmuted just momentarily. Can you unmute yourself, David?
Yes, thank you. This is David Scholes from Brattleboro. I'm very grateful for the task force for focusing so intensely on principles and on following your template. You were given a complex and multi-factor and sometimes contradictory charge from the legislature. But some of those charges stand out more to other Vermonters than others. And I think the most important charges were to do no harm and to minimize disruption. And I'm really pleased to see that the co-op plan pays attention to that aspect of the charge. The CTE plan does not. The disruption in southern Vermont, southeastern Vermont would be just unmeasurable. We just got through merging and are getting our feet back on the ground, and I want to start that over again. Also important was the charge to listen to the public. The co-op plan shows that you did that. Vermont community members and voters want collaboration, not a top-down imposition that takes away our voices. The CTE does not do that. So please send the co-op meeting, the co-op map to the report to the legislators. I would wish that you, since it really is a positive, very Vermont-like approach, I would hope that you would send that unanimously to the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Tim? Should be able to unmute. Tim, can you unmute?
Tim, can you hear us? And can you unmute?
Let's go on to the next person and we'll come back to you, Tim. Leave your hand up. So JN, you're next. Jay Nichols, you should be unmuted or able to unmute shortly. Should be able to unmute now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
For the record, Jay Nichols, Senior Executive Director of Vermont Principals Association and resident of Berkshire, Vermont. My comments today are specific to the CTE map construct, but the points would be the same for any mapping endeavor that has the same issues. First, the CTE map construct does nothing to improve opportunities for students and, in fact, will exacerbate the opportunity inequity gap we already have in our system. Secondly, this plan will add complexities, reduce efficiencies, and increase costs throughout the system. After having read through literally thousands of survey comments from Vermonters, I have not seen any that want more complexity, less efficiencies, and to increase cost. Effectively, this map would make many districts that are already operating at a pretty good scale and combine them into mega districts which have no research data support, while at the same time keeping many school districts that are not efficient or able to provide quality opportunities for students and putting them into even bigger and less efficient supervisory unions. Principals already have very tough jobs. They did not sign up to become principal intendants or super principals with extra central office responsibilities assigned or delegated to them. Good superintendents make sure that principals have time to be day-to-day instructional leaders. The bigger the system, especially decentralized systems, the harder this is for school building leaders. Finally, if we do not address the governance issue in the state, it does not matter what we have for maps. Continuing to have a system that provides less opportunities for some students in order to support adult desires and protect our current tuition scheme for some is not equitable nor appropriate for a statewide system. Students should have access to the same high-quality system regardless of their zip code. Any plan that favors some over others should be rejected. I'd rather we did nothing than to further bifurcate our already separate and unequal system for the Vermont children. Let's slow down and do it right. And finally, I appreciate the work on the cooperative services map approach. that may very well serve as a starting point to some of the important work in a way that doesn't completely blow up the public education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Let's try Tim again, sure.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So this is Tim Macehill from Brattleboro. I serve on the Wyndham Southeast School Board, and I strongly support the cooperative educational services model that allows districts to retain local democratic control and identity while sharing the services that are truly more efficient and educationally stronger when done together. Right now, every district is struggling alone with the same challenges: staffing shortages, rising special education and placement needs and costs, transportation pressures, and increasing needs for professional development, including DEI training. The cooperative educational services model lets us address these challenges collaboratively without requiring mergers that our communities neither want nor need. I want to be clear that districts like mine are still dealing with the disruption caused by Act 46. In Wyndham Southeast, we are still rebuilding trust and stabilizing systems that were uprooted in that process. Our educators, our families, and students have been through significant restructuring in a fairly short period of time. The last thing we all need is another forced reorganization with unclear benefits and the real risk of further destabilization. The cooperative educational services approach preserves the things Vermonters value the most: locally elected school boards, neighborhood schools, and the ability for each town to make decisions that reflect its own needs. At the same time, it responds to the state's cost pressures in a measured, evidence-based way. It strengthens academic offerings, expands special education and mental health capacity, and improves staff recruitment and retention by allowing us to recruit and support educators more effectively at the SU level. This model,
Jim, that's 2 minutes.
Okay, this model does not dismantle communities, and it fits our state, and I urge you to support it.
Thank you. Tiffany Donza?
Yes, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Tiffany Donza. I am a graduate of Stowe High School, and I currently live in Stowe, raising my 4 children, and I also serve as the chair of the Stowe School Board. I have been a board member through Act 46, Act 127, and now Act 73. You all were charged with an impossible task. The latest CTE map, or any map with forced mergers, would be irresponsible and highly politically charged. Act 73 was born out of a public outcry to reduce education funding. Not only will any forced redistricting not save money, but it will actually result in significant cost increases. Just looking at cost increases due to leveling of teacher contracts is enough. And many towns will see increases in their own tax rates due to the absorption of debt of other districts that they would be forced to merge with. At the end of the day, Vermont needs to do what's best for kids and taxpayers. Reducing costs would be just that. However, redistricting for the sake of salvaging school choice for some and protecting the public dollars funding independent academies, all the while increasing costs for all, is not what is in the best interest of kids or taxpayers, nor outlined in Act 73. We need to shift the narrative. Vermont's smallness is our strength, not our disadvantage. I've been calling for education funding reform for over a decade, and I have no doubt that done properly, education funding in Vermont can be reformed to be both equitable and sustainable. That's what Vermonters deserve as a solution, and we can just do that if we try better. I urge you to reject any redistricting at this time and hopefully send a message to the legislature to scrap Act 73 and get a fresh start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Diana Grossman? Dana. Thank you. Dana, can you unmute? Dana, if you want, we can come back to you. I guess you can't tell me what you want because you're muted. But in the interest of time, let's go to the next person. I'm not seeing you unmute, and we'll come back to you. So Cheryl Charles. You can unmute. Okay, Cheryl, we're gonna come back to you.
I think I've done it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, yep.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm Cheryl Charles. I'm from Westminster, chair of the Westminster School Board. I'm speaking on behalf of the Rural School Community Alliance. You've heard from a number of us today already, but I want to refer all of the members of the task force to the comment we submitted on October 24 in advance of your October 28 meeting, just to indicate that at that time we were supportive of the BOCES proposal as it was presented then, now being called the Cooperative Services Agency model. We remain supportive of that and for a couple of reasons. First, that it's voluntary, that it's based on evidence, that it's Vermont specific. So we want to stress again, voluntary associations. And given all the discussion today, I would say that that does constitute a map. It's a regional map of associations that are voluntary, looking at shared services that could improve educational quality and reduce costs. So we urge you to continue to explore that and feel confident that it is a map that will be tempered and refined over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl. Dana, can you try again? Okay, we'll go on to the next person. Dana, we'll keep coming back to you. If you want to leave and come back, we can try that. Who's our next person? Caitlin? Okay, Caitlin, if you can unmute. Caitlin, I think we're going to come back to you. We still have another 20 plus folks who are there. If you can't unmute, you can always leave the meeting and come back. Sometimes that works. PM, looks like you've unmuted.
Hey folks, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Praneeth Menon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys. I serve as the chair for the Coventry Village School Board and the North Country Supervisory Union Board as well. As chair of those two boards, today I guess I'm speaking on behalf of a collaborative working group that we've been a part of in the Northeast Kingdom. We've been working with Essex North Supervisory Union as well as Orleans Central Supervisory Union. And over the past few months, since about the time that y'all started your deliberations, the three supervisory unions in the Northeast Kingdom have been kind of meeting and trying to explore the impacts of Act 73 in our region. As you all know, the neck is one of the most rural parts of Vermont. We have a large geography, a small population, and we are home to residents who are on fixed incomes as well as low income. That said, we are very aware of the taxes being high and its impacts on our folks here, and do recognize that we do need to do something from a tax reform standpoint. But when we look at our schools, we consider that our schools are already operating fairly leanly and responsibly. And in addition to that, we're not really one of the state's highest spenders either. So as I mentioned, our supervisory unions have been kind of collaboratively meeting over what to do for Act 73. Already we share specialized services across districts. We plan joint professional development and coordinate transportation and special services regionally, as well as maintaining articulated curricula for shared digital learning platforms as well. We have got strong after-school programs and community schools, and all of this has been created in a way that fits really well within our region. Through the work of our working group, We held multiple community forums in our area, and the message through that was fairly clear. It was to basically, we want to improve student outcomes and not just focus on lowering costs. Participants also voiced concerns about the speed with which we're rolling out Act 73, as well as the unintended financial consequences that can kind of come from this.
Praneeth,
So
that's
all
2
that said,
minutes.
this morning we emailed you guys a draft position paper that we've been working on. We recognize that y'all may not have had time to review it, obviously, but it does capture the data, the context, as well as the community voice. So we did actually a bunch of work to make sure that our response to it wasn't just emotional, but it was also based off of
Praneeth, I don't know
actual
if you
hard
can hear
numbers.
me, but that's 2.5 minutes already. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dana, let's try that again.
Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. I don't know. I just couldn't unmute before. I am Dana Grossman. I live in Thetford, and I'm speaking as a community member, as a past parent, as a past member of the Thetford School Board and the Thetford Academy Board, and as someone who believes passionately in the importance of public education. I'm really impressed by the caliber of the discussion among the members of the task force, and I wanted to make 4 points, all of which have been brought up, but which I'd like to reinforce. One is the importance of the strong community fabric in Vermont. It's what makes Vermont unique. I hope that won't be torn asunder by whatever comes out of this process. Second point is, I think 4,000 is too high as the floor for the for districts, especially given the geography of Vermont. Oops, my notes disappeared from my iPad. Okay. The special role of the historic town academies. I think choice is clearly important in Vermont, but I think it should be predicated on schools that meet all the public school approval standards, which Thetford Academy does. And the fourth point, which many other commenters have brought up, is the timing of this is just out of whack. And to the extent that you possibly can push back on the timing that has, I realize, been pushed on you, I hope you will feel able to do that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dana. Did we have Cheryl who left and came back? Am I remembering that accurately? Cheryl, so who was it that left and we're not, everybody else were in line? Okay, great. Okay, so Martha, I think you're up. Yes, Caitlin, it was Caitlin. Thank you. All right, we'll go to her next then. Thank you. Can you, I can't hear you, Martha. We can't hear you. We can see your lips moving, but we can't hear you. We still can't hear you.
Go off and come back.
Yeah, there it's probably some kind of a volume setting that you have over there. No, she just muted. All right, Martha, we still can't hear you. Why don't you, yep. Okay, we'll come back to you. Is Caitlin back on?
Shen Desmond.
Caitlin, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Caitlin Deshane Desmond. I am chair of the Rockingham School Board, a member of the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union, and I am also a parent of a child who will enter elementary school next year and therefore whose entire K-12 experience is going to be shaped by the decisions made by this task force. So first, I want to thank you to the task force for your work. I have really appreciated your outreach and your willingness to consider different and often conflicting perspectives of stakeholders around the state while working on a timeline I've heard so many of you acknowledge is unreasonable. I understand that the work of this task force is to propose options that will address cost while widening equitable access to educational opportunities for students. And so I'd like to raise some concerns about how maps that require dramatic forced consolidation, such as the CTE map considered today, would contradict those aims. I have not seen any evidence presented to support the assertion that a district of this size, 6,500 students in over 20 towns, improves administrative efficiency or, most importantly, opportunities and access to education for students. In fact, as has been discussed throughout the day, past a certain size, far below this number, students, the efficiencies of consolidation disappear. A single central office serving all of these towns would require a significant increase in staff and a significant decrease in responsiveness to school leaders and to communities. The goal of Act 73 is to streamline, as I heard Secretary Saunders say earlier, but at this size, districts would need to dramatically expand their central offices, adding administrative burden and reducing central office responsiveness. Our goal, as I have heard so many of you say, is to increase opportunities for students. It is not to arrive at a designated number of districts for their own sake. I appreciate the work that has gone into the cooperative services proposal, the acknowledgement of the data and the time that is needed to do this work well, and the focus on how this approach can serve students. I ask that the task force keeps this focus in mind and ask the legislature to keep it in mind as well as they consider the maps at hand. Thank you so much for your work and for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. KB. Oh, we're going to try Martha. Let's try Martha. You look like you're unmuted. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I'm Martha Vanderwalk. I'm on the Canaan School Board. I was in the group that Praneet was talking about. We've had nice conversations with North Country and Orleans Central, and our letter to you this morning supports the shared services model. I want to talk about the CTE model because it would be a disaster for Canaan. If Canaan is going to merge with anyone, it should be SAU 7 in New Hampshire. We already share staff and athletics with Pittsburgh School on the other side of the river within 10 miles. We have 2 K through 12s and a K through 8. It would be, if we merged with North Country, well, we're dear friends with them. There's no way we would have any voice or any services from them being so far away. I'm also on the budget committee. We're one of those districts that not only is level funded, we have been cutting and cutting and cutting in order to make room for healthcare costs. This morning you said that there was a need for construction programs and for health services. Those are 2 of the programs that we have had to cut because we just don't have room in our budget. And we don't have enough kids because we can't bring kids in from New Hampshire. And we can't send kids to New Hampshire. We need to figure out how to serve our very, very remote district without making us just disappear. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. KB is next. Harry, Kari, Harry, I think. You can unmute. Yeah. All right, Carrie, we'll come back to you. I see you're still muted. ES, you're next. Emily Shribnall Scott, you can unmute. Okay, Emily, we'll come back to you.
Sorry, I think I've done it.
Yep, you have. Great.
Took a moment. Okay. Hi, my name is Emily Shriebel Scott. Thank you for your time today. I've really appreciated today's discussion. I grew up in Londonderry. I work in Weston, and I live in Winhall now with my 2 children who will not be affected by Act 73. You can guess why I'm here today. People are indeed anxious. I'm here for the long-term future of my community and of Vermont at large. When I reviewed the proposals presented on October 28th, I was struck by shaky data, incorrect assumptions, and alarming conclusions. In checking the AOE spreadsheets myself, I find errors such as enrollment numbers that were simply wrong, as well as data that's easy to misinterpret, like therapeutic schools being grouped with independent schools, leading to inflation tuition figures. It was troubling that such flawed data could shape recommendations and arguments that, as others have said today, might cut to cure. I was relieved to see our BRSU school board's strong response and have appreciated remarks today suggesting the need for a different approach. I also want to address the frequent framing of tuitioning as privilege. Real disparities also exist within Vermont's public schools, often depending on geography. For example, Vermont students attend schools in the Dresden School District in Hanover, New Hampshire, where tuition is well above that of most of our independent schools. Burlington's 2 magnet schools and the South Burlington High School also seem to offer exceptional programs, but moving to those communities isn't financially viable for most families, including mine. I went to the Floodbrook School in the 1970s and have spent 50 years watching my rural 2-season community grow. Our area is doing exactly what the state hopes for, attracting families and strengthening Vermont's future. Tuitioning, or school choice as we say here, along with our excellent independent schools, have been a vital part of that growth over time. That's a good thing. It lifts up every child who lives here.
Emily, that's 2 minutes.
I encourage the task force to continue to approach your work with a true spirit of inquiry and to respect non-operating communities just as you do operating ones. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Emily. Carrie, are you unmuted? Are you able to unmute?
Yes, I believe I am.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. My name is Carrie Bristow. I'm the chair of Mountain View School Board, and I am a 44-year retired teacher teaching world languages pre-K to 12 in 2 different districts. I just wanted to say that I don't agree with the CTE map due to the many small private schools. I'm not talking about the historic academies, but there are some schools in the list that are smaller than the public schools being threatened with closing or mergers. They also need to be held accountable to the same mandates as the public schools do, in my opinion. I am in favor of the BOCES map, and I'm in favor of incentives for voluntary mergers with technical assistance from the state. One of you said today that we likely need 10 years. In our district, we don't have 10 years left in our high school. Our families are watching and listening to what's going on, and they will move out. Where there are towns with closed schools, there's a preponderance of second homeowners in the towns. We know how challenging Act 46 was. We lived through that. I was teaching at the time, and it took years, and there is still bitterness in some of the communities over some of the gives that had to happen. But our community ended up to be a highly successful school district with merged everythings. So with increases across the educational scores across our schools. Thank you for all that you do, and ultimately, whatever you end up deciding to move forward, the students should be the priority number 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have SM.
But I'm Lily Welgus McGuire, and I'm a 7th grade student at the Woodstock Union Middle School. I'm in favor of the co-op map because at our school we created such an important and wholesome community that I don't think we'd be able to find anywhere else, because like of all the students involved in our school. And yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. And which map was that? I'm sorry, I didn't.
The co-op one.
The co-op. Great, thank you. Appreciate you calling in. Who do we have next? Sarah McGuire? Sarah, can you unmute?
I'm Sarah, but I'm Lily's mom, so that was our comment. Thank you.
Thank you. CY, I think we have next. Harry already spoke. Harry, you can put your hand down. CY. You should be able to unmute CY. Christopher Young. Christopher, can you unmute? All right, we'll come back to you. HS is next. Heather Stevenson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Heather Stevenson, a resident in Londonderry, a rural mountain town community with 2 school-aged kiddos. Thank you for your work. I appreciate Beck and Milk for listening and adapting your work. With respect, I urge you to take a deeper dive into areas where you're making presumptions. Some of your comments and assumptions are simply not accurate. For example, this came up in your last meeting, your meeting today, and in print. I challenge you to identify students or families who drive past Bloodbrook School to attend Maple Street. As a resident, a member of the BRS community, I found the statement both surprising and for sure inaccurate. Please check statements before presenting them as fact or internalizing them to be true. Additionally, please review the November 7th BRSU memo to the task force, which clearly states that they wholeheartedly reject the notion that public schools and independent schools must share an adversarial relationship. BRSU recognizes that independent schools are not responsible for raising statewide education costs. Contrary to some claims, BRSU administers a rural choice-based system that provides excellent educational opportunities at a fair cost to taxpayers. Our local independent partners ensure access for all students, regardless of the financial need, so that costs are not a barrier to admission. Most of our rural sending communities are defined as disadvantaged. In a recent meeting, you've all worked to clarify many definitions. Thank you. In the ask for accuracy and language being important, please stop referring to independent schools as private. Independent schools are different in their governance, their mission, their practices. Please distinguish them from true private schools. It is not what we call independent schools, and it feels obvious that confusing this language is being used for political purposes by anti-independent school and anti-choice organizations to equate our schools with highly privileged and selective prep schools like Milton Academy. Language and
Heather,
fact
that's
engagement
2 minutes.
matters. Thank you, and I think you all
Thank
know
you.
this.
Yep. TM, I think you already spoke, and I think you just need to mute. CY. Christopher, can you unmute? Let's go to AE. Christopher can't unmute.
Tim Mustio, can you mute? I think we can hear your background noise. There we go. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. That was some AE. We're going to go to you next. And Christopher, if you can't unmute, you might want to leave and come back, and we will bring you back up to the front of the line. AE, Heather already spoke. We just heard from her. And Heather, you can put your hand down. AE. put their hand down. PF. AE put their hand down. Rebecca Fillin, is that what that says?
Hi, Rebecca Fillion. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for having me today. I'm the past president of the Vermont Principals Association and the proud principal of Twin Valley Elementary School in Wilmington, Vermont. When the governor released his plan to transform education in Vermont, he committed to improving outcomes for all students. Unfortunately, this process is becoming increasingly politicized and communities are being pitted against each other in efforts to secure resources needed to support their students. My primary concern today lies with the CTE model. The wide disparity in the size of the proposed districts and SUs raise serious governance concerns. Research consistently shows that when systems become too large, bureaucracy tends to grow faster than classroom impact, creating additional layers of management rather than direct support for students. Under the current CTE proposal, some SUs would serve over 20,000, while some would only have a few hundred. This imbalance perpetuates inequities that are already present in our schools. Regions will continue to experience advantages or disadvantages based largely on local resources. In smaller districts, principals may have a seat at the table to make decisions, and in larger ones, they risk being lost in an expansive system where the voices are seldom heard. At Twin Valley, we see firsthand the challenges of being geographically isolated district with declining student population. We struggle to provide adequate mental health services, attract and retain high qualified teachers, and offer rich educational experiences and community support for families in need. Yet our students deserve the same opportunities as those in more resource-rich areas. The proposed CT model does not answer the most critical question: how will this improve student outcomes? It does not clearly define governance structures that ensure equitable access to quality learning for every Vermont student. In its current form, the plan risks reinforcing and potentially deepening the inequities it aims to solve. I respectfully ask the committee to pause this process and take the necessary time to incorporate thoughtful governance planning into this work.
Rebecca, that's 2 minutes.
Only then can we fulfill the governor's commitment for better outcomes for all students. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Is Christopher Young back? Yeah, Christopher Young is the one we left, and then AB would be next. AE is number 15, so. We didn't try to. Oh. Christopher Young did? Okay. Annalise, can you unmute?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Annalise Ennis. I live in Brattlesville, Vermont. I am a parent and I also work in the Windsor Southeast Supervisory Union as a social emotional interventionist. I mainly work out of Albert Bridge School, which is a small school within that supervisory union. Our school merged with Windsor during Act 46. And I have to say, when we were doing that, that felt very rush. And this is what this act is feeling as well. It doesn't seem like it's being based off of best practice, but more of like just trying to do something. And I agree that we have to do something in terms of our schools and sharing and, our property taxes and all that kind of stuff. But what is going on or how this is reading really doesn't seem to be in the best interest of our students, as well as anyone who is working in the public education system of Vermont. The way that the new map is drafted, for instance, it takes Wethersfield out of it, and the Southeast, the supervisory union I'm part of, it's Heartland Elementary School, Wethersfield, and then the Windsor Grade School and High School. To take Wethersfield out and put it with Springfield, that now eliminates people who can have a choice for where their kids go. And it also takes them away from us, who we right now share things with. Wethersfield is actually not that far away from Albert Bridge. And I know that that is going to be very impactful to the working families in Wethersfield because many, and really overall, because every place that you go, at least it's like a 10-15 minute drive, and families really make sure that where their job is located, it's going to be conducive to where their school is to go pick up their children. And with redrafting these districts or these supervisory unions and making them really big, you're now having to not only ask kids sit on a bus for longer periods of time, but you're also asking parents to have to kind of redo their whole logistics of how do I get from point A to point B in enough time.
Annalise,
So,
that's 2 minutes.
okay. So just with that, I feel like this is going way too fast. It needs to be paused. It's not in the best interest nor the best practice. And thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Young, not back. No. Looks like we have 14 more people ready to speak. Chris, if you can unmute. Chris Young.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Took my third device, but I think we got it. Okay. My name is Chris Young. I am the principal at North Country Union High School and also the Vermont Principals Association president. I just want to support Jay's point around governance and how important it is to get that right. I believe before we do anything else, bad governance can happen regardless of what the model is. But should you need to respond, continue, which I understand you do, I would urge you to fully support the cooperative education service model. And I'm just going to give you a super quick story why. You may remember on the first day of school at North Country, we experienced a bomb threat. It was the most credible threat I've had in my 24 years as a principal. Within 15 minutes, my superintendent was next to me. And they believe that we will act in their best interest, and they know us. And I would strongly urge you to consider that this is not an accident. This is a result of countless hours of board meetings and community forums and being out in front of our community. And I strongly believe that the cooperative service model is the only one that supports that level of community engagement and trust in the administrators that lead their schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. AB, you're next.
Thank you. My name is Alan Block. I live in Dover. I have a 10-year-old at Dover Elementary School. And I'd like to thank you that this is obviously a super thankless job. And I thank you all for working so hard and accepting the anxiety and unhappiness that goes along with trying to redo something that's very, very dear to everybody. So thank you. And all that being said, I really want to talk about trust more than anything else. And to try and put it in perspective of why people are so incensed about this process. And it's because first Act 127 was passed and it was such a screw up that it had to be rewritten completely. And that was a whole session gone and a whole year gone after trying to deal with those budgets with the 5 and 10% rule. We never really understood how it got so wrong so fast. And then this was the replacement. Act 73 was the replacement, really. And it was signed so suddenly after so much resistance that no one could understand why. And the talk around the people was, what did they tell you behind the scenes? What did the governor threaten you with? What did the Secretary of Education say to get this process so spun up without good scientific data, with incorrect data that in many cases you guys are using to make your arguments, with arguments that are political in nature, and all of you admitting that it's a political process, and yet still engaging with something that really doesn't have a basis other than vibes at this point. And my own state senator is here telling you that she was upset with that people in Dover and Wardsboro in this area weren't going east for school in the CTE map instead of west, and didn't mention anything about the fact that all of our board sent her letters that said we want to go west, we want to be with the other mountain towns because we're mountain towns. Our towns are dying. We have no more employees. The only people that will come here are people that are coming for schools.
Alan, that's 2 minutes.
With their kids. And I mean, of all the families that have moved here in the past few, 6, 7, 8 years, no one will stay if this changes in a fundamental way that forces us to go to places that, take us 60 minutes on a snowy day, or 70 minutes or 80 minutes. And it's a recognition that number one.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Next we have AJ. Is that right? No, who's number 2? Herb Olson. Herb, you only have 2 minutes. Yep.
Here you go. Sorry I can't see all you folks. I was actually going to drop off the list to save you a little time, but here I am. So just a brief synopsis of where I'm coming from. Sent some comments in earlier. Just to preface, I'm speaking as a legislator only, not as a member of my local school board. God help me. A few comments. I have 5 of them that I set out in my written remarks. I think the things to focus on, or at least clarify from my perspective, it seems to me that the 5 comments that I have are really kind of interrelated. The size or boundaries of a particular district, well, it really depends on what sort of governance structure. I could imagine a shared services boundary district kind of thing, could be larger than, say, a district where, you have one large supervisory district. It really depends. And I also really empathize with those areas of the state, unlike, where I am in Addison County, where some of the geography just makes CTE focus maybe a little impractical. So you got to make adjustments there. The second clarification, or something I wanted to emphasize, is, not surprisingly, I think there needs to be a meaningful voice for communities before a school is closed. I know another commission is dealing with that, but I really think that your work is getting that right is going to make a big difference in how the public views whatever redistricting recommendations are going to be successful. I'll keep it at that. Basically, I like the shared services. I like the shared services concept. I think it's going to work out. I think it would work out very well from both a governance and an operational structure. Thank you.
Okay, that's 2 minutes. Thank you. So we have to stop public comment at 4, so we might have 1 or 2 more people. And if you're still with your hand up, if you could submit your comments to us in writing, that would be great. We've already, we extended public comment by 30 minutes in the meeting, and we're also extending it an extra 15 more than we had on the agenda. So Amy Johnson, you are next.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the task force. My name is Amy Johnson, Director of Legislative Affairs and Public Policy for Vermont Care Partners, representing 16 of our state's designated and specialized service agencies, also a resident of West Bolton and proud mom of a 5th grader. I'm here to underscore the critical importance of school-based mental health services in the Success Beyond 6 framework in redistricting decisions. Just for context, Success Beyond 6 was created in the early 1990s to ensure schools were not left to meet the needs of students with the most complex emotional and behavioral needs alone. By blending local education dollars with the federal Medicaid match, the model stretches resources, supports high-quality services, and allows the state to leverage federal funds effectively. In fiscal year 25, Success Beyond 6 served nearly 3,000 students statewide. Under Success Beyond 6, schools contract directly with designated agencies for school-based clinicians, behavioral interventionists, and behavioral consultants. These staff are trained, supervised, connected to the broader system of care, and provide continuity for students during school breaks in the summer. Agencies also provide consultation and training to teachers and administrators in addition to support for individual students. Many DAs also operate therapeutic schools, offering structured clinical environments for students with the most intensive needs. These schools are an essential part of Vermont's continuum of care, ensuring students get the right level of support at the right time. These partnerships allow schools to focus on education while designated agencies bring clinical expertise, therapeutic supports, and wraparound services for families. Redistricting should not disrupt these critical relationships or the Success Beyond 6 funding structure. Without careful planning, changes in district boundaries or contracting pathways could fragment teams, interrupt supervision, and reduce access to therapeutic and specialized supports.
Amy, you're at 2 minutes.
I submitted much longer testimony because I'm very wordy, so I do have submitted testimony too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. So folks, we are at 4 o'clock and we're losing an integral part of our tech team. So we do have to cut short public comment and we apologize for that. Please do submit your comments in writing. We will read them. And thank you for coming and for listening in. We're going to continue the meeting regardless of cutting short the public comment. So I will pass the mic to Sue for this last step, which is discussion and decision making.
With public comment, we actually did an hour and 15 minutes. So we actually did go beyond what we had planned. And our team will continue to review the public comment and theme that and make sure that you all have access to that. This is the part of the meeting where we're going to be making some decisions. So I just want to see if people want to kind of continue through or if you just need a little break. Last time 2 minutes turned into 5, but what do people think? What do people prefer? Keep going. Let's do it. Okay. Okay, so this is the moment for the task force to make decisions about which proposals that they would support including in a report to the legislature. And I wonder if we can have some conversation so people can kind of share where they're at and what they're thinking.
Not being a decision-making body, but rather issuing a report, I would like to send both proposals with a report to the legislature because I think a lot of work and background knowledge has been done on both. And I think there's also, as was mentioned before, opportunities for blending, changing boundaries, etc. It's not so I'm going to both send the both through.
Thank you, Beth. Anybody else want to weigh in at this juncture? We've done a lot of weighing in, but we've got a little bit of time to do some more.
Yes. I'd love to push the CT map through with, yes, if and with whatever. I cannot support voluntary mergers.
Voluntary or forced?
Forced. Thank you, Beth. I know, Rebecca. You think I wrote it down too. I mean, yeah. I'm getting tired. The time change hurts us when things more. So with forced merger, exactly. Thank you. And I tend to agree with Ben. Sorry, Ben from Campaign Vermont. I would love to see something with in a perfect world, CTE matched with BOCES, voluntary, not forced mergers. That would be a perfect world. If I can't get that, then I think I can't support the CTE. Sorry, but that's sort of where I'm at.
Last meeting, Dave Wolk and my proposal, CTE proposal, did not force any mergers. We said, let the people that live there decide what happens there. That was rejected by many, many people on this task force. So I don't know what to tell you other than, if you want what we proposed last week, I'm sure Dave and I would be amenable to that. But that was not the guidance that this task force gave us last week or last meeting.
Question is that if it is just the state as it is, but in new CTE regions, I don't understand why we would do that. That's basically what we have, except that there's been some realignment of CTE regions, which they can already do if they're on their own if they want to be realigned by asking the state board to reassign them to new CTE. So I'm not sure. Like I don't want to do things for the sake of doing things, and I'm not sure. I'm uncomfortable with the way that turned out to be, but I also don't think it's worth realigning CTE regions just so we can say that it's realigned. It doesn't change anything either. And I just feel really strongly that expanding access to CTE isn't going to be changed by redistricting. The barriers to access are different than that. And one of the things we worked really hard on is to try to think about what are other ways we can make sure we have everyone have access to some kind of career-ready, engaged learning. I think that's going to take some hard policy work that goes far beyond rearranging CTE regions.
I'm wondering if we couldn't strengthen language around CTE access and how a shared services model could help that. We make reference to it. We talk about it within the 140 plus page document, but I think maybe calling that out more explicitly and talking about how in really sparse areas that a shared services agency could actually help them create on-site opportunities for some career and tech programming, so that we build in maybe just an enhanced focus on career and tech in the model we already have.
I apologize if you said it earlier in here. It might have been when we were sitting at lunch. The example that you shared, I think, was like sharing the science kits that allow support of that type of programming within the high schools. And I don't remember if there were other examples, and I apologize if it was also said in here. I just thought maybe it was outside of the space and you could speak a little more on that.
Sure. So there are places where this has been indelibly etched in my brain, but we had a program was called FOSS Science, and it was a kit-based elementary science program. We established a distribution warehouse and shared it with any district that wanted to sign up. That could be part of a cooperative services arrangement. It's not going to be snap your fingers and overnight. The folks in the Southeast region right now, they're growing into that model that they've developed. But those are the sorts of things you can do, and we could make sure that even on an early basis, we could start to think of what programming could we create that is portable, that could be set up in areas that are more far-flung and harder to access CTEs. And then again, the whole premise behind this is that you start getting districts and schools together to do their own regional planning. Maybe that's an area of expansion in the future where we can create a career and tech hub that expands access in those places that are more remote. Sure.
And it's not there's some things you really do have to go to. No, actually, Twin Valley does welding on site. What's interesting is we call it CT in some schools and we don't call it CT in other schools. And I think you'd actually be surprised if you know how much people were doing. So Twin Valley does do welding. And I think one of the one of the things that a BOCES can do is develop not just a once-off, but a sort of continuum of learning that it can support and ship, and then provide the mobile units or whatever. So if you're doing a health pathway, they could build you towards an industry recognized credential. A lot of them are pretty light, and some things are affordable, some things aren't. So you can travel to the CT, once a semester is involved. And I think the
support transportation probably to access CTE.
Right, but we have
effectively.
But I think that the issue is, the transportation is a real issue. I mean, if a kid is gonna spend an hour to get to school and then another half hour to get to a CTE, because the CTE kids don't just travel directly, they go hub and spoke too. And so you're talking about a lot of time on the bus, and that's really determined. In sort of places that are pretty remote, there are some of the stuff that we do as CTE programming was actually developed for use in high schools. Things like project reviewing engineers with STEM engineering learning wasn't designed to be done just in CTEs, and there's plenty of high schools across America. That's the kind of thing you could.
So I want to take us back a little bit to more reflections on the maps and not about how we do programming. And I'm just going to say that I'm really disappointed with where we are right now. And I don't know if I'm speaking for myself or speaking for other people in the room. I feel like we have one map that the goal was to put a map out and not to take the information about, I don't know, the hard things and really work through them. And the other one isn't a map and it's stuck on the hard things. And I get that that's where we are with just 4 months. And I was hoping, like my dream, which is not happening, is that we were going to have, like, we could get here in 10 years if we had the right things in place to support it. And so I'm feeling a little sad, and I should have known, right? Like I should have known we don't have the time to do what could happen. So I was also incredibly distraught when the secretary came in and said misinformation about having our cooperative service agencies being an extra layer of bureaucracy, because that's not what they are and that's not what they do. And I don't want that to derail the process. And so I guess I'm just I'm not where I wanted to be today. So that's my reflection.
I'm disappointed that you're disappointed in the work we've done, because we put a lot of work in. We did a lot of research. We did a lot of and I think part of the challenge, I think we just need to name the fact that not everybody wants the same thing. And my hope is that with the shared services model, we can focus on what we can do together and pull in the same direction. And I'm pretty sure if we go the other way, it's going to get worse, not better. That's well. And I'd love to see us work together on what we can do.
I'm not disappointed in the work that was done. I'm disappointed in where we could get to for today. So just to be really clear, the work that was done is,
I'm surprised with that as far as we did. Especially the way it started.
I think I won't be able to support the CTE model, and I do appreciate and respect the work to sort of identify where we have deserts. And so I don't think that work is lost. I think that is beneficial, but I could imagine it in its iterative form, living as information in a shared services model in the co-op format. I understand that we said we don't just redraw our CTE. Current catchment areas help us understand how that works in governance, but then how it worked in governance, I think, would not work for students in the state, and that's pretty singular focus in increasing high quality opportunity and access to opportunities for every student in the state. And so for me, the CT map doesn't do that, but I appreciate the idea of how that is further fleshed out in a report taking information that was learned through that process and perhaps putting more information into the shared services model around how that could support greater access to CTE in the examples shared and examples from other states, but maybe more directly addressing it. So I would like to see that in our report. I'm really appreciative of the hope that I feel lives in the shared services model. And I also think about it in the opportunity to build trust and relationships working together as then communities come to learn that we're maybe more similar than different, and how could we do better for all kids if we looked a little differently in our configurations. And that feels hopeful to me about what we can learn from each other when we work together. I am very supportive of the iterative process that I think the shared services model gives us. And I would also love to see that we flesh out, as Wendy had asked earlier, the sort of parameters. You have the strategic mergers that are sort of specific and identify areas of the state that seemed obvious from your research. I think that's great. And encapsulating that in like, here are the factors that drove those suggestions, so that might be something that communities work around in seeing those opportunities, at a maybe higher level than seeing their name on the list. It might let people see things differently as a possibility. And an appendix that includes the names, if you want. I don't know.
No, because I think we often assume that if people understood something, they do something different. I think people they really know, like they're making the choices they feel are best based on what they know and based on their judging of us. And I gotta say, we've been pretty inconsistent at the state level we've been whipsawing districts for years now. So the level of trust is low because we haven't earned the trust. And so when you do a process that's very disruptive and you say, don't worry, it'll work, I mean, they don't believe us now. And so I think that we have to demonstrate at the state level that we're trustworthy, because they don't believe it. And that's a problem. And if you think about just what's happened with 127, 173, I keep going on and on, something, we have to earn that trust. And one way to do that is by stability. And another is by being willing to put something up. There were transition incentives in Act 73, Act 46. In the union high schools, there was construction aid. Sometimes they can't move, not because they don't know. They can't move because they can't move. And if we want to help them, we've got to figure out how to make it possible.
Those are the carrots on the slide that I think are important.
We have to assume that they care about their kids and they're trying to do their best. We just have to start with that assumption.
Got a couple of thoughts. First of all, Matt wasn't my suggesting that we advance both proposals either together or separately. I'm not sure. But I wanted two things about the CTE proposal. Scott's right. When we first proposed this with our district, we'll treat this out a little bit, given feedback we learned about in our review of all the letters, et cetera. We first proposed that it would be locally controlled, granular from the bottom up in each district in terms of what kind of governance, whether it be SU or SD. But then at the last meeting, or maybe 2 meetings ago, it was pretty clear that we should come back with a suggested model. So we came up with this as best we could. I guess there were 7 SUs, 7 SDs, and we thought we were responding to the requests of the task force. But I don't think that is acceptable. And just to move us along, I think I can count maybe 2 or 3 or 4 people out of 11 who support the CTE idea, proposal, and math. And so I may be wrong about that, but I think I'm right as I look on it, and that's okay. It's a democratic process, and maybe we should vote on it. But while I have the floor, I just want to mention one more thing. Once again, I have a lot of respect for what you have proposed, all the research you did. It was amazing in such a short period of time. and you're part-time volunteers, but now you're full-time volunteers, by the way you worked on this. And it was excellent. And it's a good pathway to the future. But the part of it, you know what I'm going to say, the part of it that I still am struggling with. So I went back and looked at this. And if you don't mind, can I read 3 sentences? Okay. And this is from section C of Act 73. It says, in consultation with the Commission on the Future of Public Education, the task force shall study and consider different configurations for school district consolidation and propose not more than 3 options for new school district boundaries. At least one boundary proposal recommendation shall consider the use of supervisory unions and supervisory districts, allow for the continuation of a tuition system that provides continued access to independent schools that have served geographic areas that do not operate public schools for the grades served by the independent schools, and to the extent practical, not separate geographic areas that contain non-operating school districts as such districts exist on July 1, 2025, 4 sentences. But it's pretty clear what's being requested of us in terms of the maps and the boundaries. And I really want you to say yes, but is there a way that you can construct what you're proposing in a way that complies with the charge? Because it is a task force we have a task to do, which has motivated the development of the CTE map. That's what really motivated us. We got to get moving. We got to have a good map. Maybe it's around career tech centers. They have their own governance. They have their own budgets. Maybe this is a good place to start. So we did. And that's where we are today. What do you think?
Yeah, Dave, I hear you. And I also heard the secretary loud and clear. And I think the answer to your question is, yeah, put forward a map that is a status quo map. I mean, that's the only thing I can say. Like, as far as what we've heard and you know, what we've talked about, forced mergers, those of you you and I, maybe a couple of us here are old enough to remember what happened when places like Pittsburgh did forced mergers. There was forced busing in Boston. Everywhere. It's just like when you force the public with something that's so close to home as where their kids are going to go to school, it's going to be rejected. It's that when I think it was an early radio interview or something that I did. I said I'm worried that this could be a fool's errand, and there is no way we're going to provide what the law asked us for that I can see that isn't going to be handed to the AOE and said, okay, you said 16 career tech areas or whatever the number is, and that's it. It's forced mergers. You're going to be an SD, and because that's the clear template. Both of these proposals got the same treatment from the secretary that said, you don't go far enough. You need to address the governance. And I've said this at a couple other meetings. Like, I thought I thought this task really was to say, you know what, forget what you have. I don't care if you like what you have. Here's what you're going to have, and you'll like it. I feel like as an advisor, as one of 11 advisors, my advice is going to be I think we're going down the wrong path if we force mergers. And any map that we have that has less districts than the status quo or less SUs than the status quo is a forced merger.
I appreciate what you said. You highlighted a contradiction for me, which is, create these maps, and the legislature made very clear that they wanted us to get public input. And yet they didn't say, what to do with that public input. But when I think about the surveys that we did 4 public hearings instead of 2. We had a lot of folks showing up in the room online. We got a lot of public feedback. None of it, to my recollection, is in support of sort of the work that we're doing and the maps that we're creating. So I find a contradiction in the statute, in the law, and then I'm finding a contradiction in, like, what do we do with that, right? So it's very unsettling for me. because I want to listen to folks. And I am a rule follower. That's why I'm a senator. I like to follow the rules. But it puts me in an odd place. I also just want to say one thing that's come clear for me in this process, and I thank all the incredible folks who are here who have so much knowledge. I've been so impressed. Is the complexity, right, and the depth of our problems that it's not an easy fix. And just the governance piece, which I didn't fully understand until I started doing this. A lot of people telling us that they love supervisory unions. Please keep our supervisory unions going. They are wonderful. They allow for local control. And then when I hear from many, many educators, superintendents, principals, business managers, present company notwithstanding, teachers, they say, supervisory unions are really tough. They don't serve the student in a way that they need to be served in terms of a cohesive pre-K to 12 experience. Yes, there are superintendents in the state who are superhuman and they can make that work. But to ask, any superintendent to do that work is such a heavy lift because it does require multiple school board meetings. It requires cohesion, kids coming in and out of the system and having to get them up to speed in a short amount of time so that they can learn with all their peers, right? So I'm really torn between those two structures that we've spent a lot of time on. And I think that's one of the things that the work that we're doing here doesn't really solve that problem. And I think it's a problem that should be eventually solved. What's best for students? And then I will just say, in a poor rural state like Vermont, public institutions are incredibly important. They have an outsized role in keeping people safe. And I know not everybody wants to hear that, especially some folks in the political sphere, but it is true. And I think we've seen it in everything that we've heard from folks and in our experience here in the task force. Thank you for listening. Jay?
I want to ease your I know there's disappointment. We want a clear map to forward, at least not now. But weren't we really tasked to provide recommendations to the legislature? And we've done all this work together. We've done all this research, and I don't feel like if I had to give my advice to the legislature, it'd be like, hey, it's not ready. We haven't even put it out on the street yet. Like people like ready to take up arms. I feel like if we gave them a map just to give them a map, we just wasted a lot of our own time doing this stuff. We did a lot of work, all of us. And we sat and listened to people on and on and on tell us about what they felt. None of it supportive of what we were trying to do in any form, at any map. And I feel like that's the recommendation. Like, here's the best we could do. This gets us started and lets us start making some headway. And puts all the folks out there on notice that, yeah, there are real economies of scale that we can get by working together locally. And we've got all these maps to show where the problem areas are. And that's what we give the legislature and say, okay, now take this back for your policy making purposes and engage with the public again, but slow the roll.
Would it be helpful, co-chairs, everybody else, if we at least had a vote on the CTE map that put forward? I don't know if that was a motion for an idea.
It wasn't a motion. I was just
The two.
putting my oar in the water.
Yeah, well.
I'm saying where I stand.
Well, I mean, I think it's very similar to what we've done this whole way through, right? Do we want to continue with the county map? We said no. I think the question right now is, do we want to continue with the CTE map? And maybe the answer is no. Maybe not.
Can we take a straw poll or something on the CTE map?
That's our next, the plan is to vote on.
But I mean, to be consistent, that's what we've done the whole way through. So
No, that was the plan all along.
Beth, would you accept an amendment on that to
I didn't even make a motion.
All right.
My point is, we are an advisory group giving advice or information to the legislature. I think there's valuable information in the CTE proposal. It needs work. There's valuable information in the BOCES proposal. It needs work. And I think it needs a blending. I think we send all of that information to the legislature for them to continue forth with their work from that point.
Thank you.
That's my only point.
Sue, you have the floor.
Keeping in mind what Beth said, that might influence your vote, but let's have a motion to make a vote on whether to continue to move forward with the CTE map as a recommendation to the legislature. So I need somebody to make that motion.
That we advance the CTE map.
I'll second it.
Sure, Wendy's up.
Yeah, make sure Wendy's.
So I don't know if Wendy is still here. Wendy, are you still on the screen?
She did send Martine and me an email. If she's not connected at the end of the meeting, but I don't know. I don't think, do you see her name? No, she's not there anymore.
She's gone.
She sent her vote in writing. Are folks okay to include that vote, or how do you all feel?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
So just discussion, I'm struggling with this. I don't see the benefit of a CTE map going forward, and I think it actually will distract from making things better in the state. And this is something I've been struggling with again for a couple of years now. I just don't see how these larger districts are going to improve things statewide. And so that's my concern with it.
Wendy,
Wendy, she is. So are you facilitating the vote?
Yes, so I just want to make sure Wendy can be, maybe she could just be
On screen.
on screen.
Or at least say hi to us so we know that you're here.
And unmuted as well.
Chrissy's working.
I'm working on just not especially. Oh, Michael, I'm Karen.
It looks like her camera and microphone is still.
I do have her proxy, so if she isn't able to speak, we have it. But if she is, wonderful.
So voting to submit the CTE map to the legislature.
We do, sorry, if it's not unanimous, we do need to do roll call. So we should do roll call.
I know we had to roll call. We haven't the others.
Okay, so this is not, the Robert's Rules of Order is not my strength. So to do a roll call, how do we do that? Wendy.
We have to do.
Thank you, Christy. If you could call the roll. Thank you. Okay.
We are going to, Dave,
Yeah.
Scott,
Yes.
Martine,
No.
Wendy.
Can she unmute?
I have her unmuted. I don't hear her, but she has the ability to unmute.
Well, you have her.
Can you say her proxy?
Yes, Wendy's proxy vote says no on the CTE map.
Edie,
No.
Rebecca. No. Beth,
Yes.
Jay,
No.
Jen,
No.
Kim,
No.
Chris.
No.
Okay, so the noes appear to have it, so the CTE map will not be going forward to the legislature in the report. Now, should we do the same for the cooperative educational services map? Okay. So would somebody like to put a motion to vote on that map? Kim, second. Jay? Okay.
Call the roll. Dave,
No.
Scott,
No.
Martine,
Yes.
Wendy.
Yes.
Thumbs up.
She thumbs up.
Edie,
Yes.
Rebecca. Yes. Beth,
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
CES map will be going forward in the report. And then, is there discussion? I heard some discussion about trying to maybe incorporate some elements of the CTE idea or fleshing them out. So do you all want to have just a little moment of conversation about what that might look like? Go ahead, Jay.
My primary reason for voting no is the forced merger aspect. I think if we could include, the, I think there's a lot of good in making sure that career and tech education is highlighted in this. And I know it's in here, but maybe calling it out more with a little more emphasis would be helpful.
And I just point out, as I did before, a couple of meetings ago, what we presented had no force mergers. Right. Had local control from the ground up. Just want to clarify that. But we brought it back because we thought that's what the task force had told us.
If I may, and I'll just explain, like, I get that. And I just don't want to hand the legislature a map that now gives that pathway. After hearing what I heard today from the secretary.
It's gone on that last.
Yeah, whether it's a map that delineates 14 regions or 15 regions, if that ends up being used as the way to chop up the state and force the mergers, I don't want to personally vote to put that forward.
Likewise.
Well, I just want to share an appreciation for the work that you all did today. I mean, you listened really carefully to a lot of information, a lot of public comment. And I know that one of the things I heard the first meeting that I was at is that part of what you hope to do is to use the work of this task force to educate and to advance the conversation. And by those two measures, I think you've been very successful. And so the next step is that we are going to get the revisions from the shared services proposal, and we are going to be working on a first draft of the report to have to you all by the 17th, and then the 20th we'll really spend the day together refining that and making sure that you're submitting your very best work and thinking to the legislature.
Anybody know who Brian Dayball is? That's kind of a question. So I'm a long-suffering fan of the New York Football Giants. He's their hapless coach who just got fired today. I said, this guy, we're still having a better week than him.
I don't know. He's under the Giants, so he might have a good week.
Oh, thank you for ending up on a smile, Dave. Much appreciated. So we'll have to motion.
I was gonna say, will we have things to review? Should we have folks looking at the emails between now and then?
Yes. Yes. So we'll, our first draft is due to all of you by the 17th, but there's already information in there that you can, there's lots of stuff in there to review already. There's the narrative around public comment. There's the background information. There's a data section that is in there. So there's things that you can review, and then we'll wait till we get the enhanced community services proposal, and we'll put that in, and then we'll go from there.
We heard a couple, we can make corrections and send it, so at least there's some corrections. So
Thank you, Sue. Thank you.
And we'll just communicate offline and see how much time you all would like to submit that to us, because if you need a week or two to do the updates or whatever, then we can accept that. And
I'll accept our motion to adjourn. Rebecca, and seconded by Kim. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.